I.N.D.I.A, which was India. Both of them, in terms of dynastic components, are rich. Even where the NDA is concerned, you have the likes of LJP, JJP, Apna Dal, NCP, Ajit Pawar. In terms of the corruption charges as such, enough leveled on either sides of the divide. But ultimately, one thing is very clear: the leadership issue is fairly settled. Is Prime Minister Modi leading the charge where the NDA is concerned? And that is a huge plus point for the NDA, where if you see the conglomerate on the left-hand side, nobody quite knows who's leading it even yet. The Congress very clearly opened the remarks at the conclave saying, we don't want to be the Prime Minister. If the Congress doesn't, then who is going to take the lead? In all probabilities, Congress has turned out to be the pivot on which stands the fulcrum of opposition unity. With that, a quick break. Do stay with us. We're back with the latest on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community. A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@rjtag.com.
after Senthil Balaji, now it's DMK Minister Ponmudi. Another Tamil Nadu Mantri is under ED lens as investigators knocked at the minister's residence early on Monday morning. Ponmudi and his sons were subjected to raids by multiple teams. Their properties in Chennai and Viluppuram searched by the agency. The DMK minister faces charges of money laundering similar to his colleague Senthil Balaji.
Case came for hearing on June 19th in Madras High Court, and at that time Gautam Sikhamani urged the court to quash the case, which is about a time when Ponmudi was the mines minister between 2007 and 2011 and is said to have allegedly misused the quarry license and mined close to 2.64 lakh truckloads of red sand, causing a 28 crore loss to the exchequer.
As expected, the DMK has lashed out at BJP over the raids, making it clear that like Balaji, they will back Ponmudi through this corruption saga. Tamil Nadu CM M K Stalin, who touched down in Bengaluru for the opposition meet, linked the huddle with the crackdown on his minister.
மேலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா? இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
These raids by ED promptly kicked off a political storm in Tamil Nadu as the DMK and BJP sniped at each other. The opposition has meanwhile come together to once again call ED a political tool of the BJP. From Aam Aadmi Party to Congress, parties part of the opposition huddle expressed their solidarity with the DMK.
जो तमिलनाडु में आज हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डीएमके के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर पर जो आज ईडी की रेड हो गई है, ये भी एक प्रेशर करने का एक टैक्टिस है. जोर जबरदस्ती हो गई तो उसके खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे.
Will Ponmudi meet a similar fate as his colleague Senthil Balaji and be arrested? Can DMK emerge out of this corruption cloud that it finds itself shrouded in? With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let's shift the focus now from Bengaluru to the national capital for a brief while we wait for the press conference coming in of the opposition. NDA partners have begun to arrive at the mega meet. Chief Minister Shinde of the Shiv Sena, the Ajit Pawar NCP camp, all arriving in Delhi. Praful Patel that you see on your television screen. Mega meet of BJP and 38 allies in Delhi to take place in a short while from now. The NDA counter strike on the united opposition. Will it be the NDA versus India, which is I.N.D.I.A. No official confirmation on that name yet, but it seems in all probability that's what it is going to be. But right now, NDA partners, 38 of them all coming in for the mega meet. It's a clash of conclaves, viewers. One of the opposition in Bengaluru, Karnataka, the other one in the national capital of the NDA. Muscle flexing, a peacock dance, a show and tell, all the political cliches also that come to mind, where it is a massive show of strength from either sides. What will it tantamount to? 26 of the opposition, 38 of the NDA, leading up to the numerical figure of 2024 general elections next year. Let's listen in to all the reactions coming in.
एनडीए की बैठक हो रही है आज और हम लोग सभी लोग हैं। मेरे ख्याल से 38 पार्टीज इसमें शामिल हो जाएंगे। शिवसेना एक एनडीए का और बीजेपी का बहुत ही पुराना पार्टनर है। अटल जी, आडवाणी जी और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अभी महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से इसलिए हम लोग आज की बैठक में शामिल हैं।
आज एनडीए की प्रथम बैठक है और अजीत पवार जी और मैं इस बैठक में उपस्थित रहेंगे एनसीपी की ओर से, और हम अच्छा ही चाहेंगे कि एनडीए यशस्वी हो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। और आज इस बैठक के बाद देखेंगे कि आगे का एजेंडा क्या तय होता है। भाई देखिए, सबको अपनी अपनी पार्टी के हिसाब से निर्णय लेने का अधिकार है और बैठक वहाँ बेंगलोर में हो रही है, वो अपने हिसाब से काम करेंगे, हम हमारे हिसाब से काम करेंगे।
All right, we're going to split the frame in a short while, but right now all focus on the national capital where the NDA meet is taking place. Members of the NDA, some of them newly minted, all coming in together. You just saw Praful Patel along with Ajit Pawar, Deputy CM of Maharashtra, along with the Chief Minister of the Shiv Sena there of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, also coming in. Cutting across to Aishwarya Paliwal, joining us for the NDA meet. The latest details filtering in. Aishwarya, what does it look like? Who all have come in? When does the meet begin?
Well, the meeting begins at 5 p.m. What we are expecting is the Prime Minister to be reaching anywhere between 4:45 to 5 p.m. Preeti. A very crucial meeting. However, the BJP at the moment is saying that this is the 25th year of the NDA, and that's the reason why this meeting is taking place. But we all know what the opposition has been saying that because they all gathered in Patna, that's the reason why the BJP is now making sure that all the allies come back into their fold. A very crucial meeting. We are also expecting a press conference later in the day today. Preeti.
All right, expecting a press conference later in the day. 38 political parties that have come in where the NDA is concerned. It's political muscle flexing, of a different level. Like I said, show and tell, peacock dance, numbers versus numbers. But ultimately, it'll come down to the litmus test of 2024. But that's the latest viewers. NDA meeting to begin at 5 p.m. The new members of the NDA coming through. You just saw the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, as well as the new Deputy CM, Ajit Pawar, alongside Mr. Praful Patel. All of them coming in. But the big focus right now is also going to be what really comes off these two meetings. So we give you a ringside view on both sides. You have at one level the NDA alliance meet in the national capital. On the other hand, you have the opposition meeting in Bengaluru. The NDA key alliance meet is to be held at 5 p.m. Allies of the BJP-led NDA will hold a key meet in Delhi today. The meeting of the BJP-led NDA is scheduled to be held on a day when several opposition parties are deliberating in Bengaluru in an effort to unite against the Modi government in the polls to come. In a show of strength, the NDA meet chaired by the BJP chief I.N.D.A. is expected to witness the participation of 38 alliances, several new allies, including Shiv Sena, headed by Maharashtra Chief Minister as well as MCP. The Lok Janshakti Party chief Chirag Paswan will also attend the BJP-led NDA meet in a show of strength by the ruling party. This after Chirag Paswan met Amit Shah earlier. With the BJP now making all-out efforts to retain its majority in Lok Sabha for a third straight term, its leadership has made pragmatic adjustments to accommodate new allies.
Direct benefit transfer में 28 लाख करोड़ रुपए have been directly transferred to the beneficiaries right into their accounts. And still we are trying to see to it. We have been able to block check the leakage of 4 to 5 लाख करोड़ जो लीकेज का स्कोप था। उसी तरीके से अगर हम देखें, डिजिटल टूल्स का उपयोग बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में गवर्नेंस में बढ़ा है, जिसके कारण एक पारदर्शिता, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, उसको हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाया है। गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, युवा, महिला, किसान, इन सब के प्रति स्कीम्स को फोकस किया गया है और फोकस करने के कारण इनके एम्पावरमेंट में हम लोगों को बहुत ही सफलता मिली है और इसके कारण भी एनडीए और एनडीए के घटक दलों में एक उत्साह, एक वातावरण देखने को मिलता है और तीव्र गति से आगे चलने की आकांक्षा को हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। पिछले 9 सालों में स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी, यह हम सब लोगों को देखने को मिली है, जिसको देश ने भी सराहा है और एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव वातावरण बना है। एक साधारण भारतीय भी गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है जब वो देखता है, बेचारा पढ़ा लिखा भी कम है, तब भी वो जानता है कि मोदी जी ने कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में एक मिसाल पेश की है, जहां बड़े बड़े डेवलप्ड देश अपने आप को अनडिसाइसिवनेस के कारण, अनिर्णयता की स्थिति के कारण वह सफल नहीं हुए, वहीं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में मिसाल दी।
Anupriya ji, opposition is now saying that the NDA and the BJP is scared because of what took place in Patna, and that's the reason why this NDA meeting is taking place. Do you think BJP and all the other parties are scared, or do you think it's the opposition which is scared?
I think they're living in denial. Past 2 election results have clearly shown that the common voter of the country has its faith completely in the NDA alliance and in the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Insofar as our meeting today is concerned, it's a regular exercise. NDA partners do meet. We do speak to the Prime Minister. We do raise our individual concerns with respect to our own political parties or our own home states. So it is nothing new. And of course, 2024 election is now very close, and NDA alliance partners are today in New Delhi giving an impression of our collective efforts which we are going to make in the next few months to make sure that NDA comes back to power and we get another opportunity to serve the people of this great nation.
बस ये जो मीटिंग हो रही है, ये मीटिंग खाली नरेंद्र मोदी जी को हटाने के लिए हो रही है। उनकी मीटिंग जो है वो देश का विकास नहीं चाहते हैं और उनके मीटिंग में 26 पार्टीज के नेता लोग हैं। लेकिन आज जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के उपस्थिति में जो इंडिया की मीटिंग हो रही है, इसमें 38 पार्टी के देश भर के नेता लोग आ रहे हैं और हमारा एजेंडा है कि 2024 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री पद पर बिठाना और देश का विकास बहुत बड़ी गति से करना।
पूरे देश में जो जनाधार वाले नेता हैं, उनका एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में राजग की बैठक हो रही है और आप देखेंगे कि 2024 के लोकसभा का चुनाव का ये आगाज है और 2024 में जब लोकसभा का आम चुनाव होगा, प्रचंड बहुमत की माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दोबारा सरकार बनेगी।
एनडीए में के जो मेन पार्टनर हैं बीजेपी की ये महानता है कि अन्य लोगों को भी साथ लेकर के चलने का प्रयास करती है वो, नहीं तो उनको तो अपने सरकार बनाने में सक्षम हैं और सबसे ज़्यादा सीट पर लड़ते भी हैं, लेकिन इससे साबित होता है कि वो सभी तरह के लोगों को समायोजित करना चाहते हैं, सभी क्षेत्रों को प्रतिनिधित्व देना चाहते हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व ही ऐसा है कि पूरे देश में फिलहाल उनका कोई विकल्प नहीं है। उनके साथ एकजुट होकर हम सब लोग चुनाव लड़ेंगे और अगली सरकार फिर उनके नेतृत्व में बनेगी।
विपक्ष के लोग बेंगलुरु में मीटिंग कर रहे हैं कि विपक्ष को मजबूत किया जाए। कब के लिए? 24 के लिए। दिल्ली में मीटिंग हो रही है, अशोका होटल 5 बजे मीटिंग हो रही है कि तीसरी बार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया जाए। अब दोनों में सोच लीजिए, वो विपक्ष की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, यहाँ सरकार बनाने के लिए फाइनल हो गया है, हुआ 26 लोग पता लग रहा है कि इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, यहाँ 38 लोग हैं। अगर दोनों लोगों के तरजुए पे तौल देंगे तब वो कहाँ खड़े होंगे वो लोग।
Power has brought so much of arrogance in Bharatiya Janata Party that they were only focusing on one individual, and that is Mr. Narendra Modi. But what happened after NDA came into power? Shiv Sena left them, Shiromani Akali left them, Telugu Desam Party left them, numerous parties, JDU left them. So strong regional parties left NDA. So today, with just to show that there are parties or stakeholders in them, why doesn't Bharatiya Janata Party have the guts to fight alone?
बैठक में तो रणनीति बनेगी और मोदी जी को बधाई देना होगा कि आपके पिछड़ों के, निषादों के, मछुआरों के और सभी जाति धर्म का नेतृत्व करने की क्षमता, इस देश के नेतृत्व करने की क्षमता आपके अंदर है और उन्हें उस समय अवसर मिलेगा। सारे बदल मिलेंगे आपस में, कैसे हम लोग इस जो जन कल्याणकारी नीतियां बनी हैं उसे धरातल पर उतारे गए हैं, कैसे हम लोग आपस में तालमेल मिलाकर फिर 2024 का जीत सुनिश्चित करेंगे और एनडीए की सरकार बनाने की रणनीति मिलेगी।
देखिए, बीजेपी में हलचल नहीं है, सही शब्द है भगदड़। उनका जो इनपुट है इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का, वो साफ साफ बता रहा है कि 2014 से खराब स्थिति भाजपा की होने वाली। उन पार्टियों को शामिल करके संख्या बढ़ा रही है 35, 36, 37, जिनका एक एमपी नहीं, जिनके वोटों का प्रतिशत नहीं। वो सिर्फ गिनती गिन रहे हैं, जैसे पहाड़ा बच्चे को सिखाया जाता है।
All right, let's quickly listen in to that quick interview of Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, with the LJP chief Chirag Paswan, a new member of the NDA.
Chirag, just 15 months ago, you were at war with the NDA when you were evicted from your late father Ram Vilas Paswan's house. Now you are coming back to the NDA. What has suddenly changed?
Well, to begin with, Rajdeep ji, let me begin by saying this, that I feel so nostalgic and I feel so emotional today talking to you, because I remember my last interview with my father together was with you only. And so yes, I mean, this makes me a little emotional remembering those things. But coming back to your question, well, I wasn't really at war with BJP. I mean, even when my house was, when it was evicted, I was to do that because I wasn't really authorized to continue staying in that house because I wasn't really eligible. But then, yes, the way I was thrown out of the house, that was one of the concerns. But my fight is not for my, it's not for me individually, I have bigger goals. It's more for my party, it's more for my state. So yes, I mean, alliances are made on that basis, not keeping your personal benefits in mind. It's always for the benefit of the party, benefit of the state, and more importantly, your ideology that you believe in. So yes, I mean, coming back in an NDA alliance is keeping all those things in mind.
All right, the latest now coming in. The Prime Minister also training his guns at the big opposition huddle, from corruption, casteism to dynast politics. Prime Minister attacked several opposition leaders. Without naming them, he took on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for Bengal Panchayat poll violence, and also Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M K Stalin for graft scandal. Made scathing attacks on the Gandhis as well, taking a jibe at the opposition. The mega meet, Prime Minister branded it as an undemocratic united opposition, slamming the huddle and said the opposition's motto is family first, nation nothing.
एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग, एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। आप देखिए ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। लोकतंत्र के लिए कहा जाता है ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल, लेकिन इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग। इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
जहां तक यूपीए का सवाल है और ये जो ऑपोजिशन के अलायंस है, ये भानुमति का कुनबा है और कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा, इस तरीके का ये अलायंस है। न तो इनके पास नेता है, न ही नीयत है, न ही नीति है और न ही फैसला लेने की ताकत है। यह फोटो अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए अच्छा है। स्वार्थ की राजनीति पर आधारित ये एकता की जो बुनियाद है वो बड़ी खोखली है और इसीलिए यह कोई डिलीवर करने के लिए नहीं है। यह 10 साल के यूपीए के सरकार के भ्रष्टाचार और घोटालों का टोला है।
Conclave of political parties is not new to Bengaluru. Earlier also they were done. But never before IAS and IPS officers have been designated and put to do the PRO work as if they are some PRO staff. And I can understand that if there is a sitting chief minister, there is some protocol. But even if those are not chief ministers now, and they are not chief ministers at all, such people are given such a protocol, which is unprecedented, misuse of government machinery to conduct their political conclaves for the political needs. It is really shameful.
All right, with that, a quick break coming up on the other side. A mega opposition huddle in Bengaluru, which is underway, expecting a press conference soon. To stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो ऐसा हमें लग रहा है।
सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए। अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते।
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it, and many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो पूरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौ रक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोट जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज ही चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as per the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए NDRF की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद दे के चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July, at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 350 sick dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community.
श्री मेरी माता का मंदिर है जिसको मुसम्मार किया जा रहा है.
A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine.
7 करोड़ रुपए का भेज दिया.
This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 25 and minimum 21 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
So sorry.
हाँ जी नमस्कार जी। डूब गया लाल किला, डूब गया ITO, डूब गया है जी कनॉट प्लेस। भागती दौड़ती दिल्ली की रुक गई है जी पेस। पता कर रहा हूँ जी इस हालत का कौन है जिम्मेदार। हरियाणा से छोड़ा गया पानी या हिमाचल से आई है बौछार। बड़ा क्लोरीन है क्या पानी में? ये या यमुना का पानी हमारा कलिंदी कुंज वाला। एक एक को हिसाब देना होगा, MCD को जवाब देना होगा। ओ सॉरी, MCD तो मेरे पास ही है जी, सॉरी। सब धुले हुए हैं जी, सब धुले हैं जी।
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Our rolling coverage on two mega meets, one of the opposition with 26 political parties, the other of the NDA with 38 political parties, all leading up to the mega event of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Let me, before we get you the latest coming in, the UP has done and dusted. The new formulation of the opposition is India. We're going to tell you what it really stands for. The press briefing anytime now. First up, the headlines. Mega opposition huddle in Bengaluru underway. Kharge says Congress not interested in Prime Minister post. Big speculation over name of new alliance. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on opposition, says family first, nation nothing for opposition. Reiterates Prime Minister's 20 lakh crore graft attack on opposition.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
NDA counter strike on united opposition. BJP and 38 allies to meet. Shinde and Ajit faction arrive. Prime Minister Modi to attend big mega NDA meet. Court grants interim bail to suspend WFI boss. 2 days interim bail for Brij Bhushan. Regular bail plea to come up on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmuri grilled for over 8 hours in Chennai by the ED office. Second round of drilling today. All right, here's the latest news break right now coming in. It's going to be India versus NDA. Rahul Gandhi has proposed the name of India, the acronym for Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance. India name has been approved. That's the latest that is coming in. Our sources tell us going into 2024, it will be India, which is the acronym for Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance, taking on the National Democratic Alliance, the NDA. The NDA meet to begin in just about an hour from now. What we're also been given to understand, Rahul Gandhi was the proponent of the name India, and it seems the 26 political parties that joined in today with the opposition meet endorsed the name, and going ahead in 2024, UPA 1, 2, 3, all done, dusted, buried. The new formulation of the opposition this time is India, Indian National Democratic Alliance. That's the latest, inclusive alliance. That's the latest that is coming in right now. The proponent of this name was Rahul Gandhi. And I want to cut across immediately to my colleague Maushmi Singh, joining us right now from Bengaluru. Maushmi, going into 2024, it is going to be India versus NDA. And the proponent of the name, seemingly behind the scenes, what went on? It seems Rahul Gandhi proposed it. Maushmi, can you hear me? All right, as we try and get... Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you, Preeti, and we're right here where the press conference is about to start. We'll see Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders along with the opposition leaders coming in here. Rahul Gandhi apparently proposed the name India as far as, you know, the alliance is concerned, and he said that our fight is against Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP, who are in fact targeting the entire idea of India, and there is and that's one reason that no name can be more apt than India. So he mooted that idea, and apparently all other opposition leaders agreed upon the view that Rahul Gandhi had voiced, and the finality would be given. We'll know from the press conference whether the name would be announced formally shortly now. But even Javed Ali, the Samajwadi Party MP who was with Akhilesh Yadav, he confirmed to us that this name was mooted. All leaders also felt that this was an apt name for the alliance, and everybody in fact had no objection to that name.
Well, it does seem so, Maushmi. Most sources, the Aam Aadmi Party sources, TMC, Congress sources confirming the name is right now India, which stands for, it's an acronym, Maushmi, taking on the National Democratic Alliance, the NDA. Also, what was decided in the meeting, Maushmi, are we getting the basic contours of that? The opening remarks, Mr. Kharge made very clear that the Congress is not vying for the Prime Minister's post, at least setting the ground for having equal partnership. All right, let's listen in to more reactions coming in, and we cut across back to Maushmi.
समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद जावेद अली खान साहब हैं, ये उनसे बात करते हैं। जावेद साहब, क्या हुआ बैठक में, क्या किसी नाम पर मोहर लगी?
बैठक बहुत खुशगवार माहौल में हुई। सबने सहमति के साथ ये तय किया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी से देश को मुक्त कराना है, देश की जनता को मुक्त कराना है। इसके लिए एक अलायंस बनाया है सभी पार्टियों ने, जिसका नाम है इंडियन नेशनल डेमोक्रेटिक इंक्लूसिव अलायंस।
अच्छा, और ये इस पर मुहर लग गई है, किसने ये नाम सुझाया था?
नहीं, कई लोगों ने सुझाया, सबकी सहमति थी, सबका नाम है।
सबने सहमति भर दी है।
सबका नाम।
अच्छा, और ये अभी अनाउंस हो जाएगा, कुछ मेगा रैली प्लान हुई?
अभी एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी जिसके अंदर जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट साइंड बाय ऑल द लीडर्स ऑफ द पार्टीज, और उसके वो जारी होगा, और उसमें आगे की भी आपको रणनीति थोड़ी बहुत बताई जाएगी।
क्या नाम को लेकर कोई प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ है?
हाँ, नाम सबकी सहमति से पास हुआ है।
हाँ।
ये कोई मतलब ऐसी बैठक नहीं है जिसमें प्रस्ताव वोटिंग से पास होगा। सबकी सहमति बन गई, एक नाम आया, कुछ साथियों ने नाम दिया और नाम आया, उस पर सहमति बन गई। अब जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देश से जल्दी मुक्ति मिल जाएगी।
Let's cut across back to my colleague Maushmi on ground reporting. Maushmi, we are expecting the press conference anytime soon. One thing is clear going into 2024. It's going to be India versus the NDA, 26 opposition parties as of now where the opposition is concerned, and 38 leading up to the numeric of 2024 general elections. But Maushmi, getting you in, what were the contours of the meeting? What are your sources telling you? What else was on the table? I'm sure in this meeting now a third meet of the opposition would be announced, possibly hosted in Bengal or in Tamil Nadu.
Preeti, we are getting you these pictures of Rahul Gandhi along with Hemant, Soren, Sharad Pawar, Mamata Banerjee, all in the same golf cart. You know, they rode on the same golf cart. Siddaramaiah, Sitaram Yechuri right there, and you know, all the leaders, Dipankar Bhattacharya, all the leaders now coming in for that mega press conference where the contours of the entire alliance will actually be put forth in front of the public. Rahul Gandhi we saw coming in with Mallikarjun Kharge, Sharad Pawar and Mamata Banerjee on the same golf cart now. Naturally, you know, there have to be big takeaways from this meeting because this is second in the line, and importantly, you know, the question really is whether the alliance partners, this entire opposition meet is giving some big deliverables that can convince the people that they can come together. And that's why, you know, several pictures of unity, bonhomie, goodwill we've seen. I think we should proceed inside the press conference room to get you that mega picture on the stage where here you are, all the leaders pouring in, Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi falling behind Mr. Kharge, and there you are. Interestingly, we've seen it all. If you remember that in Patna, a lot of nameplates and positioning here. Rahul Gandhi, Kharge takes center stage, and Mamata Banerjee and all the other leaders now coming in. So clearly a message of unity, united we stand, and whether that opposition parties meet will have an India title to it, that's the big question. So Rahul Gandhi, they're seated next to Mamata Banerjee. We've seen they've had a bit of a bitter rapport in the past as the battle lines in Bengal were drawn. But now here, Rahul Gandhi seated next to Mamata Banerjee. Okay, Sonia Gandhi, we have not seen Sonia Gandhi come here. So Sonia Gandhi isn't there. Sharad Pawar flanked on the left of Mr. Kharge. Sitaram Yechuri, there's a front line and there is a second line. So clear messaging there. Siddaramaiah also being seated. Then you have the NDA, MK, the Kerala Congress and other regional satraps who are also there. M K Stalin is not there, so he is left. He wasn't there in the previous presser. I'm waiting to see Arvind Kejriwal, whether Arvind Kejriwal will be here or not. Arvind Kejriwal is also not here yet. So there are some leaders who have to leave back. I saw Nitish Kumar right there. We are told that Nitish Kumar might also have to go back. Akhilesh Yadav and is also not there. So perhaps this is a wait and watch. Rahul Gandhi writing something on the pad there. Kharge showing him that paper, probably that is what is the name of the alliance, which Kharge is in fact holding on that A4 sheet, and Rahul Gandhi is writing the name. Mamata Banerjee looking the other way towards Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren is on the telephone, and Sitaram Yechuri and D. Raja are seated on the other side. Okay, Arvind Kejriwal just walks in. We are seeing Arvind Kejriwal walks in, leaders making way for Arvind Kejriwal. DK Shiv Kumar and Nasir Hussain are there, and Uddhav Thackeray also walks in. So we are seeing all the leaders, the chieftains or the supremos of the parties walking in. Bhagwat Mann going on the other side. Still Akhilesh Yadav is awaited. He is not in the front seat, neither in the second line. We can see that Akhilesh Yadav and Nitish Kumar, these are the two leaders. So Rahul Gandhi has finished that thing. Perhaps there could be a big announcement today that could actually indicate for formalizing of the entire coalition of these 26 parties. Kharge had also put out a tweet saying we've had some very healthy discussion, and we do know of the fact that DMK chief has already left, so he won't be there. Are they all waiting for Akhilesh Yadav and Nitish Kumar? Tejasvi Yadav, in fact, I don't see that Lalu Yadav is right there. So Lalu Yadav also has to come in, and the stage is set here. We see that the leaders are waiting for somebody perhaps to start the entire presser. So some leaders still awaited. You can see Arvind Kejriwal having a word with Uddhav Thackeray. Remember, he had gone to meet Uddhav Thackeray to seek his support for the ordinance in Maharashtra. And you have some left parties as well. Behind are the second rung leaders who are present. Sharad Pawar right there next to Mallikarjun Kharge, that actually is in tune with the Congress adopting a wait-and-watch approach to what's happened in the NCP. Sharad Pawar there, in fact. So there you are. Let's go over to see what Jairam Ramesh has to say.
First, Congress President Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji will make some opening remarks, and thereafter leaders of political parties who attended today's meeting will make their own remarks. Subsequently, we'll take a few questions, but please bear in mind that many of these leaders have flights to catch, so we are under a time constraint, but we will try to accommodate as many questions as possible. Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji.
Respected Rahul Gandhi ji, senior leader Shri Sharad Pawar ji, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and CPM leader Sitaram Yechury ji, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal ji, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann ji, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren ji, Karnataka Chief Minister Sri Siddaramaiah ji, D. Raja जी, वाई को नहीं आए शायद. So all the leaders on the dais, because there is short of time and many leaders want to go their respective destination, therefore they are requesting this should be summed up as early as possible because their flights are right time. So they will pardon me who are sitting here, whose names I have not mentioned. But still, the all 26 party leaders were present in the meeting, including Sonia Gandhi ji, our respected leader, and all senior 26 party leaders, Nitish Kumar, Lalu Prasad, all were there because their flight is in time, they have gone. So friends, this is a very important meeting for the purpose to save the democracy and constitution, and in the interest of people of this country, we have come together, discussed various points, and with one voice, people supported the resolution that will be circulated to you after the meeting, and the details are there. Our alliance will be called the All People Have Agreed to have one name for the alliance. Earlier, we worked with UPA. Now, with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. That is I.N.D.I.A. And this is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. So everybody agreed for this, and unanimously this name is given, and everybody is happy with this name. So I thank you very much them, because I'm the host state, and it is a great achievement for us that all 26 parties together, they solved many problems of the country. This is second. And third is 11-member coordination committee will be set up. That we will decide shortly, and we are going to meet again in Maharashtra, Mumbai. There we will discuss the names of the coordinators, and 11-member name will be announced there. And the date will also be announced shortly for Mumbai, this meeting. Fourthly, this one secretariat will be set up for campaign management, and other committees on a specific issue will be set up mostly in Delhi, because Delhi is a capital place and it will be convenient for everybody. Fifth is a joint statement after today's meeting was approved, and this is being circulated, just I told earlier, and our friends will circulate to you. Sixth is a next meeting will be held in Bombay, I told, and really I am thankful to all the leaders, those who have come from various parties here, 26 parties. They gave very good suggestions, and particularly today's situation that the BJP government wants to destroy the democracy in this country, and also they want to destroy the constitution. They are using the autonomous bodies like CBI and ED, vigilance, all such institutions they are using against opposition party leaders and their workers. Therefore, there is a grave situation. To save this situation, we have come together, and country is important for us. Though we have got some differences in each state politically, but that is, we have kept that behind, not front. The front is only to how to save the country and people of this country. That is the issue before us, and that our leaders have shown. We should be together in the interest of the country, and they gave many suggestions, and we have accepted, and we will continue to follow it. Another thing is, earlier, first we met in Patna. there nearly 16 parties were there. Now 26 parties have joined because some people did not come there, and many of the people came to Bangalore, and today 26 people, the parties have joined. After seeing everything, now Modi ji is calling NDA meeting with 30 parties. I don't know where 30 parties are there, whether they are registered parties in Election Commission or whether I have not heard, because I am also in the Parliament, in the Raj Sabha, here also. I have not heard so many parties in India, and that too 30 parties with NDA. They are also holding meeting. And earlier they never cared even their own alliance. They never used to talk even them. Many people left, but now one by one he is calling and they are meeting, and their party president is also going each state, and in one party several divisions were there. बहुत से टुकड़े टुकड़े हो गए थे. वो पूरे टुकड़ों को जोड़ने का काम मोदी जी अब कर रहे हैं. He is doing it now. So it means that he is now afraid of opposition parties. Otherwise, there was no necessity for him. He never bothered. This is one thing. And secondly, our people gathered here, they're not to become something. They want to save democracy and constitution and to fight against the unemployment, inflation. So many issues are there. So all those issues in the interest of country we'll take and we'll fight. Now our aim will be to take important issues one by one and we'll highlight, we'll move throughout the states, entire country with all these issues and also highlighting the failure of the government. Therefore, I don't want to say much. This is our aim, and when some proposal came for our keeping the name and other things, I'm happy everybody, Rahul ji, Mamata Banerjee, and everybody, those who are sitting here, they all agreed. This is the first achievement of our alliance agreeing for the name. And friends, I don't want to take much of your times. Today we are facing many issues, including media also, because all media are captured by Modi, and without their isara or signal, nobody moves. I have seen, because many meetings I have conducted, I have seen, and even earlier in my 52 years of political active life, I have not seen such hostile information against us or against the opposition parties and suppressing the opposition leaders. So anyway, we have to fight, we'll fight and we'll move together, and I hope we'll succeed in this, and all youngsters, farmers, MSME people, everybody is fed up, and even freedom of speech and everything, you know it. That's why many people don't write. Even if they write something, they will say, ye unke vichar hai. Every paper will say, they are his opinion. And even newspaper also, they don't want to own it, the statement or written, whatever the articles they write. So this is the situation. So we have to come out from this, and 2024 election, we will fight unitedly and will come out with great success. Therefore, once again, I thank all leaders, those who are sitting here, and I also thank you for waiting nearly 2 hours for hearing some good news from our Indian National Development Inclusive Alliance. Once again, I will repeat, Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. This is the name we have given. There is a lot of meaning in this, and I hope everybody will see this name and properly, because sometimes it happens, जरा लिखते वक्त इधर उधर लिख जाते हैं और शुरू से ही कमेंट भी हो जाता है, तो इसीलिए मैं बार बार पढ़ रहा हूँ. I am also writing this, speaking this. This is good for the country. This name emerged today, and I thank you very much, all of you, and also I thank you, persons, leaders who are sitting on the dais. Thank you, one and all.
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी. मैं अभी पश्चिम बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी जी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि आपको संबोधित करें.
थैंक यू सो मच. जस्ट नाउ खारगे जी ने आप लोगों को बताया. He has already mentioned everything whatever we discussed in the meeting. Here also all the chief ministers, including Udhav, ex-chief minister, even I don't say ex-chief minister. Tomorrow they will be again coming. Arvind ji, Sitaram ji, Raja, Hemant, Man, Sitaramaya ji, Ramesh ji, DK, our favorite Rahul Gandhi, Sharad Pawar ji, and all my youngsters who are sitting behind the dais. They are the future. So I thanks to everybody, and thanks the Indian press, international, national, state and regional and local. Today the meeting was very good. It was constructive, fruitful, and I think from today it's a real challenge. We already started. हमारा जो अलायंस मीन्स जो 26 पार्टी का मीटिंग हुआ, इसमें तैयार हुआ. पहले आप यूपीए के नाम सुना, एनडीए तो अभी भी है लेकिन एग्जिस्टेंस नहीं है. इसी के लिए आने वाला दिन देश में जो जिंदगी खतरा में है, चाहे दलित हो, चाहे माइनॉरिटी हो, चाहे हिंदू हो, चाहे मुस्लिम हो, चाहे सिख हो, चाहे ईसाई हो, चाहे मणिपुर हो, चाहे अरुणाचल हो, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे दिल्ली हो, चाहे बंगाल हो, चाहे बिहार हो, चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो, सरकार बेचना, सरकार खरीद करना एक ही काम है गवर्नमेंट का. इसी के लिए हम लोगों ने आज सब मिलके एक रियल चैलेंज लिया है. डिटेल्स खड़गे जी ने आपको फुल फ्लेजेड नाम बताया, लेकिन इसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में होता है इंडिया. लेट अस चैलेंज इंडिया. एनडीए, कैन यू चैलेंज इंडिया? भाजपा, कैन यू चैलेंज इंडिया? The other people, can you challenge India? We love our motherland. We are the patriotic people of this country. We are for youth, we are for students, we are for farmers, we are for Kishans, we are for Dalits, we are for good economy, we are for the country, we are for the world. So our challenge will be all focus, all publicity, all campaigning, all program, it will be under the banner of India. If anybody has a challenge, catch us if you can. Save India from disaster. Save India from atrocious terrible. Save atrocious terrible from Manipur. Save the people of India. Save India. इसको हम भारत बोलते हैं हिंदी में और इंग्लिश में इंडिया है. इंडिया को बचाना है, देश को बचाना है. भाजपा तो देश बेचने का सौदागिरी कर रहा है. देश बेचने का सौदागिरी कर रहा है. लोकतंत्र को खरीदने का सौदागिरी कर रहा है. इसी के लिए आज कोई इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी को भी काम नहीं करने देता है. कोई आदमी कोई ऑपोजिशन को सपोर्ट करते हैं, ऑपोजिशन स्टेट को, तो नेक्स्ट डे ईडी और सीबीआई और कोई चला जाता है और खाली धमक देता है हम 355 करेगा, हम 356 करेगा. हम लोगों ने आज 420 कर दिया, 420 धारा अप्लाई कर दिया पॉलिटिकली, जिसमें इंडिया जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा. यही मेरे को कहने हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. I am grateful to all of the political party. They have accepted the slogans of India, this name, alliance. The main foundation we started from today. Next Maharashtra, the meeting will be there. There the core committee and other, the manifesto, the common minimum program or whatever you say, the joint committee, so everything will be decided there also. So the meeting date, Kharge ji will inform you later on. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks to Karnataka Congress Party also and government also to organize this meeting. Thank you so much.
शुक्रिया ममता जी. मैं अभी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि वो आपको संबोधित करें.
मंच पे मौजूद सभी मुख्यमंत्रीगण और देश की 26 पार्टियों के सभी सीनियर नेतागण, आज हम सब लोग 26 पार्टियां बेंगलुरु में यहाँ पे एकत्रित हुए. ये दूसरी मीटिंग थी. पटना में 16 पार्टियां इकट्ठी हुई थी. तो ये अच्छी बात है कि कुनबा बढ़ रहा है. आज से 9 साल पहले इस देश के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भारी बहुमत देके जिताया था. इन 9 साल के अंदर उनके पास मौका था, वो देश के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे. लेकिन इन 9 सालों में उन्होंने एक भी सेक्टर ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें हम कह सकें कि तरक्की हुई है. हर सेक्टर को बर्बाद करने में उन्होंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. सबसे बेस्ट तो है आप सेकंड क्लास की रेलवे की टिकट लेके किसी भी ट्रेन में चढ़ जाइए, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि आज से 4-5 साल पहले रेलवे ठीक ठाक चला करती थी. आज पूरी बर्बाद कर दिया इन लोगों ने रेलवे. इन्होंने इकोनॉमी बर्बाद कर दी, इन्होंने रेलवे बर्बाद कर दी, सारे एयरपोर्ट बेच दिए, इन्होंने जहाज बेच दिए, आसमान बेच दिया, धरती बेच दी, पाताल बेच दिया, सब कुछ इन्होंने अपने लोगों को बेच दिया, कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. आज देश में हर आदमी दुखी है. युवा दुखी है, किसान दुखी है, मजदूर दुखी है, व्यापारी दुखी है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट दुखी है, गृहिणी दुखी है. ऐसा कौन सा व्यक्ति है जो दुखी नहीं है? तो आज ये 26 पार्टियां हम सब लोग अपने लिए एकत्रित नहीं हुए. हम देश को एक तरफ बचाना है. जिस तरह से पूरे देश के अंदर नफरत फैलाई जा रही है उससे बचाना है, और दूसरी तरफ एक नए भारत का सपना लेके हम सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं, जिसमें हर युवा को रोजगार मिलना चाहिए, हर गरीब बच्चे को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलनी चाहिए, हर बीमार आदमी को अच्छा इलाज मिलना चाहिए। ये सपना लेके हम सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं, जहाँ पे ऐसा भारत होगा जहाँ सब सुख शांति होगी, प्यार मोहब्बत होगी और देश तरक्की करेगा, ना कि देश के संसाधन जो हैं कुछ लोगों के लिए, चंद लोगों के लिए लुटाए जाएंगे। आज बहुत अच्छा डिस्कशन हुआ और मैं कर्नाटक सरकार को, कांग्रेस पार्टी को, सीतारामैया जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं आज की ये मीटिंग होस्ट करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
शुक्रिया केजरीवाल जी। मैं अभी महाराष्ट्र के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आपको संबोधित करें।
मंच पे उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर और मेरे पत्रकार भाई और बहनों, दूसरी कामयाब मीटिंग हुई है हमारी और आपने देखा होगा तानाशाही के खिलाफ जनता इकट्ठा हो रही है। खरगे साहब, आपने तो हमारे अलायंस का नाम बता दिया, लेकिन मैं तो इंडिया, भारत, जिसके लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं उसी को लेके हम आगे जाएंगे। इसीलिए तो हम इकट्ठा आए हैं। और आप देखते होंगे, पहले सवाल कई लोगों ने मुझे पूछा कि अलग अलग विचारधारा के लोग हैं, राजनीति में विचारधारा तो अलग होनी चाहिए, इसी को तो प्रजातंत्र मानते हैं। लेकिन इसके बावजूद हम एक आए हैं क्योंकि अब लड़ाई सिर्फ हमारी पार्टी की नहीं है। कुछ लोगों को ऐसे लग रहा है कि परिवार के लिए लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। हाँ, देश हमारा परिवार है और इस परिवार के लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं। देश ही हमारा परिवार है, तो इस परिवार को हमें बचाना है। और लड़ाई हमारी एक पार्टी के खिलाफ या एक व्यक्ति के खिलाफ नहीं है, लड़ाई हमारी नीति के खिलाफ है, तानाशाही के खिलाफ है। और जैसे एक जमाने में आजादी की लड़ाई हुई थी, तो अब आजादी खतरे में आई है। तो इस आजादी के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा आए हैं और पक्का भरोसा है कि हम कामयाब रहेंगे, हो जाएंगे। और देश के जनता के मन में एक डर है कि अब क्या होगा, तो हम इतना उनको एक एहसास दिलाना चाहते हैं, कि विश्वास दिलाना चाहते हैं, डरो मत, हम है। जैसे एक वो पिक्चर आया था, मैं हूं ना, वैसे हम है ना, आप क्यों डरते हो, चिंता मत करो। एक व्यक्ति या एक पार्टी मतलब देश नहीं हो सकता, पूरे देश की जनता मतलब देश है। और देश की जनता अब इंडिया और भारत बनकर सामने आएगी। अपने देश को हम सुरक्षित रखेंगे। और 2 मीटिंग हुई है, आज की मीटिंग काफी कामयाब रही। मैं खरगे साहब, आपको, शिव कुमार जी, सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, मुख्यमंत्री जी को देना चाहता हूँ। बहुत ही अच्छी मीटिंग हुई और अगली मीटिंग हम महाराष्ट्र में करेंगे, मुंबई में करेंगे। तारीख तो हम तय करेंगे ही, लेकिन अगली मीटिंग हम मुंबई में करेंगे। सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
शुक्रिया उद्धव जी। आखिर में मैं राहुल गांधी जी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि वो आपको संबोधित करें।
खारगे जी, शरद पवार जी, ममता जी, बाकी ऑपोजिशन के सीनियर नेता, प्रेस के हमारे मित्रों, आप सबका यहाँ बहुत बहुत स्वागत। यह हमारी दूसरी बैठक है और बहुत प्रोडक्टिव काम हुआ आज, बहुत स्मूथली काम हुआ। लड़ाई बीजेपी की विचारधारा, उनकी सोच के खिलाफ है। वो देश पर आक्रमण कर रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी फैल रही है, देश का पूरा धन चुने हुए लोगों के हाथ में जा रहा है। और इसलिए जब हम डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, हमने अपने आप से सवाल पूछा, लड़ाई किसके बीच में है? ये लड़ाई ऑपोजिशन और बीजेपी के बीच में लड़ाई नहीं है। देश की आवाज को दबाया और कुचला जा रहा है। ये देश की आवाज के लिए लड़ाई है और इसीलिए ये नाम चुना गया। इंडियन नेशनल डेवलपमेंटल इंक्लूसिव अलायंस, मतलब इंडिया। लड़ाई NDA और इंडिया के बीच में है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी और इंडिया के बीच में है, उनकी विचारधारा और इंडिया के बीच में है। आप जानते हो, जब भी कोई हिंदुस्तान के सामने खड़ा होता है, इंडिया के सामने खड़ा होता है, तो जीत किसकी होती है, कहने की जरूरत भी नहीं है। मैंने कहा दूसरी मीटिंग है, इसके बाद हमारी मीटिंग महाराष्ट्र में होगी और हमने निर्णय लिया है, सब ने निर्णय लिया है कि अब हम एक एक्शन प्लान तैयार करेंगे जहां हम एक साथ मिलकर देश में हमारी विचारधारा के बारे में और जो हम देश के लिए करने जा रहे हैं उसके बारे में बोलेंगे। थोड़ा मैं अंग्रेजी में बोल देता हूं। It's an honor for me to come here in this meeting. I'd like to welcome all the senior leaders from the opposition. I'd like to welcome the press. The idea of India is being attacked today. It is being attacked by the ideology of the BJP. The wealth of India is being snatched from the millions and millions of Indians and being handed over to a few business people who are close to the Prime Minister and to the BJP. Unemployment is spreading, prices are rising, and this is what the fight is about. The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, this name frankly emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India. And that is why we came up with the name Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which also happens to stand for India. And what we are doing here as a group is we are defending the Indian Constitution. We are defending the voice of the Indian people. We are defending the idea of our great country, the idea of India. You know what happens to anybody who opposes or tries to fight the idea of India. You can look in our history and you will see that nobody has been able to fight the idea of India. So I don't need to go into who is going to win this fight. This is a fight between the idea of India and the idea of the BJP. This is a fight between India and the BJP. It is a fight between India and Mr. Narendra Modi. Thank you very much.
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी हमारे पास 3-4 सवालों के लिए ही वक्त है। संक्षिप्त में आप सवाल कीजिएगा, इसी बैठक पर सवाल उठाइएगा, दुनिया भर की बातें नहीं। और खरगे जी, क्योंकि आज की बैठक की अध्यक्षता उन्होंने की है, प्रयास करेंगे इन सवालों को जवाब देने का। हाँ संजीव, माइक देना है।
Sir, you've named this alliance as India. We just wanted to know any discussions forward on who would lead this alliance and who would be the face of India. Sir.
देखिए, आपने जो सवाल पूछा कि कौन इसको लीड करेंगे और कौन इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे, इसीलिए मैंने इसमें कहा था कि हम एक कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी 11 लोगों की बना रहे हैं। उस 11 लोगों के मीटिंग में ये तय होगा कि कौन से वो 11 लोग होंगे, फिर उसमें कौन कन्वेनर उसको बनाएंगे आगे के लिए, वो मुंबई में तय होगा और हम वो तो छोटी बात है, उसको सॉल्व कर देंगे, वो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं।
Sir, 1 minute, please. Sir, yes, please. Sir, both the meetings that have happened. Sir, this is Jayaprakash from NewsX here, sir. So, two meetings have happened. One in Patna and the other one here in Bengaluru. So, on both these meetings, you have said the discussions have been fruitful. So, can you deliberate on what these discussions were? For example, UCC. Have you come on a common ground from where these differences have been sorted out?
देखिए, one thing, I have not received UCC bill. If you have got, you give me, then I will react. Still, they are calling objections up to 28th. So, where is the question of discussing here? We have discussed about Manipur issue and other issues, unemployment, inflation, and other issues, and how to come together and how to fight against this divisive forces and save democracy and save constitution. About that we elaborately discussed, and we are satisfied, and all are satisfied with that.
Sir, are you chart a common union program for the next parliament elections?
Pardon?
Sir, are you chart a common union program for the all parties? Common union program for the next parliament election.
Together fight, that's why 26 parties have come together, and we will fight together against the BJP, against Modi government. There is no...
Mr. Jaram.
करके जी प्लीज, अरे सुनो, बैठो यार, ये तरीका नहीं है, प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए।
अरे एक पूछो तो मैं जवाब दूंगा।
No, you can't just speak like that.
प्लीज बैठिए, आपको मौका मिलेगा।
सर इधर हूँ सर, खड़गे साहब।
मिस्टर खड़गे जी।
सर, सीट शेयरिंग को लेके प्रधानमंत्री ने भी ये लगातार आप लोग पर आज बहुत बड़ा हमला किया है कि आप लोग हर जगह, हर स्टेट में लड़ रहे हैं आपस में मुद्दों को लेके। सीट शेयरिंग को लेके एक बड़ा मसला है कि आप लोग सीट शेयरिंग कैसे करेंगे। कई स्टेट्स में आप एक दूसरे से लड़ रहे हैं, तो क्या कोई कमेटी बनाएंगे आप? और प्रधानमंत्री इसको करप्ट अलायंस घोषित कर रहे हैं कि नेशनल करप्ट अलायंस है।
देखिए, ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं। मैंने कहा कि 11 लोगों की कमेटी जो बना रहे हैं उसमें ये सब डिस्कशन होगा, और सीट शेयरिंग तो ये हो जाएगा। जहाँ कैसा करना, ये हमारे अभी सभी नेता लोग मिलके और कमेटी मिलके वो तय करेगी, उसकी कोई बड़ी बात नहीं।
हाँ, शिव कुमार और मिस्टर खड़गे जी। सर, शिव कुमार और
खड़गे जी,
शिव कुमार और
करके हो रहे हैं पटेल।
As you are grouping Karnataka, as you have come together, we can see the threat to the regional parties. We can see what has happened in Maharashtra to Shiv Sena and also to NCP. Do you see a major threat to other regional parties, and the JDU is also on the radar now? JDU in Bihar.
ಅದೇನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, see, NCP and Shiv Sena has come under threat from NDA government, that is BJP. How will you keep these regional parties together for all these days? Another 7-8 months are left and they are being targeted. And you told you are fighting NDA as 30. Why have you left out Raj Bhavans, which is 31?
Okay, good. You have realized that. I am very thankful to you. But Pawar Saab, NCP leader, tall leader, popular, supported by people, is here. And Uddhav Thackeray, who is also popular leader of our Shiv Sena. What more you want? When people are with them, MLA might have gone and may come. That is not important. But a creator is here. And all creators, both are creators and fighters. So you don't worry, we will be one, and there is no question of division.
शुक्रिया दोस्तों, अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस समाप्त हो चुका है। सभी को स्टेटमेंट दिया जा रहा है।
All right, with that, the second session of the opposition meet has concluded with big takeaways. Announcement made that a joint statement will be issued. Now the opposition will be called, a united opposition of 26 parties will be now called India. And it would be India versus the NDA in 2024. The biggest takeaway is, of course, that the united opposition will be called India. There will be 11 coordinators that will be decided soon, shortly. 11 of them will be coming across from various political parties of India, which is, of course, an acronym there. And with that, also, a campaign committee or a campaign station will be put up in the national capital. A coordinating center of sorts is what we are being given to understand. The modalities of ticket distribution, all of that will be taken care of, is what Mr. Kharge is saying on the big question of who is going to be the face of India, who will lead the campaign of India. He says that is yet to be decided, and those details are small and later to be discussed. The biggest issue right now is to fight the cause of India. Therefore, India has been formulated by the opposition. We're going to keep our spotlight on in minutes from now. The story of India moves to Maharashtra, Mumbai, the next meeting there. But NDA is meeting at 5 p.m. in the national capital. All of that coming up on the other side. Please stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
We are standing on the ring road. You can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
Aam Aadmi Party is making it clear now BJP is their main enemy. Who is KCR's main enemy? You're on mute.
Of doubt.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Iota of doubt at all that the NDA has failed the nation. But the Congress should realize that nation means every state including Telangana. You've started off saying that is it BJP versus Congress? It is not only BJP versus Congress, because the Congress should understand the meaning of opposition unity. 22nd March 2018, in Hassan of Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi attacked Deve Gowda ji and his party Janata Dal Secular. But on May 18th, 2018, when Congress needed to be in power, Rahul Gandhi ji reportedly apologized to Deve Gowda ji and there was an alliance. Same in Maharashtra, Rahul Gandhi attacked Shiv Sena as the B team, A team of BJP. And what happened? Later on, Rahul Gandhi needed Shiv Sena, they were in power, they were in Mahavikas Aghadi alliance. Now, I'm not just quoting old examples. In this year, 22nd February 2023 in Agartala, Rahul Gandhi ji's statement, Trinamool Congress is a B team of BJP. Same thing, he comes here, attacks KCR ji, calls us as B team of BJP. Why would we entertain both BJP and Congress when we have been defeating both these parties? And why Mr. Rahul Gandhi?
So you will not choose. Are you telling me you are not in a position because Congress is your main opponent in Telangana? You do not want, plus you want to engage with whoever is in center. You will not choose. Am I correct? You will stay equidistant and take your call after the elections of 2024.
Yeah, because we strongly believe that in NDA there is the DNA of Congress leadership also. Because Rahul Gandhi ji doesn't come and attack the NDA or Prime Minister Modi here in Telangana. We are surprised about it. And their PCC president here, when Prime Minister Modi has already begun his election campaign here, this man shifts his base from Telangana and goes to the United States of America and holidays there. And till date, they have not even held a press conference against Modi ji's failure for Telangana and its promises. That itself explains.
After Senthil Balaji, now it's DMK Minister Ponmudi.
Powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
Super Political Tuesday thriller. Political quake over war of alliances. NDA Delhi huddle versus opposition Bengaluru meet. Special 26 take on Modi in 2024. Is 2024 a battle of alliances? Top focus on 5 Live.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. It's indeed a Tuesday political thriller. Super One, India Today is on top of the story where we're looking at the 2024 tone has been set. It's now going to be NDA versus India, the new acronym that the UPA has given to its opposition united front. A meeting currently that's happening in Bengaluru. We heard all the top guns of those regional parties coming together as one unit, speaking to the media. It's now time for the NDA show of strength. We're going to bring you all the live updates. The headlines first. UPA has now been renamed India for Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. That's what it stands for. The Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge says the opposition will fight 2024 polls together. Mamata roars, saying India will win, BJP will lose. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on the opposition says family first, nation is nothing for the opposition. Reiterates the 20 lakh crore graph that has been leveled against the opposition leaders, many of them trying to wriggle out of the investigation.
दायित्व कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
NDA counter-strike on the united opposition. BJP and 37 allies huddle in the national capital soon now. Time ticking for that meet to begin. Prime Minister Modi hails the NDA, says it is a time-tested alliance and is focused around national progress. The court grants interim bail to suspended chief of the WFI. 2-day interim bail for Brij Bhushan. Regular bail plea to come up on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi has been grilled for over 8 hours at the Chennai ED office on Monday. Second grilling session that's happening today. He's been summoned. 4 p.m. it all began. He's still with the ED officials being questioned. All right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's come out with his first reaction after UPA has changed its name now to India. That's the new acronym for the UPA, the United Alliance, the United Opposition Alliance now will be called India. Now, Prime Minister Modi has tweeted on this, saying that right after the India meet concludes, Prime Minister says, ours is a time-tested alliance. NDA seeks to further national progress. Prime Minister also to attend the meeting shortly now in Delhi of the NDA alliance. And while opposition unity meet has just about ended, the Prime Minister puts out a tweet saying NDA is a tried and tested, or rather time-tested alliance. Ours is a time-tested alliance. The NDA seeks further national progress. This is the aim of the NDA. This is, of course, the Prime Minister asserting that the NDA's alliances or the alliance partners are all natural partners. They are aimed at the progress of this country, unlike the newly formed India. Basically pointing at UPA's new name, I.N.D.I.A., which is India. Prime Minister Modi's first reaction. Soon after that opposition unity ended, Prime Minister puts out a message saying that ours, the NDA, is a time-tested alliance. NDA seeks to further national progress. I have with me joining us Rahul Srivastav, who's tracking those developments at the opposition unity meet live in Bengaluru. We also have Polumi joining us live from Delhi, where the NDA meeting is due to begin. Let me start with Polumi. Polumi, a quick word from you. What time is the NDA meeting going to start? Prime Minister Modi himself is going to be in attendance. And are all 38 parties, alliance partners, going to be in attendance today?
That's right. We are standing by at the venue right now, the Ashok Hotel in Delhi, where that NDA meeting is to commence very shortly at about 5:30 p.m. We expect that the Prime Minister will be arriving at the venue. All the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which includes, of course, the Defence Minister, the Home Minister, JP Nadda, BJP President, who will officially be convening this meeting of NDA allies. They're all over here already. NDA allies, including Edapadi Palaniswamy, as well as Nufu Rio. There is also Jitan Ram Manji, also Eknath Shinde. These are some of the leaders that we can see on our screens right now. You can just show, my camera person Alok will show you just the media contingent that's present over here as I take you through some of those pictures that we're getting from that NDA meeting, I beg your pardon. They're all standing by right now in order to, of course, welcome the Prime Minister as he arrives for this meeting. Of course, the Prime Minister has just tweeted a short while ago saying that this is a time-tested alliance. Remember that the NDA has completed 25 years. This year, in 1988, is when the NDA was formed. Since then, many allies, including one of its oldest allies, left its side, which was, of course, the Shiromani Akali Dal over the farmers' protest issue. But the BJP, of course, we hear, is still trying to woo the SAD back into the NDA fold. Similar sort of murmurs we hear about the TDP as well in terms of bringing them on board. The JDS is also playing ball with the BJP as far as Karnataka politics is concerned, possibly expected to join the NDA fold as well. Again, conversation that is still underway as far as that is concerned. But in the pictures, if you're getting those images right now, Nabila, we can see JP Nadda, Jitan Ram Manji, Eknath Shinde, Edapadi Palaniswamy, all of them present over here in order to welcome Prime Minister Modi as he, in fact, arrives for this meeting of the NDA. 38 parties.
Can you tell us a little the images coming in? Those are live images coming in from Delhi of the NDA meeting. Pallavi, the time precisely when this meeting is going to begin and what exactly is the primary agenda of this NDA show of strength? We know it's happening right in time when the opposition alliances have come together or the opposition unity meet was held in Bengaluru. Last evening was a dinner, today was a formal meeting. They've changed the UPA's name now to India. While that hectic developments were happening on that end, on the opposition end, here is the ruling NDA that's come together in a show of strength. But is there a core agenda to this meeting apart from just the optics?
Well, as far as this meeting is concerned, like I said, to answer the question that you asked at the start, this meeting is expected to begin at about 5:30. But already with the NDA leader standing by, we're expecting that the Prime Minister will be here shortly. They're just awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival to, in fact, begin this NDA meeting. But this is the first NDA meeting that is happening in Modi Sarkar 2.0. So since this government came to power for a second term in 2019, this is the first meeting of the NDA that's happening. Yes, the optics part of it is huge and possibly one of the big points that the NDA, that the BJP wants to make in terms of perception, because already the opposition was building up in terms of perception from 17 parties in Patna on June 23rd, 26 opposition parties that came together over the last couple of days in Bengaluru in order to forge a new alliance called India. The BJP, of course, was feeling the heat. Also, there was a perception among its allies that they were being sidelined. They were feeling insecure about the fact that the BJP was growing from strength to strength, that it had regional aspirations, which in a way was cutting into and eating into the aspirations of other regional allies. But that is something that the BJP now wants to counter, because it needs to forge these alliances if it is to, in fact, repeat the spectacular performance of the party and the alliance in 2019.
Pallavi, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Rahul as well, who's joining us from Bengaluru. He's been privy to the extensive meeting that was carried out with all the regional chiefs, speaking one after the other, hailing this unity of the opposition, now renamed from UPA to India. This is indeed a big move, Rahul. It's sent tongues wagging. There's enough and more discourse on the new acronym now given to the UPA, which is called India. But how much good does it do to the opposition unity? Is it one step forward for them in terms of showing a united, a strong unit to take on the BJP?
See, when it comes to the opposition unity element, this is definitely a leap of hope. Why I say that? Because till yesterday, it was ridden with improbabilities that whether this will happen, whether this can happen. So eventually 26 political parties, many of them bitter critics and rivals in different states, have eventually come together. One of the most surprising element was, for the first time in decades, I have heard Mamata Banerjee referring to Sitaram Yechuri of CPM and D. Raja of the CPI, mentioning their name not in a negative, critical manner or in any other way. And she, in fact, addressed them and mentioned them as a mark of respect. Now, this perhaps is a good template to begin with. But if you heard the press conference, questions were asked about, has there been a decision on the face, coordination, chairman, or any other somebody who will be leading, or even the face of India, this new 26-party alliance. Mr. Kharge, though,
Rahul, I request you for a moment, apologies. That's at Ashoka Hotel, live images coming in of Prime Minister Modi himself arriving for this NDA meeting. Pallavi is joining us right from the spot at Ashoka. That's JP Nadda greeting the Prime Minister, some of the alliance partners, Eknath Shinde as well, Chief Minister of Maharashtra. You also have Edappadi Palaniswamy of the I.N.D.A. These are top leaders, alliance partners of the BJP as part of the NDA alliance who are greeting the Prime Minister. This is indeed huge for the NDA as they're coming together right on the same day. The opposition has decided to meet. In a way, a strong message going out that they are a strong unit themselves and have a bigger number, 38 versus 26. Pallavi is joining us. Pallavi, Prime Minister has arrived. What's the enthusiasm like among the NDA members?
That's right. We can report that the Prime Minister has arrived at the venue right now at the Ashok Hotel in Delhi, where that NDA meeting, like I said, is to shortly convene. So the Prime Minister over there being greeted by NDA allies, in fact, who lined up to welcome the Prime Minister. That included, of course, BJP President JP Nadda and allies, which included Nephew Rio from Nagaland, as well as Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, as well as Edappadi Palaniswamy, who also was there. Jitan Ram Manji was also there as well. So these are, of course, some of the allies of the BJP. The BJP, of course, showcasing its strength and muscle as it brings together alliance partners from 37 other parties to this one podium today in Delhi, basically flexing its muscle and saying that the NDA is not dead, that the NDA is very much alive. And while, of course, the opposition is forging an anti-Modi and anti-BJP bloc, as far as the NDA is concerned, they're firmly behind the Bharatiya Janata Party. So today, of course, is a conglomerate of some existing and some new allies who have joined and come together over here for this NDA meeting. So as far as NDA meetings go, Eknath Shinde and his faction of the Shiv Sena is attending one such NDA meeting for the first time. Same goes for Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel, who represent the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. Chirag Paswan, who formally joined and officially joined the NDA fold yesterday, is in fact part of this meeting as well. O.P. Rajbhar, also now part of the NDA, he's present as well. Jitan Ram Manji back in the NDA fold, he's present at this meeting as well. Also interestingly, Pawan Kalyan, Janasena chief, is here from Andhra Pradesh attending this meeting as well. So some new allies and some existing allies, but obviously a lot of criticism that the NDA faces from the opposition, saying some of its time-tested allies have left its side over the last few years, which includes the JDU, which includes the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, the TDP and the Shiromani Akali Dal.
You know, it's very interesting to see that all of these alliance members are today in attendance, and the new entry, like you rightly said, is Chirag Paswan. So somehow it appears that Chirag Paswan is trying to rope in on board even his uncle. The LJP will be a strong addition to the NDA as an alliance partner, because they've managed to win well in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So the BJP is really hoping to embolden itself with the involvement of this new ally, or rather coming back to the NDA's fold. Now, at a time like this, when we're seeing the opposition unity itself strengthening on one end, on the other, the NDA scheduled a meeting right on the very same day that this was decided. Was this a deliberate attempt, or is this coincidental that the NDA also has its alliance meeting today itself around the same time?
No, it is definitely a very, very interesting choice of date, Nabila, because it was not a date which was finalized a long time ago, and then the opposition, of course, chose their dates for the Bengaluru meeting. So it was around about the same time, just a few days apart, that both alliances, in fact, decided that this is going to be the date when they're going to meet. Of course, the opposition had a two-day meeting in Bengaluru, and the NDA chose to, of course, announce this meeting today itself, on the day that the main meeting of the opposition alliance was happening in Bengaluru. This, of course, very crucially comes before the monsoon session of Parliament as well. So the NDA, of course, they're flexing its muscles, because remember that all of these parties now pose a new challenge for the Bharatiya Janata Party-led NDA in Parliament, because, for instance, as far as the Congress is concerned, it has extended its support to the M Party as far as the Delhi Services Ordinance is concerned. And all of those other opposition parties are going to back Arvind Kejriwal when that ordinance is brought forward in Parliament as well. Similar such issues, the Manipur issue is also going to be discussed, in the sense that the opposition will press for a discussion, will press for responses from the Home Minister, seeking a detailed report on the law and order situation in Manipur. So there are several issues now which this collective opposition alliance is going to use to mount pressure on the NDA, on the Bharatiya Janata Party with. So that's why it has become, of course, incumbent upon the BJP to ensure that it has its strength and might. It has its strength and might in terms of sheer numbers in the Lok Sabha. It cannot be defeated, the NDA, in terms of the numbers that it has in the Lok Sabha. But in the Rajya Sabha, there is obviously the challenge that it faces. The numbers balance is, the game, so to say, Nabila, is a very tightrope balancing act which is being done between the BJP-led NDA and the opposition as well. And that's when it will come into the picture, and very crucially so it will come into the picture when the Delhi Services Ordinance, which is going to be one of the big talking points of this monsoon session of Parliament, that is brought into the upper house of Parliament. So at the time that the opposition is forging its numbers to corner the BJP is hoping to flex some muscles and say basically that we're not dead, the NDA is not dead, we have our allies and partners, but the opposition of course countering it and saying, let's speak about that in Parliament. How many of these allies even have MPs in Parliament?
You know, Pallavi, this NDA meeting also comes right after Prime Minister Modi's spirited attack, or quite a personal attack, right early today, where he spoke extensively about the corruption charges leveled against many of the opposition party leaders, about dynasty politics, on many levels, attacked outrightly at the number of opposition parties who have come together and accused them of trying to wriggle out of these corruption charges by standing together united. And he himself, as a Prime Minister himself, he says that I'm one against them all. So for the NDA alliance meet, Prime Minister Modi himself to arrive and be part of it certainly is quite a moral booster for the alliance partners as well, the ruling alliance.
Absolutely, it is a morale booster, but the BJP needs this as well for the alliance partners to feel that they're needed, that they're wanted, that they form a critical part of this alliance, and they're not just mere placeholders or fixtures as far as this alliance is concerned, that they're not being replaced by the Bharatiya Janata Party in their various states in terms of their own regional aspirations. The BJP, of course, was getting that feeling, and the feelers that were coming in from, of course, the grassroots level was that allies were feeling left out, allies were feeling that they don't exactly, hold a major position as far as the scheme of things within the NDA is concerned. All major partners, in fact, those who flexed any kind of muscle, had left the NDA fold because of the BJP in the last few years. Like I said, naming a few of them, Shiromani Akali Dal left the Bharatiya Janata Party, its oldest ally ever. Then, of course, the TDP. Then, of course, she wasn't technically a part of the NDA alliance, but PDP's Mehbooba Mufti, who was in government with the Bharatiya Janata Party in Jammu and Kashmir, quit the alliance as well. Quit, the government of the BJP-PDP alliance in Jammu and Kashmir after the BJP, of course, pulled the rug from under her feet. So there are several such instances as far as Ramvilas Paswan's party is concerned, Lok Janshakti party is concerned. After the demise of the leader, you saw how the party split as well. Pashupati Paras came on board with the NDA, with the Bharatiya Janata Party. He was made a minister in the union government as well. And Chirag was left out all by himself. He's the only member of parliament, so to say, technically from his faction of the LJP, but now he's on board.
Like Rajdeep Sardesai, India Today's consulting editor, had mentioned a little earlier, for the NDA right now, it's fairly simple, or rather, it's not much of a responsibility for them to prove their merit because, for one, they're already in power, they have the numbers, and more importantly, they have a prime ministerial face. Prime Minister Modi is certainly the most popular prime minister and a prime minister candidate for 2024 as well. So it's really at this point for the NDA, this meeting is mere coming together to boost the morale of their alliance partners and only to send out a message. That's more or less what we understand from this. But looking at the opposition unity meet a little earlier, we heard Mallikarjun Kharge and the entire bunch, all the regional party heads speaking, and their attack was clearly on one man, and that was Prime Minister Modi. His promises have failed, people are unhappy, they've ruined India and all the sectors in India, and we are here to save India, save democracy, save secularism, etc. So this is almost Modi versus all, isn't it, Palmi?
Well, it seems like, while the opposition, of course, will say that they're targeting the Bharatiya Janata Party, but they, of course, make that same allegation against the NDA bloc that it is all about one individual and his aspirations, which is Narendra Modi. And very interestingly, this is what the BJP makes it about as well, that one man is enough to take on that entire alliance, that entire alliance of partners.
Pallavi, we're getting live visuals here of Prime Minister Modi being garlanded by all the alliance members there. Paulamy, if you're able to look at those images, please do explain to us the kind of optics this really projects. A huge garland for that's used to honor Prime Minister Modi's arrival right at that meeting there at Ashoka Hotel in Delhi. This is almost 38 alliance partners who have come together to show strength to the NDA ahead of 2024. It's the battle lines certainly have been drawn. That's Prime Minister Modi almost greeting Chirag, the man who's come back to the NDA's fold. He's meeting with a bunch of those alliance partners. Paulamy, give us more. If you're able to see these images, it speaks for a lot. All of the alliance partners greeting Prime Minister Modi one after the other.
That's right. I'm looking at some of those images right now that are coming in from inside the venue hall right now. The Prime Minister, they're greeting all the partners that have come in. That was a very warm exchange, of course, that the Prime Minister had with Chirag Paswan. The Prime Minister, of course, held Mr. Ramvilas Paswan, Chirag's father, in high regard as well. Now, this is going to be extremely crucial, given that the BJP will have to do the balancing act as far as Chirag and his uncle, Pashupati Paras's aspirations are concerned. Chirag Paswan earlier spoke exclusively to our colleague Ashok Singhal this morning after, of course, formally joining the NDA yesterday and meeting with JP Nadda and Amit Shah. And he clearly stated that, I have no ill word to say. I have, the water's flown under the bridge. I am moving on now. I want to build my party. I want to work for the people of Bihar. As far as my uncle is concerned, I do hear that he keeps saying a lot of things as to how, he will do anything but join hands with me. Those are his views, of course, but clearly, the bitter exchange that happened between the two family members after the passing away of Ramvilas Paswan, that somehow is not something that's in the past as well. So the BJP, of course, has to do the balancing act in terms of the aspirations of both sides, in terms of the seats they want to contest from as well. Hajipur is going to be extremely crucial because Chirag is unlikely to allow for anyone a seat that his father represented for a very long time. He's unlikely to have anyone else represent that or contest that seat, if you may, from, of course, as far as the LJP faction is concerned. So that is, of course, going to be extremely crucial as well. As we look at those images, you can see Eknath Shinde over there. You can see, of course, all the leaders over there who are, presenting the Prime Minister with that massive garland as well. The Prime Minister there, Upendra Kushwaha, greeting Upendra Kushwaha. Of course, he is joined on the one side by Amit Shah as well. Upendra Kushwaha, again, someone who was part of the NDA fold, left the NDA fold, joined the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar and has come back to the NDA fold as well. It's going to be very interesting. I see Anupriya Patel in some of those images as well. Now, Anupriya Patel, and you see Sanjay Nishad as well. Now, that is going to be very interesting. Again,
a very interesting aspect here of this NDA meeting is that Pawan Kalyan, the Jan Sena chief, has been invited, while TDP and YSRCP, both of them have been skipped. This is the same YSRCP and the TDP, both of them had attended the Parliament's inauguration, almost warming up to the BJP. But it appears that both the parties, the TDP and the YSRCP, have been skipped. But instead, the smaller player, Pawan Kalyan's Jan Sena, have been invited to this NDA meet.
That's right. As far as Pawan Kalyan is concerned, it's very interesting how the equation has developed as far as Pawan Kalyan and the BJP is concerned. Now, the Prime Minister last year, when he visited Vizag, Visakhapatnam, he dedicated a 30-minute closed-door meeting to Pawan Kalyan. A lot of speculation then went down as to what was discussed between the two leaders. But that was when he was on an official program to Visakhapatnam, the Prime Minister, that in the evening he dedicated 30 minutes to just having a one-on-one bit between himself and Pawan Kalyan. No images per se were released from that meeting. Pawan Kalyan, of course, spoke with the media that was waiting outside, did not get let out much. But that in itself is the hugest indication in terms of how much importance Pawan Kalyan and the alliance with Pawan Kalyan that was in the works was being given at that point of time. As far as TDP is concerned, again, no official word on it. We hear a lot about how the back channels are being worked in order to bring the TDP on board, but then that is again part of very detailed.
That way, TDP and the Jan Sena seem like one unit. Both of them are close either way. So possibly, it's a way to look at it is that possibly TDP and Jan Sena, both of them come as one unit fighting against the Vice RCP. But clearly here, the BJP has chosen at this point to invite Pawan Kalyan and leave out the other two. But for what we see here is that most of the alliance partners have arrived. We don't see Ajit Pawar. Have you seen Ajit Pawar yet? Has the newly sworn-in Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra come by to represent the NCP, Palami?
Well, in those pictures, I do see Praful Patel so far, but I haven't seen Ajit Pawar yet. But Ajit Pawar is expected to be at this meeting. We're not very sure where he is at the moment in terms of those pictures that we're looking at. But yes, Ajit Pawar is expected to be present in this meeting, but we'll try and get a confirmation of that. But Eknath Shinde, of course, arrived earlier. It was, in fact, speculated that Eknath Shinde and the Deputy Chief Minister of the state, Ajit Pawar, would be traveling together, that they'd come together as far as this meeting is concerned. But when I look at these images, of course, I see Mr. Praful Patel. I don't see Ajit Pawar in those pictures. So again, it remains to be seen whether Ajit Pawar, of course, is attending this meeting. We'll try and get a confirmation of the same. But these are the pictures that we're getting at the moment from inside the venue where that meeting has in fact begun. So we will, of course, try and get more details because the Prime Minister is likely to speak and address the NDA partners at that meeting. It's been 25 years of the NDA. There are new entrants into the NDA, like, of course, the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, though the Shiv Sena, again, was a staunch supporter of the NDA, a partner of the NDA. But when it broke away, one faction chose to come back and rejoin the NDA. The other faction is now part of the India alliance. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all of this is worked out, because eventually, Nabila, it boils down to their strength in numbers.
Correct.
It's about perception, yes. It's about putting up a stage front of 38 parties, yes. But can the Eknath Shinde, if we speak of, say, the Shiv Sena, can the Eknath Shinde faction
All right. So we see some images there, Palami, of Ajit Pawar. So it appears that he's also very much part of this meeting. Ajit Pawar is also attending this NDA alliance meet. So this is really a big, big message being sent out to the opposition unity meet, right? On the same day that the opposition unity had their grand alliance meeting, on the same day the NDA chose to come together. And here are the visuals coming live of Prime Minister Modi being honoured by all the alliance partners with a massive garland. He's likely to talk in a few moments from now, but I'm going to quickly toss to the very sharp attack that Prime Minister Modi made on the opposition parties and the netas who've come together to form a united opposition, accusing each one of them of being corrupt and a product of dynasty politics, saying that this is family first for them and the nation really means nothing. While the 26 opposition parties have gathered in Bengaluru to chalk out their strategy, here's the NDA coming together as a show of strength, with the Prime Minister Modi starting the day with a blistering attack on the opposition's unity meet. Listen in.
एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। आप देखिए, ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं, तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। लोकतंत्र के लिए कहा जाता है ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल। लेकिन इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग। इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Pallavi Saha is also with us, and Aishwarya Paliwal too, joining us right from outside of Ashoka Hotel. Aishwarya, give us more on the sentiment, the mood among the NDA alliance partners, as all of them have gathered to welcome Prime Minister Modi and have this nice possibly a cup of tea and discuss the road ahead for 2024. Is there really anything specific on the agenda here as part of that meeting today, or is it just to sort of warm up in a sense and send out this message that we have higher numbers, more alliance partners on board with us than the opposition?
Well, the numbers definitely, Nabila, are speaking. We are seeing what exactly is taking place when we talk about the opposition. The opposition now has a new name, and they are saying that they have a sole motto of making sure that they stall Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the BJP, and now the entire NDA. The NDA partners now, obviously, when they will speak, they will also chart out a plan for the big 2024 elections. That's something which will be discussed at length today. And obviously, the strengths of each and every partner will also be something that the Prime Minister, Home Minister, and all the top leaders of the BJP, along with all the top leaders of the NDA, will also be speaking about in today's very crucial meeting. It will be a long meeting from what we are understanding at the moment, followed by dinner. So obviously it is a strength game and it is a numbers game. The timing obviously is something that the opposition now has been talking about. Opposition saying because we gathered in Patna and because the BJP saw our strength, that's the reason why they are gathering now. But today is the day, 25 years of the NDA. This is what the BJP at the moment is saying. But yes, it's an all-out war between the opposition and the BJP, and we could also see this spilling onto the upcoming parliament session. Nabila.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you very much. But stay with us. Pallavi Saha is also right there. She's very closely tracking the developments coming in right from inside Ashoka Hotel, where Prime Minister Modi has just arrived and the NDA alliance meeting is going to begin. We're going to cut across live, but slipping into a short break. On the other side, we're also going to bring you glimpses of the UPA that's now been renamed to India. That stands for Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. That the acronym is now called I.N.D.A. The Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge says that India will fight the NDA for 2024. Mamata Banerjee roars that India will win, BJP will lose. Stay with us.
Putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Dr. Vikram Singh, police officers, the police have a sixth sense. You know, you've spent over 4 decades in the police. Given your long experience, what were red flags, and were red flags either ignored or played down initially?
The red flags are there for all of us to see. Number one, see the compatibility of Sachin and Seema. 2, no questions asked, love can be blind. Second, Seema, as per her own confession, is only class 5. But yes, her comfort level with Sindhi, Urdu, English and Hindi are amazing. Then her use and IT skill, interpersonal skills, her level of confidence, her voice, her choice of words is unnatural for a student who has just cleared class 5. Obviously, there has been mentoring, grooming and training. Then it is totally unconvincing for a person of her caliber to sell off the house and take the 4 kids and bring them to India. For whom and for what? For a person who's making 10,000 rupees a month as a palletar. It is just does not add up. Then the use of hotspot, using her IT skills, she had, of course, she was not in the lap of luxury in Sindh, Pakistan too. But
Yes.
here, from the frying pan into the fire, there was nothing so very luxurious for her to make this hazardous journey. And yes, there are things that need to be investigated by the ATS, the use of the hotspot, the breaking of the mobile phones and the SIM cards, procurement of the identity papers at the drop of a hat. These are the things that they will have to investigate. And coming down close to the proximity of the Zevar Airport and the Hindon Air Base also needs to be evaluated, examined, and from the point of view of fieldcraft and tactics.
Are you worried that artificial intelligence will render you jobless? A United Nations agency assembled a group of robots at a news conference recently to address the concerns of human beings. 9 robots posed upright along with their creator at the podium in Geneva for what the International Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision-making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities, but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. While robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first, this is the world's first press conference with 9, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. Now, UPA is called India. That's the new acronym given to the UPA. The UPA name itself has been scrapped. It's now been called India. The alliance of 26 opposition parties have been renamed, and that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which equals to India. That's the acronym given. This comes just a day after the two mega opposition meets that took place, one in Bihar and now in Bengaluru, where at least 26 like-minded parties have come together to discuss on how they can come together as a united front and be a solid opposition or give a solid fight to the Modi government for 24. Bigwigs of the opposition parties have launched quite a scathing attack at the BJP, while Mallikarjun Kharge himself started off speaking on the Saffron Party and how there's been a vicious campaign against the opposition parties across India. You also had Rahul Gandhi, who spoke about how this fight is now between Modi and India. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee spoke about how Modi will lose indeed this time and blame Modi for selling off the country, etc. Same as Arvind Kejriwal, who accused Modi of not being successful in any stream in the last 9 years. All the attacks against the Prime Minister and the BJP as they step up as one opposition front, which is now called India. I'm going to cut across to snippets of that talk.
This is a very important meeting for the purpose to save the democracy and constitution, and in the interest of people of this country, we have come together, discussed various points, and with one voice people supported the resolution that will be circulated to you after the meeting, and the details are there. Our alliance will be called the All People Have Agreed to have one name for the alliance. Earlier, we worked with UPA. Now, with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. The BJP government wants to destroy the democracy in this country, and also they want to destroy the constitution. They are using the autonomous bodies like CBI and ED, vigilance, all such institutions they are using against opposition party leaders and their workers. There is a grave situation. To save this situation, we have come together, and country is important for us. Though we have got some differences in each state politically, but that is, we have kept that behind, not front. The front is only to how to save the country and people of this country. That is the issue before us, and that our leaders have shown. We should be together in the interest of the country, and they gave many suggestions, and we have accepted, and we will continue to follow it. In my 52 years of political active life, I have not seen such hostile information against us or against the opposition parties and suppressing the opposition leaders. So anyway, we have to fight, we will fight, and we will move together, and I hope we will succeed in this, and 2024 election, we will fight unitedly, and we will come out with great success.
And what we are doing here as a group is we are defending the Indian Constitution. We are defending the voice of the Indian people. we're defending the idea of our great country, the idea of India. You know what happens to anybody who opposes or tries to fight the idea of India. You can look in our history and you will see that nobody has been able to fight the idea of India. The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, this name frankly emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India. And that is why we came up with the name Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which also happens to stand for India.
हम लोगों ने आज सब मिलके एक रियल चैलेंज लिया है. डिटेल्स खड़गे जी ने आपको फुल फ्लेजेड नाम बताया, लेकिन इसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में होता है इंडिया. लेट अस चैलेंज इंडिया. NDA, can you challenge India? Bhajpa, can you challenge India? So our challenge will be all focus, all publicity, all campaigning, all program. It will be under the banner of India. India जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा.
आज से 9 साल पहले इस देश के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भारी बहुमत देके जिताया था. इन 9 साल के अंदर उनके पास मौका था, वो देश के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन इन 9 सालों में उन्होंने एक भी सेक्टर ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें हम कह सकें कि तरक्की हुई है. हर सेक्टर को बर्बाद करने में उन्होंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. इन्होंने इकोनॉमी बर्बाद कर दी, इन्होंने रेलवे बर्बाद कर दी, सारे एयरपोर्ट बेच दिए, इन्होंने जहाज बेच दिए, आसमान बेच दिया, धरती बेच दी, पाताल बेच दिया, सब कुछ इन्होंने अपने लोगों को बेच दिया, कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. आज देश में हर आदमी दुखी है. युवा दुखी है, किसान दुखी है, मजदूर दुखी है, व्यापारी दुखी है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट दुखी है, गृहिणी दुखी है. ऐसा कौन सा व्यक्ति है जो दुखी नहीं है?
और लड़ाई हमारी एक पार्टी के खिलाफ या एक व्यक्ति के खिलाफ नहीं है. लड़ाई हमारी नीति के खिलाफ है, तानाशाही के खिलाफ है. और जैसे एक जमाने में आजादी की लड़ाई हुई थी, तो अब आजादी खतरे में आई है. तो इस आजादी के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा आए हैं और पक्का भरोसा है कि हम कामयाब रहेंगे, हो जाएंगे. और देश की जनता के मन में एक डर है कि अब क्या होगा, तो हम इतना उनको एक एहसास दिलाना चाहते हैं, कि विश्वास दिलाना चाहते हैं, डरो मत, हम है. जैसे एक वो पिक्चर आया था, मैं हूं ना, वैसे हम है ना. आप क्यों डरते हो? चिंता मत करो. एक व्यक्ति या एक पार्टी मतलब देश नहीं हो सकता. पूरे देश की जनता मतलब देश है, और देश की जनता इंडिया और भारत बनकर सामने आएगी. अपने देश को हम सुरक्षित रखेंगे.
Well, as we see, all of those alliance partners there have come together as one united front, and they have renamed UPA as India. We're going to slip into a short break. As coming up on the other side, Akshita takes you through the NDA's counter-strike on the united opposition. BJP and 37 allies huddle in the national capital. That begins. Live visuals coming in as Prime Minister Modi hails the NDA alliance members, says it's really a time-tested alliance only to further national progress. Stay tuned.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो ऐसा हमें लग रहा है. सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए. अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते.
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it. And many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक है, आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौरक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोट जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज ही चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as for the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए NDRF की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद दे के चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 350 sick dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagri community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community.
श्री मेरी माता का मंदिर है जिसको मुसलमान किया जा रहा है.
A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 25 and minimum 21 degrees.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Good evening, you're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal, and over the next 1 hour we're getting you all the highlights of 2 meetings that have taken place, one that's still underway. On one hand, you have the opposition coming together, 26 of them, holding a meeting in Bengaluru, the result of which is that the UPA has now been renamed as India, the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. I got it all right. And on the left is the images that's coming in from the NDA meet that's currently underway in the national capital. So both of these huddles happening on a day when they're setting the stage essentially for 2024. What are the takeaways from these meetings? What has been decided? We'll tell you all that and much more. A look at the headlines first. NDA counter-strike on united opposition. BJP and 37 allies huddle in the national capital. PM hails NDA, says it's a time-tested alliance to further national progress. UPA renamed India for Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Congress Chief Kharge says opposition will fight 2024 polls together. Mamata roars India will win, BJP will lose. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on opposition, says family first, nation nothing for opposition, reiterates 20 lakh crore graft attack on the opposition.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
Court grants 2-day interim bail to suspended WFI boss in sexual harassment case. Regular bail plea will be heard on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi grilled for over 8 hours at Chennai ED office on Monday. Second round of grilling will take place. And Chandrayaan 3 mission to the moon on track. ISRO says third orbit-raising maneuver performed successfully. So let's begin by getting you all the updates on the NDA meeting that's currently underway in the national capital. You've had 38 parties, including the BJP, coming together for this huddle to discuss the 2024 agenda, to discuss what their strategy will be in lieu of what's happening right now in Bengaluru, of 26 like-minded parties coming together, deciding how exactly they're going to combat the BJP. So this is a 26 versus 38 fight right now. The BJP is essentially chairing this meet. JP Nadda is chairing the meet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also arrived for that huddle. Important, of course, to see what will be the takeaways of this particular meeting, but there's no doubt that the NDA allies will take note of what's been happening in Bengaluru in the last 2 days, and the fact that all of their political rivals have come together to form another alliance which could perhaps take on the NDA as well. Let's take this across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's joining us live from outside the Ashoka Hotel. That's where the NDA meet is currently taking place. Aishwarya, good evening. What really have you been able to pick up from your sources on the inside track of the meeting currently?
Well, Akshita, very, very important meeting for the Bharatiya Janata Party and all the NDA allies. But let me tell you, we were speaking about the number 38. JP Nadda, the BJP president, in fact, yesterday when he spoke at the press conference, said that there are possibilities this number could swell to even 40 in days to come. So that was something which was very interesting. And coming from BJP president, obviously, means something. We could see some more parties joining the NDA fold in months to come. But yes, what this meeting will actually do is that, the swords are all out. It is an all-out war between the opposition, which is now being called India, and the people, which are part of the NDA. They will obviously speak about what needs to be done for the 2024 elections. Now, if you remember, Akshita, it was way back in January that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said and told all the MPs of his party that you only have 400 days left for the big elections. So obviously, the key meeting will be keeping in mind what to do for the big 2024 elections. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be speaking with all the party leaders, and obviously from here on, we will see, all the machinery gearing up for the big 2024
It'll be interesting to see, and I'd like to bring in Paulumi Saha also on this broadcast. She tracks the BJP very closely. She's also joining us live from outside the venue where this meeting is currently taking place. It'll be interesting to see how the NDA really takes cognizance of what's happened in Bengaluru, Paulumi. Just a few hours ago, we had the Prime Minister also very clearly sending out a message to the opposition and lashing out at this attempt to really unite. But there's no doubt that the NDA will have to take this threat very seriously.
Absolutely no doubt about it that the NDA will have to take this threat of the opposition coming together, 26 parties coming together to forge an alliance to take on the Bharatiya Janata Party in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. It cannot simply dismiss it. There is, of course, the optics, the rhetoric which will carry on, where the Prime Minister will, of course, keep attacking the opposition and saying that this is the conglomerate of the corrupt, that this is all about dynasty politics and furthering family agenda, family first, nation nothing, is what the Prime Minister said today about this grouping of 26 opposition parties. But at the end of the day, this alliance, this grouping is trying to forge together the numbers. These are not numbers that can be dismissed very easily. Of course, if we start looking at their performance in 2019, the BJP, of course, had a spectacular run in that election, and the NDA virtually, swept that election with the BJP emerging victorious to a point that they possibly did not even need, alliance numbers to further their cause as far as Parliament was concerned and the House of the People was concerned. But the fact is that today, of course, the BJP feels weakened because of the fact that several alliance partners, time-tested alliance partners at that, have left the BJP side, which includes, of course, the Shiromani Akali Dal, the TDP, then, of course, the Shiv Sena when it split away, but, of course, a faction of it has come back with Eknath Shinde to the NDA fold as well. So the BJP is, of course, constantly working on bringing together as many alliance partners as possible. It's already, open back channel conversations with the Shiromani Akali Dal, where they basically need to agree on certain points in terms of seat sharing in Punjab before, of course, the SAD comes back on board with the NDA, especially because the matter which they protested on and stepped out of the NDA, the farm laws, the 3 contentious farm laws, were withdrawn by the central government. As far as the TDP is concerned, again, in conversation with the TDP in Andhra Pradesh as well, we've seen Pawan Kalyan in the NDA fold today.
Okay.
Only a matter of time possibly before the TDP comes back. The JDS in Karnataka again, holding conversations with the BJP. So the BJP, of course, knows that these numbers are going to be extremely crucial. It cannot sit tight on the fact that it had 303 on its own in 2019 and is going to simply outperform itself or, redo that magic figure again in 2024.
Yes.
It needs to work hard for it.
And, notice how many of these allies that they're focusing on and trying to woo are also based in the south, because the BJP knows that they have to rely on some regional parties there to ensure that they can really increase their base, increase their vote share and seat share in these states particularly. But those images of the Prime Minister being garlanded also speaks volumes of who is at the heart of NDA, that the entire alliance is relying very, very heavily on the BJP. And that's not necessarily the case for the opposition. They're not relying on one party. They're relying on every single regional party essentially pulling their weight. When the NDA, despite it having more parties, of 38 parties, they're largely reliant on the Modi factor, largely reliant on the BJP, which is why what emerges, what are the takeaways from this meeting also will be very, very crucial. Paulami, Aishwarya, I'll come back to you for more details. Let's focus for the moment on the opposition meet, which culminated in a press conference at 4 p.m. where you had the formal announcement being made that it's no longer UPA, it's going to be called INDIA, which is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. This is, in fact, the new front that's been formed with 26 parties. You see several of those leaders present there on that stage when they came together to make the big announcement that, yes, they're going forward with dialogue. This is just the beginning. There are, of course, a lot more issues to be ironed out, but Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee, Arvind, Kejriwal, Uddhav Thackeray, all of them spoke and they all sent out one message, that they've come together with the sole intent of defeating Narendra Modi, of defeating the BJP. Let's get you some of those reactions. If you missed out on the press conference, here are some highlights.
And what we are doing here as a group is we are defending the Indian Constitution. We are defending the voice of the Indian people. We are defending the idea of our great country, the idea of India. You know what happens to anybody who opposes or tries to fight the idea of India. You can look in our history and you will see that nobody has been able to fight the idea of India. The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, this name frankly emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India. And that is why we came up with the name Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which also happens to stand for India.
हम लोगों ने आज सब मिलके एक रियल चैलेंज लिया है. डिटेल्स खड़गे जी ने आपको फुल फ्लेजेड नाम बताया, लेकिन इसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में होता है इंडिया. Let us challenge India. NDA, can you challenge India? Bhajpa, can you challenge India? So our challenge will be all focus, all publicity, all campaigning, all program. It will be under the banner of India. India जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा.
This is a very important meeting for the purpose to save the democracy and constitution, and in the interest of people of this country, we have come together, discussed various points, and with one voice, people supported the resolution that will be circulated to you after the meeting, and the details are there. Our alliance will be called, the all people have agreed to have one name for the alliance. Earlier we worked with UPA. Now with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance.
आज से 9 साल पहले इस देश के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भारी बहुमत देके जिताया था। इन 9 साल के अंदर उनके पास मौका था, वो देश के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन इन 9 सालों में उन्होंने एक भी सेक्टर ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें हम कह सकें कि तरक्की हुई है। हर सेक्टर को बर्बाद करने में उन्होंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी।
The BJP government wants to destroy the democracy in this country, and also they want to destroy the constitution. They are using the autonomous bodies like CBI and ED, vigilance, all such institutions they are using against opposition party leaders and their workers.
और लड़ाई हमारी एक पार्टी के खिलाफ या एक व्यक्ति के खिलाफ नहीं है, लड़ाई हमारी नीति के खिलाफ है, तानाशाही के खिलाफ है। और जैसे एक जमाने में आजादी की लड़ाई हुई थी, तो अब आजादी खतरे में आई है। तो इस आजादी के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा आए हैं और पक्का भरोसा है कि हम कामयाब रहेंगे, हो जाएंगे। और देश की जनता के मन में एक डर है कि अब क्या होगा, तो हम इतना उनको एक एहसास दिलाना चाहते हैं, कि विश्वास दिलाना चाहते हैं, डरो मत, हम है। जैसे एक वो पिक्चर आया था, मैं हूं ना, वैसे हम है ना, आप क्यों डरते हो, चिंता मत करो। एक व्यक्ति या एक पार्टी मतलब देश नहीं हो सकता, पूरे देश की जनता मतलब देश है, और देश की जनता इंडिया और भारत बनकर सामने आएगी। अपने देश को हम सुरक्षित रखेंगे।
So that was the message from Uddhav Thackeray saying hum hai na to the people of the country. Our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastava is live with us. We also have Maushmi Singh, both of whom have been tracking the latest updates coming in from the opposition meet in Bengaluru. Rahul, if I can begin with you, good evening. You know, the biggest takeaway and the headline that's emerged from the opposition meet is, of course, the name of the alliance itself. But beyond that, and while that's great, you know, optics-wise, what are the takeaways and what's really been the decisions that have been taken after this two-day meeting?
Good evening, Akshata. I think the opposition 26 parties have moved from Patna 23rd June to Bangalore 18th of July in a very simple term, that what was an amorphous group of 20 odd has now become 26 odd and has a name to it. And that is very interesting. I have Gurdeep Sapal, who is an aide to the Congress President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, with me. Gurdeep, how did this idea of India come about? Because it's going to be very critical.
As Rahul Gandhi said today to the press also, that the core issue was what is at stake. The entire idea of India is at stake, because there is a constitutional idea of India and there is a RSS idea of India. And the fight essentially is between RSS idea of India and Constitution's idea of India. That is why it emerged that the alliance should be named as India, because this is a fight essentially between the Modi's model and the Constitution's model.
The second important element, from here on, this is the easier part, I think. You know that strategic alliances and others are going to be very important.
Yes, from here these 26 parties which have come together, Rahul, when they contested separately in 2019, they polled more votes than BJP. In fact, they polled 50 lakh votes more than BJP. So now these parties have come together. So certainly the strength will grow. Now we'll be working, sitting state by state and developing.
You mean to say alliances will be state level, not the top national level?
No, alliance will be at national level, but the seat adjustment has to be at the state level because many parties, they are confined to certain states. So the alliances have to be at the state level also. The seat adjustment has to be at the state level.
Important. Face for the alliance.
You see, this is an alliance. This is a collective. A collective goes to people of India. There's no question of face, single face coming up today. This has not happened in past also.
So you are ruling out the possibility of face. Convener or somebody who controls the whole thing?
You see, I'm not ruling out the possibility of a convener or a formation. Issue is that the face in the terms which BJP wants us to say will not happen. It's a collective. This face idea came up only in 2009.
But the challenges are there. And contradictions.
Well, politics is not politics without challenges. You need to take challenges, you need to respond to them, and this time these 26 parties have come together. They have this common goal that we need to restore democracy, because in this country the democracy, fabric of democracy has been shattered in last few years.
Thanks, Gurdeep. That was Gurdeep Sapal, aide to Mallikarjun Kharge, one of manning perhaps one of the nodal offices as far as the Congress's effort to bring the opposition together is concerned. Akshata.
Thanks, Rahul, for getting us that conversation. I also want to bring in Maushmi Singh on this broadcast. Maushmi, there was one particular question asked with regards to who is the leader, who's the face of this opposition meet. Mallikarjun Kharge says that's not important for now, that a coordination committee is being set up. But that's perhaps one of the most important questions being asked about, you know, who amid this alliance with so many strong faces will actually lead.
You're right, Akshita, because, you know, BJP is also constantly asking that question, because not only the answer is very, very tricky, it could be very divisive within the alliance. And that's one reason that leaders have often been found skirting around that issue, not trying to, in fact, take the bull by the horns as far as, you know, saying, yeah, there is one answer to it. In fact, I was highlighting how Mallikarjun Kharge in a rally in Hyderabad had said that Rahul Gandhi will lead, you know, the Congress government is going to be formed and Rahul Gandhi would be leading that. And then in Chennai, when he was there on Stalin's birthday, he said that I've never said that the Prime Minister should be of the Congress party. And now he goes on to say that Congress is not even wanting power or PM post. This is about saving the country. So thereby there is a rethink amidst all the opposition leaders that that's a very thorny question. It should be addressed perhaps very late, you know, maybe right before the election dates announced, or maybe post-elections, whoever gets the maximum seats can throw claim to that crown. But clearly, you know, this question will persist, and so will the seat sharing question also persist.
That's also a very, very important question right now that will be asked. And as Rahul Srivastava said, in this round of meeting, what's been essentially, you know, concretized is that 26 parties have come together, they've pledged their allegiance, and the name of this alliance has been put forth. Those are essentially the decisions have been taken. Let's sum up for you really at this point the big takeaways that have emerged right now from the opposition meet. 5 takeaways that we've identified. One, that the UPA now has been renamed as INDIA, the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Now the second takeaway is that there's been no decision taken on who will be the face of this alliance. In fact, Kharge has said that that's not the most important thing. We'll discuss it at a later stage. Takeaway 3 that you need to know about the opposition meet, that an 11-member coordination committee will be set up. And that's important to highlight here, because the next meeting that will take place will be in Mumbai, where perhaps there will be more details about this coordination committee. That's the next takeaway also that we're getting for you. In the next meeting that happens, we'll perhaps have more details of who will be a part of the coordination committee, because that's something, as Mallikarjun Kharge said, they're still working on. Now, the next takeaway takeaway also of the opposition meeting that's happened in Bengaluru is also the fact that there is no clarity at this point on a common minimum program. Too many ideological differences between each of these parties. You have Uddhav Thackeray, Congress, Left, TMC all seated together. Obviously, there has to be a common minimum program put in place. That hasn't happened yet, though there has been a confession that yes, we recognize that there are a lot of differences. The other big takeaway is that there's no decision on seat sharing formula, and this is extremely crucial. How will this work? For example, in a Bengal, will Left and Congress completely pull out and ensure it's a TMC versus BJP battle alone? That remains a question mark. Hopefully, there will be more details on this that emerge after the next round of talks that will happen in Mumbai. With that, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we'll get you details of exactly what the Prime Minister has to say about this latest opposition huddle.
How many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage, monsoon mayhem.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो ऐसा हमें लग रहा है।
सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए। अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते।
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it. And many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में, और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक है, आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौरक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोट जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज ही चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as for the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए NDRF की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद देके चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter and we started evacuating dogs. We have about 350 sick dogs and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost like everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
Welcome back. As we get to the latest updates on the opposition meet, how is the BJP reacting? Well, a few hours ago, you had Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again firing the corruption attack at the opposition, highlighting graft allegations, saying that what's united the opposition essentially is their love for graft. Let's get you a detailed report in which we highlight for you exactly what the Prime Minister said.
नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi comes down heavily on the opposition's Mahagathbandhan. Speaking at the virtual inauguration of the integrated terminal of the Veer Savarkar International Airport in Port Blair, the Prime Minister tore into opposition conclave being held in Bengaluru, calling the meet a hardcore corruption convention.
आप देखिए ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं. जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार.
Modi claimed that several dynastic parties have got together under the banner of opposition unity.
झूठे हुए ये सभी परिवारवाद के कट्टर समर्थक हैं. न खाता न वही, जो परिवार कहे वही सही.
The Prime Minister specifically targeted Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over panchayat poll violence, Rajasthan's Congress government over women's safety, and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M K Stalin over corruption scandals.
कुछ दिन पहले ही पश्चिम बंगाल में पंचायत चुनाव हुए, वहां सरेआम हिंसा हुई, लगातार खून खराबा हो रहा है. इस पर भी इन सब की बोलती बंद है. राजस्थान में बेटियों से अत्याचार हो या परीक्षाओं के पेपर लीक हो रहे हो, इन्हें कुछ दिखाई नहीं देता. आप तमिलनाडु में देखिए, भ्रष्टाचार के घोटाले के अनेक मामले सामने आ रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके कुनबे के सारे दलों ने पहले ही सबको क्लीन चिट दे दी है.
Modi also recited a poem targeting the opposition over corruption, casteism and dynastic politics.
जब कोई सच्चाई, नफरत है, नफरत है घोटाले हैं, नफरत है घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है मन काले हैं। नफरत है घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
Opposition parties hit back at the Prime Minister, thrashing the NDA meet of 38 allies in Delhi.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की एनडीए 38 दलों के साथ मीटिंग करने वाली है आज। इससे साफ होता है कि शेर पहले अकेला था, अब थकेला हो गया है।
The 2024 Lok Sabha elections is set to be a battle of alliances. Prime Minister Modi has set the narrative for the NDA by branding the opposition Mahagathbandhan the coalition of the corruption. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now the question everyone's asking is what will be the impact of an alliance of India as the alliance is called coming together against the NDA. Now we did some number crunching essentially to compare the numbers of NDA versus India in 2019, and remember this was obviously before any alliance was actually formed. If you look at all of the 26 parties and how they fared, you look at the seat share, it was about 144. The NDA is at 355, and let me highlight that this is the NDA as it stands now, not as it was in 2019. So we've taken each party individually, brought their seat tally together and come to this number. So out of the 545 seats, that's the breakup essentially. If you look at the vote share, again you've got the NDA with a slight lead, 41%, India at 36%. And I must highlight that this NDA is based on the current composition of NDA without, however, the Shinde camp and the Ajit Pawar faction. So we'll see how that plays out, but you can see why this can be a tricky political battle really for the BJP to overcome, and why they could perhaps have to take the threat of this kind of an alliance of 26 parties coming together very, very seriously. With that, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're switching focus to the latest updates coming in on the charge sheet against Brij Bhushan, BJP MP. He appeared in court today. What exactly played out, we'll tell you in just a bit.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community. A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Alright Carl, I told you, just like the Nothing Phone 2 launch, we want to make this big. So this is our welcome to you in India. We're here, of course, at the iconic Bukhara restaurant in ITC in New Delhi. And I thought we'll get a quick bite. This is a little elaborate, isn't it?
I don't know where to start.
So what we'll do is, let's continue eating and talking a little bit about the first thing that we mentioned at the start of the show, which is about innovation, especially in the smartphone consumer tech world. Do you really think it has stalled? And when you see all these foldables and whatnot coming up, do you still think that this is incremental innovation and not monumental?
I definitely think so. I mean, when I was younger, I used to stay up to watch the keynotes from all the tech companies. Like every generation felt so much better than the previous one. Like the steps were not incremental, they were almost exponential. And it wasn't just the hardware, it wasn't just smartphones, it was the iPod, it was the iPad, the tablets came out. But also on the consumer internet and software side, all of a sudden we had a lot of like new social apps to use. And it was also the time of the App Store revolution. So a lot of apps you could download and try every day. So it just felt like at that moment in time, 10, 15 years ago, that things were just improving really quickly. And then in the last couple of years, say 5 years or so, it's gotten very incremental. Every year, let's make the camera slightly better, a little bit bigger, battery a little bit better, tweak the icons a little bit. Sure, there's a foldables thing now, but I think ultimately it's a bit in the news, but ultimately it's going to be a very niche product. It's good that some people are building it, but if you look at how the foldables are evolving, they're all the same again.
That's true.
All the foldables look very similar. If you don't see the logo anymore, you hide the logo on the foldables, I don't think a consumer can really tell them apart.
So it's safe to say that nothing isn't launching a foldable anytime soon?
Not anytime soon. I don't think it's like, I don't think consumers walk around saying, hey, I wish my phone could fold. I think it's an innovation that the manufacturers are pushing onto the consumer.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@rjtag.com.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest updates coming in on the wrestlers versus Brij Bhushan case. Brij Bhushan appeared in court in Delhi's Rouse Avenue court today. He's been granted 2 days interim bail and then his hearing will take place in 2 days from now for regular bail as well. But Brij Bhushan essentially in court alleged that there's a media trial underway against him. Let's get you all of the highlights and also detail out for you what the charge sheet against the BJP MP stated.
Over a month after the Delhi police filed a charge sheet against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh for allegedly sexually harassing wrestlers, the Wrestling Federation of India chief makes his first court appearance. Brij Bhushan moved a bail petition in the Rouse Avenue court, which granted him 2 days interim bail. The court will hear his plea for regular bail on Thursday. India Today has accessed the police charge sheet, which lists photo proofs in support of allegations levelled by wrestlers. The charge sheet gives details of repeated sexual harassment by Brij Bhushan as alleged by the athletes. The photos confirm Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh's presence at events where alleged incidents of sexual harassment took place. 2 photographs from 2019 that allegedly showed the WFI chief making advances towards one complainant in Kazakhstan are listed as proof in the charge sheet. One complainant alleges that Brij Bhushan during the Olympics qualifiers in Mongolia in 2016 groped her breast 3 to 4 times. Another complainant accuses the WFI chief of sliding his hand down her stomach from her breast on the pretext of breath test during Junior World Championship in Bulgaria in 2022. A third complainant alleged he molested her in 2018 during the Asian Games. Another complainant says Brij Bhushan tried to inappropriately touch her during a team photo shoot in 2022. The fifth complainant claims she was molested during the Junior National Championship in Bellary, Karnataka in 2021. One of the complainants says she was allegedly molested by Brij Bhushan in 2012. He allegedly called her to his room and forced her into sex. The charge sheet records 15 instances of sexual harassment against Brij Bhushan. Of the 108 witnesses examined by the police, 15 have confirmed allegations levelled against the WFI chief. In the charge sheet, the police have explained the reasons for not arresting the BJP MP. Brij Bhushan faces serious charges of sexual harassment and stalking. The police have said he is liable to be prosecuted over the charges.
Delhi court had taken cognizance of the charge sheet filed by Delhi police against Brij Bhushan for different offences including sexual harassment and stalking. After summons were issued by the court, Brij Bhushan Sharan today appeared before the court. He has also moved a plea seeking regular bail, which will now be heard by the court on Thursday. With camera person Ashwini from New Delhi, this is Shrishti Ojha, India Today.
So let's focus for a moment on what's been mentioned in the charge sheet. 6 complainants have been quoted and they've given different versions of exactly what personally they've experienced at the hands of Brij Bhushan. The first complainant saying that Brij molested me while we were in Mongolia in 2016 during the Olympic qualifiers. According to this complainant, Brij Bhushan groped my breast 3 to 4 times. That's one complaint. The second one is in 2022, according to the complainant, she was assaulted by Brij during the junior championship, this time in Bulgaria. According to her as well, he in fact touched her rather inappropriately. Complainant number 3 says that during the 2018 Asian Championship, she was molested. She says that when she was stretching, Brij Bhushan came and started watching her. Complainant number 4 says in 2022, Brij Bhushan went ahead and touched me inappropriately during a team photograph. She says she tried to move away, then was forcibly held by her shoulder. Complainant number 5 says during the Junior National Championship in Bellary of Karnataka, she was molested. Complainant number 6 says Brij actually called her to his room in 2012. He then tried to force her to sleep with him. When she cried, he said, "I am a father figure." So you can see that most of the complainants here have gone into great detail of how they've been harassed, assaulted by Brij Bhushan. 6 complaints in all mentioned in that charge sheet. And let's get to a news break coming in right now. Sources telling India Today that 2 of the wrestlers who were a part of the agitation at Delhi's Jantar Mantar for many months will just get to skip trials and directly go to the Asian Games. Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Fogart have reportedly been given the go-ahead to directly go for the Asian Games without appearing for trials. This after the ad hoc committee has given them exemption. Now, exemption on what grounds is the question. While their protests continued for several months, there will be questions about whether this really is in the right spirit of the sport or not. Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Fogart reportedly will be able to go for the Asian Games directly, will not have to undergo any trials. And that's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks for tuning in. Coming up on the other side is Mission 2024 with Preeti Chaudhary. She's going to be summing up all that came in from the NDA meet as well as the United Opposition meet.
The world of wellness has advanced. Cryotherapies are now being used increasingly for fitness rehabilitation.
It is very cold. I'm dying.
They help as anti-inflammatory treatments and can treat the entire body. Beat the face with a cryofacial that helps puffiness of the face, cryo body sculpting that helps you get rid of stubborn fat by freezing fat cells, cryo for localized pain, and cryo baths that help you recover from any aches and pains. Where do we even begin? Let's start with cryo baths. The ice baths are now replaced with the state-of-the-art chambers where you jump in minus 110 degrees Celsius once a week or as guided by your doctor. All of this to tackle inflammation in your body, or specifically for a post-workout recovery to help your muscles recover.
Alright, so what I'm doing here is the power of ice. I'm going to show you the power of ice on my face with a cryofacial. I'll get a cryotherapy done and show you what an ice bath can do to you when it comes to recovery from a lot of inflammation and a lot of fatigue that your body goes through because of exercising or injuries or any kind of rehabilitation that you require. And of course, what I'll be doing is a localized cryo treatment in this sequence where we're going to show you the power of ice in a wellness setup. First, I'm going to start with a lovely refresher because why not? Summer/monsoon is here. I would love a refresher for my face. So let's see how the power of ice really changes my skin.
Depends on which center you're doing this and the technology that they're using. One session of this refreshing yet freezing cryotherapy will cost you anywhere between 5,000 to 12,000 rupees. Cryotherapy is excellent for pain relief. The variety of conditions they're being used for include fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, post-workout recovery, aches and pains, inflammation in the body, osteoarthritis, amongst many others. Just in case you're not very keen on the full body cryo or the cryo bath and have highly localized pain, it can also be treated with the help of this machine at a wellness clinic. Are you worried you're going to be catching a cold or freeze inside? Actually not. Here is why. Whole body cryo helps release endorphins or feel-good hormones straight after the treatment, and it is perfect for anyone who needs a quick lift me up. Celebrities are making this chilling ice therapy quite popular. Will Smith, Alicia Keys, Mandy Moore, Demi Moore, the New York Knicks, Jennifer Aniston, Jessica Alba, Cristiano Ronaldo, Daniel Craig are just few of the celebrities who have raved about it on their social media handles. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Let's do this. Welcome to Threads. That was the first post from Mark Zuckerberg as he launched his new rival to Twitter. Within hours, 10 million people had signed up. Those quick to join included celebrities like Kim Kardashian and Jennifer Lopez. Brands like HBO and Netflix also launched accounts within minutes. Threads looks pretty familiar. It's built around text posts of up to 500 characters, while users can also post pictures and videos up to 5 minutes long. It's all meant to take advantage of the chaos at Twitter since it was taken over by Elon Musk. And it has one big advantage. People can sign in with their existing username from Instagram, also owned by Meta. Since Instagram claims to have over 2 billion users, that could enable Threads to gain serious scale very quickly. It also benefits from Instagram's advertising system, meaning it could draw dollars away from its rival. Threads is available in Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store. Some new users were quick to predict Twitter's demise, but Zuckerberg advised caution. He said this was just the opening moment of the first round. But the fight is definitely on.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@rjtag.com.
after Senthil Balaji, now it's DMK Minister Ponmudi. Another Tamil Nadu Mantri is under ED lens as investigators knocked at the minister's residence early on Monday morning. Ponmudi and his sons were subjected to raids by multiple teams. Their properties in Chennai and Viluppuram searched by the agency. The DMK minister faces charges of money laundering similar to his colleague Senthil Balaji.
Case came for hearing on June 19th in Madras High Court, and at that time Gautam Sikhamani urged the court to quash the case, which is about a time when Ponmudi was the mines minister between 2007 and 2011 and is said to have allegedly misused the quarry license and mined close to 2.64 lakh truck loads of red sand, causing a 28 crore loss to the exchequer.
As expected, the DMK has lashed out at BJP over the raids, making it clear that like Balaji, they will back Ponmudi through this corruption saga. Tamil Nadu CM M K Stalin, who touched down in Bengaluru for the opposition meet, linked the huddle with the crackdown on his minister.
மேலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா? இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
These raids by ED promptly kicked off a political storm in Tamil Nadu as the DMK and BJP sniped at each other. The opposition has meanwhile come together to once again call ED a political tool of the BJP. From Aam Aadmi Party to Congress, parties part of the opposition huddle expressed their solidarity with the DMK.
जो तमिलनाडु में आज हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डीएमके के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर पर जो आज ईडी की रेड हो गई है, ये भी एक प्रेशर करने का एक टैक्टिस है. जोर जबरदस्ती हो गई तो उसके खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे.
Will Ponmudi meet a similar fate as his colleague Senthil Balaji and be arrested? Can DMK emerge out of this corruption cloud that it finds itself shrouded in? With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर. और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई.
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं. लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा. जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं.
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024. We're going to get you the latest that is coming in from the NDA meet. The UPA now is India. A full SWOT analysis of both alliances. First up, let me take you through the headlines. NDA counter-strike on united opposition. BJP and 37 allies huddle in national capital. Prime Minister hails NDA, says it's time, tested alliance to further national progress. UPA renamed India for Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Congress Chief Kharge says opposition will fight 2024 polls together. Mamata roars India will win, BJP will lose. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on opposition, says family first, nation nothing for opposition. Reiterates 20 lakh crore graft attacks on opposition.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
Court grants 2-day interim bail to suspend WFI boss in sexual harassment case. Regular bail plea will be heard on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Pon Muri grilled for over 8 hours at Chennai ED office on Monday. Second round of grilling today. Chandrayaan-3 mission to the moon is on schedule. ISRO says third orbit-raising maneuvers performed successfully. All right, viewers, it's a battle of alliances, NDA versus India. If you might ask what India is, well, the 26 opposition parties that met today for the second time in Bengaluru have named themselves India. The alliance of 26 opposition parties have been named the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, that is India. Now, this after the day 2 of the mega opposition meet of 26 parties concluded in Bengaluru. Bigwigs of opposition parties launched a scathing attack at the BJP, while Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge said that the BJP wants to destroy democracy. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi also quipped in, saying the fight is between Modi and with the euphemism using the word India. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also sharpened her attack, saying India will win, BJP will lose. So what's coming up next? The next meeting of India, the new alliance, is going to be in Maharashtra, Mumbai. Number one. Number two, till now they don't have a leader of the pack. There is no face of India or the face of the alliance. When questioned, that would be decided later. Number three, well, 11 coordinators will be put in place very soon, as what is being indicated before the Maharashtra third level meet of India. And lastly, there's going to be a campaign center of sorts that will be stationed in the national capital. All of that decided in this meet. A joint statement was issued after the press conference.
This is a very important meeting for the purpose to save the democracy and constitution, and in the interest of people of this country, we have come together, discussed various points, and with one voice, people supported the resolution that will be circulated to you after the meeting, and the details are there. Our alliance will be called, the all people have agreed to have one name for the alliance. Earlier we worked with UPA. Now, with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance.
The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, this name frankly emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India. And that is why we came up with the name Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which also happens to stand for India.
इंडिया जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा.
All right, so it's going to be India versus the NDA come 2024. Rajdeep Sardesai, I want to bring you into the conversation. Our consulting editor, as well as joining us from Bengaluru, is going to be Rahul Srivastav. Rajdeep, what do you make? India and NDA, what are the biggest challenges that lie ahead of both?
Let's look at India first, because this is the new name that has been coined, an acronym which in its long form might seem a little complicated, but when you put it together, is an effective one. Who's going to challenge a word like India? But the challenges, I think, Preeti, that India has go beyond just the name. Essentially, there are two challenges. One is arithmetic, which is linked to chemistry. Seat sharing. How are you going to decide, for example, in a crucial state like Bengal, with 42 seats on offer, will the left, TMC, and the Congress come on one platform? Left has indicated it's going to fight the election against the TMC. So how are you, what kind of alliance will take place in Bengal? In Delhi, it's all very well for Arvind, Kejriwal and the Congress to sup together. But can they actually find a way in which they can put aside all their bitterness and fight a campaign together in Delhi and a Punjab? Then the problem is the question of leadership. At the moment, it appears the pivot of this alliance is increasingly the Congress party. But the question will arise, will all the other parties be willing to accept the leadership of the Congress, and if so, who? This time we've had Sonia Gandhi present there, who is more of a consensual figure. Will Rahul Gandhi really be able to play a similar role to what Sonia Gandhi played in 2004? What will be the role that Mallikarjun Kharge will play? Also, and I think this is the critical factor, Preeti, the real battle is the Hindi heartland. Does the alliance of this India alliance, name is India, but is it largely focused even today on the south, east and west of the country, and North India, barring Bihar and Jharkhand, is still a relatively black hole to challenge a dominant force like the BJP in this part of the country. So I think the real challenge is, how are you going to overcome the handicaps in the Hindi heartland, and how are you going to overcome the chemistry issues in key states like Bengal and indeed Delhi, Punjab?
Rajdeep, stay with us. Let's quickly bring in Rahul Srivastav, who's had the opportunity to have a conversation off and on record with a lot of leaders that were present there. The next meeting, Rahul, is going to be Maharashtra, but certain, key decisions that have been made. Primarily, one, the name, India. But having said that, on the crucial distinction of identifying seat-sharing exercises where it comes down to state by state, seat by seat, it's interesting because you just spoke to Sitaram Kesari, Rahul, and he said very clearly in a state like Bengal, you spoke to Mr. Yechuri, Rahul, and he said very clearly that going forward in a state like West Bengal, each to their own, while certain states there is going to be seat sharing. So that kind of formulation has already been worked out.
Preeti, I think there is a certain degree of clarity now which has come in as far as this coalition of 26 parties concerned compared to June 23. Apart from that acronym India, initially, interestingly, what was being suggested was V for India. And from that, eventually, India was adopted. But speaking to Sitaram Yechuri and several other leaders clarified one position, that though this will be a national alliance, but it will be worked out in the states. Now, to back what it means that it will be worked out in states, I asked him specifically about Bengal, because that's one serious contradiction to this effort of a coming together of the opposition parties, especially when three of the components in Bengal our rivals. Sitaram Yechuri said that in Bengal it will be a three-cornered fight between the Trinamool Congress, the BJP and the Congress and the left. Like we are a player in Bengal and fighting against the Congress party, that's a different story. The idea would be to have contests wherever we can have or we need to have, but to minimize this contest, a battle between the components of this coalition. The idea is to minimize that. How far they would be able to minimize it, I think that has become the critical question. And when it comes to leadership also, there was an absolute clarity from several leaders and components, not the Congress, that it is collective. In fact, Congress spokespersons also after the meeting on record told us that this is a collective effort. The idea of a face, a prime ministerial or a campaign head or whatever is not going to be there at all. So this clarity has come in, and from here on they will move to different states. Right. What they are saying that each state will be a different strategic alliance issue. And I think that's where lies the catch. How will they work that out and minimize all the differences they have?
You know, Rajiv, it's very interesting because what Rahul says, he's given the example of what Yechuri spoke with him on West Bengal. A similar case could actually pan out in Punjab, where the Aam Aadmi Party, very eager to tie up with the Congress in Delhi, but in Punjab would like to go it alone and possibly face off with the Congress and the BJP and the Akalis.
Look, I think there are state-level dynamics. Punjab and UP, Bengal, these are all state-level dynamics that will have to play out. But I think the larger challenge is simply this, Preeti. The NDA alliance is dominated by the BJP. It's BJP-centric. The other parties really don't matter. Here, the Congress is the pivot, but you have a lot of other parties that matter in different states. The Congress's challenge, and so far to their credit, they seem to have managed it, is to be flexible and pragmatic, to reach out to all of them and work with them on the ground. Because there are antagonisms that have existed with the Congress for the longest time. Can both sides overcome those simply because you believe that whatever you do, you have to stop the BJP? Is that the sole goal, anti-Modism? If that is, then it seems to me that the real goal of this India alliance is to get the BJP below 225. That's when I believe they are in the game, for which the Congress has to rise above 100. Unless the Congress reaches 120, 125, Preeti, how do you bring the BJP down below 225? That's, I think, the first goal. Which are those states where you can bring the BJP down? And I think this India alliance will have to focus on those states and then hope that South India in particular becomes their sort of fortress where they can win maximum number of seats. It's not easy.
Right. I have a follow-up with that, Rajiv, and we'll cut across to Rahul with the same, because when you when you're talking of that Congress would need to be 100, that means Congress will need to lead this alliance. Is there an understanding by the likes of Mamata Banerjee, who wanted equal stakeholdership of this alliance, that Congress is going to now be the face, unsaid, be the face of this alliance? Altogether, these 26 parties stand at 144 in the larger stake of Lok Sabha seats right now. What's the difference between this alliance and what happened in 2019?
Preeti, I think two or three things. First, you're absolutely right. The Congress has to and I think that's the big change that's taken place in Bangalore. The Congress has to be at the heart of this alliance. For any opposition alliance to succeed, I think there is a general acceptance. Sharad Pawar has said this publicly, but now you're hearing other voices as well, expecting the Congress to take the lead. The question is, where is the Congress going to rise from the 53 seats that it has in Lok Sabha to reach 120? Which are those states where the Congress can take on the BJP? Last time, remember, 186 seats, direct fight, Congress versus BJP. The BJP won 171 of them, the Congress just 15. Unless that changes, unless that dynamic changes, in states where none of these allies will make any difference, how will TMC revive you in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh? They can't do that. The Congress is the Kamzor Kadi, whether we like it or not. If the Congress can get its act together, start winning in Madhya Pradesh, in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, in Haryana, then I think it's game on. So I think the next 6 months, what will have to be watched is, while the Congress sort of creates this India alliance, can the Congress become a stronger party which can take on the BJP as it did in Karnataka, as it did in Himachal?
Rahul, you know, for someone who's followed many series, many seasons of alliances, UPA 1, 2, 3, and now, of course, India, what's the difference in terms of the contours of the opposition alliance from 2019 to now?
I don't think, Preeti, I have seen political parties or formations as desperate to get rid of a government. My early days were when VP Singh was leading the charge on the Bofors issue. It was a yen to come to power. It was to destabilize, get rid of Rajiv Gandhi regime. But I think there was not that palpable fear, threat, and all those similar elements as far as a political party is concerned, which the BJP does today. See, for example, a Mamata Banerjee, who didn't want a meeting in a Congress-ruled state, has come to Bangalore, which is a Congress-ruled city. And in that, she has, for the first time, I think, Preeti, I think it escaped notice, that I have never seen Mamata Banerjee mention Sitaram Yechury and D. Raja's name, CPM and CPI leaders, without attacking them. Today was the first time she mentioned their names. True. I think there is a threat perception, but eventually, as Rajdeep is saying, everybody going to act as aggregators. Interestingly, in 350 or 30 odd seats, NDA won 298, 255 for the BJP. Barring UP, if you see, most of the states are BJP versus Congress. As Congress, Rajdeep calls Congress a weak cuddy. Now that means Mamata Banerjee does well in her state, XYZ does well in the state. Congress has to do well in its own area.
You know, I want to just, Rajdeep, before we just close the show, but before we close the show, I want you to quickly spare a thought of what's happening right now where the NDA is meeting. Very interesting. 38 political parties, most of them, or rather quite a bit of them, don't have zero MPs or MLAs. What are the challenges that lie for the NDA? And then we're going to cut into a quick break.
Body language is a word that we use or overuse. Did you see Mr. Modi's body language? He went and hugged, gave a warm embrace to young Chirag Paswan. Someone who 15 months ago was desperate to retain his bungalow in Delhi, his father's old house, Ramvilas Paswan, and was turfed out because he was not needed. Today, Mr. Modi reaching out to Chirag Paswan, Mr. Modi warmly shaking hands of all these NDA allies, many of whom I've never met for the last 7 years. True. Suddenly you've rediscovered them. So I think till the start of the year, the feeling was, Ek Modi sab pe bhari. Mr. Modi is enough to take on everyone. I think there's a quiet recognition that in some states, like in Bihar with a Upendra Kushwaha or a Chirag Paswan, like in Maharashtra with an Ajit Pawar and an Eknath Shinde, in these large states, you do need as many allies as possible, not just for arithmetic, but also in terms of perception, to give the impression that we are not alone. This is not, this is not Modi versus all. This is an alliance versus another alliance. One alliance being more stable according to the BJP than the other, because the BJP is such a dominant force, therefore that provides stability. The other alliance is seen as chaotic. That's what the BJP wants to project. That's why the meeting is also being held, Preeti, on the very same day as the meeting taking place in Bengaluru.
All right, well, gentlemen, appreciate you both for joining us. We are going to quickly cut across to our other show, To The Point, coming up in just the next 5 minutes, but the focus remains on the clash of these two conclaves, one of the NDA and the other one right now, well, just newly minted India. What are the shortcomings? What's the SWOT analysis? All of that coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
What have you been able to learn through your sources in the Uttar Pradesh ATS and the UP police?
What I am getting the information from the UP anti-terrorist squad questioning to Seema Haider and her lover Sachin Rana. We can say that Noida police, who started interrogation, firstly found something fishy in Seema Haider movement from Pakistan to Dubai and Dubai to Nepal and Nepal to Noida. There were some numbers used by the Seema Haider, and while movement in Dubai and from Dubai to Nepal. In Nepal, she used hotspot. If she is only she went to school for 5th class, how she can use a Wi-Fi? How she can use a hotspot? There are some questions regarding the Seema smartness.
Okay.
How she is a very we can say the smartly handle social media. These are the questions what UP terrorist squad is questioning Seema Haider about her movement. Who helped Seema coming from Pakistan to Dubai and Dubai to Nepal, and whether she's a spy or anything else, or as UP ATS regularly nabs the ISI agents from Uttar Pradesh and rest of the area, the inputs given by other agencies.
Stay with me, Santosh. I also want to bring into this conversation Dr. Vikram Singh. Dr. Vikram Singh is former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. I also have with me Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar, both who keep a hawk eye on developments in the region. Dr. Vikram Singh, have the police woken up too late? Should these questions not have been asked by the anti-terror squad on day one instead of waking up to this issue today?
Good evening, Gauravji. Like you, I also have my reservations. Yes, this should have come as a reflex action because the red flags were right across, seeking attention. The moment she landed up in Raghupura, that was the time that the ATS should have indeed taken up because the intelligence reports were there. I would first thank the lawyer, Mr. Parashar, who alerted the police, and then it was late in any case. That was the time the ATS should have stepped in, but now better late than never. They should go back and do a bit of reverse engineering and go back. Start from Raghupura, go back to Nepal, Nepal to Dubai, and Dubai to Karachi, and understand every figment of the statement about her passports or Aadhaar cards, other identity papers, as also the use of the hotspot and other features, because there are too many complications and too many unconvincing parts in her story.
After Senthil Balaji, now it's DMK Minister Ponmudi. Another Tamil Nadu Mantri is under ED lens as investigators knocked at the minister's residence early on Monday morning. Ponmudi and his sons were subjected to raids by multiple teams. Their properties in Chennai and Viluppuram searched by the agency. The DMK minister faces charges of money laundering similar to his colleague Senthil Balaji.
case came for hearing on June 19th in Madras High Court, and at that time Gautam Sikhamani urged the court to quash the case, which is about a time when Ponmudi was the mines minister between 2007 and 2011 and is said to have allegedly misused the quarry license and mined close to 2.64 lakh truck loads of red sand, causing a 28 crore loss to the exchequer.
As expected, the DMK has lashed out at BJP over the raids, making it clear that, like Balaji, they will back Ponmudi through this corruption saga. Tamil Nadu CM M K Stalin, who touched down in Bengaluru for the opposition meet, linked the huddle with the crackdown on his minister.
மேலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா? இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
These raids by ED promptly kicked off a political storm in Tamil Nadu as the DMK and BJP sniped at each other. The opposition has meanwhile come together to once again call ED a political tool of the BJP. From Aam Aadmi Party to Congress, parties part of the opposition huddle expressed their solidarity with the DMK.
जो तमिलनाडु में आज हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डीएमके के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर पर जो आज ईडी की रेड हो गई है, ये भी एक प्रेशर करने का एक टैक्टिस है. जोर जबरदस्ती हो गई तो उसके खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे.
Will Ponmudi meet a similar fate as his colleague Senthil Balaji and be arrested? Can DMK emerge out of this corruption cloud that it finds itself shrouded in? With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
UBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
A political thriller Tuesday. Open election season. Clash of political conclaves and a new formulation. Opposition unites under the banner of India, while NDA is reactivated. 26 opposition parties versus 38 NDA participants. Leading up to the big fight of 2024. India versus NDA.
challenges for both. Will BJP be more inclusive of its junior partners? Can India set aside internal differences? India versus NDA. It's game on.
Warm welcome, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Whatever it has made the developments of the last 12 hours, well, it's made the election season very, very interesting. What we are going to be looking at, viewers, is NDA versus India. Both of them come with their own set of problems. But for the NDA, one thing is very clear. They have a leader, and that leader is Narendra Modi. Where India is concerned, in terms of who is the face of India, nobody quite understands or knows that yet. India, the alliance says, it's for later. These are small things, will be sorted out. Let's quickly cut across to our political panel this evening. Joining me is Tom Vadakan, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, Adil Singh Boparoy, Spokesperson, Congress, Priyanka Kakkar, Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party, Saket Gokhale, TMC MP, Rajya Sabha. Adil Singh Boparoy, the fact is, lots of, political commentary rife today, especially where the meet was concerned in Bengaluru. But lots of questions still remain to be asked. Who is going to be leading this alliance, India? What about seat distribution? What goes on from here on in terms of your own internal party dynamics when it comes down to it? Because there are a lot of parties which are not on the same page if you go region by region, state by state.
Well, Preeti, good evening. Firstly, the four pillars of our body politic, which are secular democracy, economic sovereignty, social justice, and federalism, are under threat. So therefore, keeping that in mind, 26 progressive parties have come together to defeat the megalomania, the injustice, the hatred, and the divisiveness which has been peddled by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Point number one. Point number two, responding to your question, this is the second meeting. It is still a drawing board. As far as who would lead the Indian alliance is concerned, the parties will take an appropriate call when we cross the bridge. So therefore, these are premature issues. The fact of the matter is that 26 parties have come together for a common minimum program. And that common minimum program focuses on saving our democratic soul. Over the past 9 years, and I think there's no gainsaying in this, that the Bharatiya Janata Party has destroyed everything for which this country stands on. Our federal structure, how the offices of the governor and the lieutenant governor have been utilized to promote BJP's political machination. How the situation in Manipur is not hidden from anybody. I think perhaps this must be the first time that the Prime Minister of this country has not uttered a word on an integral part of India where there have been ethnic clashes which have been going on for over 60 days.
Okay.
Price is breaking the back of an ordinary citizen. So therefore, these are the issues. Individual doesn't matter, Preeti.
Okay, individual doesn't matter. Tom Vadakan, this morning the Prime Minister did set the agenda somewhere leading up to both these conclaves, be it the NDA or be it now what is termed as India. But having said that, you speak of a corrupt alliance, you speak of it being an alliance which is run by dynasts. But having said that, Tom Vadakan, if you take a look at your own alliance, which is the resurrection of your NDA, LJP, JJP, Ajit Pawar, NCP, Apna Dal, even if you are going to go ahead with the likes of TDP or even the Akalis, they're all dynasts in their own. A fortnight ago, Ajit Pawar is being criticized as corrupt. He's in your fold. A year ago, less than a year ago, UP went to election. You, sir, know very well the kind of language Mr. O.P. Rajbhar used for your own lot, your own like our own Prime Minister, yet he's in the fold.
Preeti, let's get straight on this issue. First, you talked about the dynasts. Then you talked about the corruption. This is phase one. Let me make it very clear and categorical that the NDA, you can check with the CBI, you can check with the ED. No investigation has been stopped. It's an ongoing process. Whatever is there, it is being investigated. Now, if you don't like it, it's a different matter. I'm talking about an institution called CBI or ED. This has been a tradition with these institutions, whether Congress was in power or the NDA was in power. Let me set that record straight. As to the question of dynast, what is the definition of a dynast? When you have a number 2 position ready to take over. It is not about your family members getting a ticket. This is about a number 2 coming and grafting power of a political party, whether it is
But Mr.
Stalin
Tom Vadakan, what happened with the JJP, what happened with the LJP, what happened with Apna Dal? These are all dynast parties, sir.
Let me complete.
Please.
You may have a different view of a dynasty.
So it's not a
But let me
view.
tell you,
This is what
Sonia
it is.
Gandhi
These are
has
the
her
parties
son
which are dynastic
ready.
parties.
Pawar has Supriya ready. This is grafting. When a person in your organization knows that he cannot be on the top job, then what kind of a party or company are you running? Merit basis is the question. And when merit is diluted, you have a situation where the dynasts and the corrupt will come together and they will set up a factory for corruption.
But Mr. Vadakan, you know, like I said, I just counted 3 parties which are abject dynastic parties. I'll ask you another question, sir, as I bring in Priyanka Kakkad and Saket Gokhale from the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC. Asad Ansari, son of Mukhtar Ansari, is now an NDA MLA, sir. Lots of criminal cases against him, convicted as well in the past. Will action be taken against him, or now will there be a standstill on what are the cases against him?
Preeti, let me tell you, this is a mindset that has been created. Every person accused of any charge will face the music. This is Modi ji's government. He will not spare anybody. The point here is that case may take time because there are lawyers like you're in your panel who are here who do all the business of how to procrastinate an investigation, take it to the court and create problems. But believe me, if Modi ji is around, he will ensure
Gokhale, I want to bring you in, but
will be
Tom
punished.
Vadakan, the other question I'm going to come back to and ask you, out of your 38 political parties, you and I both know, sir, how many of them have 0 MLAs or MPs? What is it that they really bring to the fold other than a numeric number which adds up to 38? We're going to come down to that. But Saket Gokhale, till now the TMC has been very clear, equal stakeholdership. Increasingly, what it looks like is that the Congress is becoming the pivot of opposition unity. Acceptable to the TMC, Mr. Gokhale?
Look, again, these are all media speculations about who's becoming the pivot, who's not becoming the pivot. I mean, as far as we are concerned, this is parties, you know, after the Patna summit, we were asked questions about how are you going to see parties. Some of them are not seeing eye to eye, coming on the same page. This time around, we saw the Congress party going out in public and saying that they will oppose the Delhi ordinance in the Rajya Sabha, which was a demand of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has attended the opposition meeting. The point remains that these are things that happen. Opposition parties are finding common ground, have found common ground, have come together. Everyone is willing to make concessions. Everyone is willing to build consensus. Everyone is willing to find a common ground and have a common minimum program. Now, these attacks such as, you know, dynastic parties and corrupt parties and this and that, I'm very proud to say that I got elected to the Rajya Sabha yesterday on my merit. I don't belong to any political dynasty. However, on the other side, every corrupt person that exists today is taken to the BJP, given money to topple a government, and then they are sent to the Rajya Sabha, given ministerial positions, be it Ajit Pawar, be it Eknath Shinde, be it any of that. So when the BJP spokesperson says that people will have to face the music under Mr. Modi, what he means is that Mr. Modi will send the CBI, he will break down their party and he will get them into his own party. The other problem with this joke of 38 parties getting together in the NDA is that BJP has shown one track record over the 9 years. Every party that they make an alliance with, they break that party and finish it off. Which is one reason why a lot of NDA allies in the past have broken ranks with the BJP, because they know that the only goal of the BJP is to get into that state, get defections from that party, break that party apart to make the BJP dominant itself. So these 38 parties don't mean anything on board, because at the end of the day, the BJP is going to bring down the number to 0 and finish all these parties, because at the end of the day, only thing that can exist for the BJP is BJP. They want a dictatorship. They don't want any other party to exist in this country.
All right, Priyanka Kakkad, I want to bring you in. Lots of differences where it comes down where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. What's going to come off Delhi? What's going to come off Punjab? You're going to be facing off with the Congress. But having said that, you know, a government which calls itself a Kattar Imandar government, who till now has called the Congress corrupt, right now practically in bed with the Congress in this alliance.
Good evening, Preeti. Preeti, there are larger issues at stake right now, like the speakers before me mentioned. But I'd like to come to first answer Mr. Tom Vadakan's. He said that the inquiries are ongoing and no inquiry has closed. You know, perhaps this argument will hold water if the Vyapam scam is revived, because today in the morning they went and raided a TN minister of an allegation which pertains to the year 2007. So he might as well use those agencies and send them to the Madhya Pradesh government also. One is that. Secondly, there is this constant effort to run parallel governments through the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor, which is completely impairing the federal structure of the country, which is completely against the constitution of the country. There are blatant attempts for concentration of power. There are much bigger issues at stake that the country at this moment faces. There is the question of joblessness, a record high joblessness, or say inflation, record high inflation. And nobody is addressing these issues. The current government seems to be only interested in using these agencies to their advantage and breaking the federal structure. So this has to stop.
Okay.
This is the primary concern of all the parties which came together today. Look at the other side. Of the 38 which are meeting, 32 are the ones which have no MLA or MP. Of the 6 remaining, there is one Akali Dal which clearly in 2020 said that NDA is in the habit of using its allies as stepneys and spare tires. That was their word. Then they are relying on OP Rajbarji, who has called a PM whatnot. Then they are relying on Chirag Paswan, who is a dynast as one thing. Secondly, he is in a position to bargain with the NDA and say, give me 6 seats. So this is the situation.
But Priyanka Kakkad, you know, one can understand with other political parties.
Also be discussed while
right. No. I want to ask you that question again. You know, this can be put forth of other political parties because they are political parties. As per your own tenet, you're not a political party. You are a party with a difference. You are a party which is a Qattar Imandar party. You are a party which till now has criticized the Congress for its corruption. You are today standing with the likes of convicted political leaders like the RJD, Lalu Yadav. You are standing with the likes of an Akhilesh, who all have been charged with corruption, sir, madam. So, you know, what happens to the party of the difference, Aam Aadmi parties? Are those not issues anymore for the Aam Aadmi party? Is corruption not an issue anymore?
Preeti, of course it is. And Preeti, we are a political party. I don't know why you said we are not a political party. Of course,
you've always called yourself कि हम political party नहीं है, we are a people's party. That's what you've called yourself in all your rallies.
Well, we are a political party. We are a political party.
Okay.
Well, we are.
All right, I'm glad you accept that. Okay.
Elections. There is no denying that we are a national party. Yes. So that stays. But right now the line between what is right and what is wrong when it comes to corruption charges has been blurred so much. When you look at the ED's conviction rate, or you look at CBI's conviction rate, or you look at the fact that the ED director got an extension, 3 illegal unconstitutional extensions. So those questions remain unanswered. And right now the lines have blurred. Now you see, they called Ajit Pawar very blatantly, they called him corrupt and said that he did a ghotala of 70,000 crores, and now he is the finance minister in the government. So this is the way to clean corruption in the NDA. One has to stand up to these issues.
All right, okay. Right now the need of the hour is to stand together against a government which, as most of you suggest, is a tyrant of sorts. But Adil Singh Bopra, I want to bring you back into this conversation. What from here on? Because you're going to meet in Maharashtra. You have key differences which still need to be ironed out.
You know, Preeti, the vibrancy of our democracy, and this is the beauty of our country, that parties and individuals with different point of view can come under a single umbrella to oppose a political party, a political formation which is determined to destroy every ideal on which our republic stands. I think that's the beauty and that's the key takeaway from today's meeting. But coming to your question, please understand the way forward is we've agreed on issues which are burning in this country.
Adil, has the Congress somewhere down the line agreed to be the junior partner in states where regional satraps are stronger?
Preeti,
the likes of West Bengal represent...
Senior, fulcrum, non-fulcrum, junior, senior, fulcrum, pivot, centrist. Please understand, these are all good sound bites, these are good phraseology. But today we're at a critical point. We're at a critical point. We're at a crossroad of sorts, where our democracy is in peril, where our constitution is in peril. If right-thinking individuals do not come together, we are going down the path of an autocracy. In any case, we become an electoral autocracy today, where there is no participation, where there is no exchange of views. It's a top-down approach. So therefore, what is at stake is far more. And as far as who comes together, who leads the alliance, all these are formations and formulations which will be decided on the way forward. That is not important. Let me again reiterate. Individuals or personalities don't matter. It's issues which matter.
Okay,
It's
Tom
human
Vadakan, do
rights
you at
which
least
matter.
accept
India's
that your
interests which
party
matter.
is a tad bit rattled with what has gone down? Otherwise, what would explain you holding a parallel conclave on the same day that the newly coined India was hosting in Bengaluru? You know, what made the Prime Minister launch one of the fiercest attacks on a united opposition this morning? Clearly, you know, they seem to have ruffled a few feathers.
Preeti, we are a political party and would take note of other developments. And the dynamics of it is that we have got out our act together. And this is not about being rattled. In politics, you have to measure every step. And we have shown it at every election that we have wiped out the Congress. Now, I was hearing the Congress spokesperson. He sounded like a political science professor who was giving us a big take on what the takeaways were. But the only takeaway I understand is that they have got an abbreviation called India. Now, what I don't know is why there is a dot, that is a full stop, after I, after N there's a full stop, D there's a full stop, I there's a full stop, A. My question is this part of the mindset of the Tukde gang that has overtaken this whole gang?
One second. Okay, one second.
Let me complete,
Tom Vadakan, there's no full stop. I'll just cross-check. Okay, as far as what we have been given to understand in the joint statement, there is no full stop. It's India. It's I.N.D.I.A. That's what it is.
No, there is a full stop after I.N.D.A.
No,
and
sir.
the rule and the grammar rule is, if you have an abbreviation, you put a final full stop and a comma. Now,
So
I don't know whether they are aware
you know,
of
we
this
can get
grammar,
into
but
okay,
to
we
me
can get
it
into
sounds
etymology
that they
and
have taken
grammar
the
a tad bit
gang
later. But in
very
terms of
seriously.
the political coinage of the name of the new alliance, it is India, sir, and there are no full stops, at least in the joint statement that has been issued.
Can I make a full
Saket
stop?
Gokhale wanted to come in.
On your
I'll just come in.
channel,
Saket
you
Gokhale
have
been wanting to come in. Mr. Gokhale, you want to make a point? I'll cut across to
Your
Arvind.
channel has shown it. I've learnt it from there.
No, sir, no, it's not there. So there are no
you
full
have
stops.
shown
That's what.
India,
That's how any channel is allowed to interpret it as whatever the need be. But yes, Mr. Gokhale, make your point.
Let me clarify very straight up. Mr. Vadakan probably doesn't read the newspaper because 4 years ago I filed an RTI with the Home Minister asking about the
This country needs to be aware.
It's called the Tukde gang. So using all these terminologies is a sign of frustration. And let me sum up what India means in one sentence. Today, we see people saying, oh, is the food better in Delhi or food better in Bombay? Kolkata will fight with Hyderabad who has the better biryani. But when India is under threat, all of these cities and states will get together. So yes, we might have our own differences and we might argue or have a difference of opinion. But when the country is attacked, then be it the Congress, be it the AAP, be it the TMC, be it the NCP, be it the Shiv Sena, DMK, Samajwadi Party, RJD, we will all get together. We might have a difference over who has better biryani, but when India's integrity is under attack, all of us get together to fight against the threat to India's democracy, which is the BJP and the Modi government right now.
All right, okay, Adil Singh Bopara, the charge is also which is being laid that it's all in self-interest. You're trying to protect, yourselves, in turn, each other, because now the agencies are coming down hard and corruption is being exposed.
Well, Preeti, just last week, the Supreme Court, which is the bulwark of our constitution, has said that the government of India was passing illegal orders and violating specific mandates when it comes to the ED director, where, and I think it's common ground that the enforcement directorate today has become a hound dog for the Bharatiya Janata Party. So less said the better about the agencies and the misuse of agencies. I think that every ordinary citizen can see and separate the wheat from the chaff. But to respond to the BJP spokesperson, We don't need lessons of patriotism from the Bharatiya Janata Party. We belong to a party where our leadership has shed its blood for the integrity of this country. Until a few years back, even Mr. Vadakan's party. Let me not remind him that Indira ji, Rajiv ji, Sardar Bayan Singh, Mr. V.C. Shukla and a host of other leaders have sacrificed their lives.
Okay. He wants to make a point and then I want to cut across to Priyanka Kakkad. Priyanka Kakkad, I want to quickly bring you in. The fact that the Congress, right before, in a gesture of goodwill, before the meeting came out, extended support on the ordinance where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, when it comes down to seat sharing, because that is where the true test of this alliance will come down, where each individual party is concerned. Is the Aam Aadmi Party willing to give in states like Punjab, in Delhi?
Preeti, these are questions left for the next meeting. It was announced very clearly today, so we'll have to wait until then. But yes, I'd like to tell the BJP, since he was questioning India with the full stops and called it Tukde gang, I think he has an objection to the idea of India and he should leave for Pakistan now.
All right, okay, now that's let's not get into these rhetorics of leaving for Pakistan and all of that, but
I need a bottle of water to drink, which your chief minister is not providing. I need a bottle of water to drink because every Delhiite has a right for a glass of water.
Sir, you are incorrect. All the three water treatment plants are up and running.
Provided by your chief minister,
so you have just been a Bhajpai providing wrong information.
Okay,
no,
right.
I need a glass of water. My
okay. All right, sir. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the show. Hopefully, all of us get a glass of water because these heated debates are going to continue in this election season. But it's been a big day where Indian politics is concerned. We have a new alliance, especially where the opposition is concerned. It's called India. It's going to be India versus the NDA. Right now, 26 of India political parties there and 38 of the NDA, all coming down and to the numerical figure of 2024. Well, that's the general elections next year. A quick break. Up next, Rahul Kamal taking the conversation further.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो ऐसा हमें लग रहा है। सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है यहाँ पर आ जाए। अगर अभी की हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते।
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it. And many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक है, आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौरक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोर्ड जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज ही चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as for the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए NDRF की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई,
पर वो पानी बार बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद दे के चली गई.
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 356 dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community. A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar.
Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. India versus NDA. That's how the opposition wants to position the battle for 2024. NDA allies meeting in the capital at this time. How does the Indian voter perceive the NDA formation and the opposition alliance? We'll bring you the results of the C-Voter political stock exchange on these alliances which are being built up, and that's my top focus on the news track.
India versus NDA. Versus 26. Who has the edge in 2024? Alliance war decoded. Biggest opinion poll. Political stock exchange at 8 p.m.
Here's a look at the headlines today. UPA renamed the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Opposition leaders declare India will defeat the NDA in 2024. Prime Minister Modi's scathing attack on opposition unity says it is family first, not India first for the opposition parties.
दायित्व कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबिल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
Court grants 2-day interim bail to Brij Bhushan Singh in the wrestler's sexual harassment case. Regular bail plea to be heard on Thursday. Another twist in the Seema Haider love story. It is now revealed that her brother works for the Pakistani army and that she had multiple passports. Chandrayaan-3 successfully performs the third orbit-raising maneuver. India's moon mission is on schedule. The UPA is now India, Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Sources say it was Rahul Gandhi who proposed this name at the meeting of 26 opposition parties in Bengaluru. There is, however, no clarity over the seat-sharing formula or over who will lead this alliance. UPA is the past, but will India be the future? Our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastav and Mausmi Singh with our top story tonight.
A giant stride by what was once a fractious opposition. 26 parties from the BJP camp across India co-opt India for their new nomenclature.
Earlier, we worked with UPA. Now, with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance.
India, an acronym for the Indian National Development Inclusive Alliance. Insiders say the naming of what's officially now a unified coalition of 26 parties was proposed by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi.
The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, This name, frankly, emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India.
The sun sets on the UPA, the United Progressive Alliance, which ruled the country from 2004 to 2014. The day dawns on the Indian National Development Inclusive Alliance, or India, which seeks to unseat the BJP-led NDA in 2024. The formalized opposition alliance will have its own secretariat in the national capital.
And what we are doing here as a group is we are defending the Indian Constitution. We are defending the voice of the Indian people. We are defending the idea of our great country, the idea of India.
TMC leader Mamata Banerjee, former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray also emphasized the metaphor in the new name.
India जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा.
तानाशाही के खिलाफ जनता इकट्ठा हो रही है. कुछ लोगों को ऐसे लग रहा है कि परिवार के लिए लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं. हाँ, देश हमारा परिवार है और इस परिवार के लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं. देश ही हमारा परिवार है.
The India coalition will next meet in Mumbai. An 11-member coordination committee will then be set up to chalk out future course of action, including seat sharing, campaign plans and the leadership issue.
सीट शेयरिंग को लेके एक बड़ा मसला है कि आप लोग सीट शेयरिंग कैसे करेंगे और प्रधानमंत्री इसको करप्ट अलायंस घोषित कर रहे हैं कि नेशनल करप्ट अलायंस है.
देखिए, ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं. मैंने कहा कि 11 लोगों की कमेटी जो बना रहे हैं उसमें ये सब डिस्कशन होगा और सीट शेयरिंग तो एक हो जाएगा. जहाँ कैसा करना ये हमारे अभी सभी नेता लोग मिलके और कमेटी मिलके वो तय करेगी. उसकी कोई बड़ी बात नहीं.
The unified opposition perches on the plank of economic development and inclusivity as it prepares to fight the mighty BJP in the Lok Sabha elections due next year.
इन्होंने इकोनॉमी बर्बाद कर दी, इन्होंने रेलवे बर्बाद कर दी, सारे एयरपोर्ट बेच दिए, इन्होंने जहाज बेच दिए, आसमान बेच दिया, धरती बेच दी, पाताल बेच दिया, सब कुछ इन्होंने अपने लोगों को बेच दिया, कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. आज देश में हर आदमी दुखी है.
An initiative of the Bihar Chief Minister and his deputy spanning months. An array of opposition parties seems to have cemented their strained ties at Bengaluru. Over now to Mumbai for how they can take the lines forward.
Well, the opposition leaders could pat their back for finalizing India as the name of the mega alliance. But the biggest challenge is that how would you get India to rally against Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Perhaps the next meeting in Mumbai could spell out the contours and in fact give a clearer picture, but it's easier said than done. With video journalist Dalveer Singh, this is Mosmi Singh in Bengaluru for India Today.
Meanwhile, a crucial NDA meeting is also underway in the capital. 37 parties under the leadership of the BJP have come together to prepare their battle plan for the next year election. Prime Minister Modi set the tone for the mega poll clash by launching a blistering attack at the united opposition, branding their meeting Kattar Bhrashtachari Sammelan or a meeting of hardcore corrupt parties.
A larger NDA is rising. If the opposition was uniting in Bengaluru, in New Delhi, an NDA revival was taking place. 37 political parties got together under the leadership of the BJP to brainstorm ahead of the 2024 elections. The timing of the NDA huddle not lost on anyone. It came just an hour after the united opposition meet concluded and posed a scathing attack by the Prime Minister, who labelled the Bengaluru meeting a convention of corrupt dynasts.
ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं. जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग। इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टिकरण है, मनकाले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
The Prime Minister also declared that NDA was a time-tested alliance which sought to further national progress. The NDA revival has been in the works for some time now and got a boost on Monday with Chirag Paswan returning to the fold.
जब गठबंधन होता है वो मंत्री बनने के लिए तो नहीं होता, कम से कम मंत्री बनना या मंत्री पद वो मायने नहीं रखता। मैंने अपने नेता, अपने पिता आदरणीय रामविलास पासवान जी को निरंतरता में देखा है, तो मैं समझता हूं कि मंत्री पद एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है।
Now the stage is set for State of War 2024.
It is now clear that the fight for 2024 will be a battle of alliances. While the opposition is yet to get clear its seat-sharing formula or even the face that will lead the coalition, the NDA is clear that they're going to fight the 2024 elections on the Prime Minister's name. Now, who gets the right combination of arithmetic and chemistry? That India will decide. With Himanshu Mishra and Aishwarya Paliwal, Paulami Saha in Delhi for India Today.
So it's NDA versus India. We have some questions put out by Sea Voter as part of their tracker poll. We'll put them out in a moment, but I want to spend a moment on the battle of the acronyms. NDA, the National Democratic Alliance, versus India, where you've got Indian, you've got national, you've got developmental, you've got inclusive, and you've got alliance. Is that an idea that can catch on? Or is NDA way too formidable for these acronyms to have any role? Joining us on this broadcast, representing the ruling BJP at the centre, it's spokesperson Guru Prakash Paswan. Manikram Tagore is a member of parliament and a spokesperson of the Congress party. For perspective, I have well-known political analyst Ashok Malik, Rahul Verma, Centre for Policy Research. He's a fellow there. Yashwant Deshmukh has done the poll. We'll have the results out in just a moment. And joining me from Bengaluru will be our political editor, Rahul Srivastav. Ashok Malik, I come to you first. As a political observer, India, there is, I mean, a bit of a ring there. Now, it's an idea. Whether you can get the idea to catch on or not, that's stage two. But do you think they've at least made the right noise, and given the low expectations from the opposition parties, they've put out what they could in terms of an idea that they think can catch on?
Look, India as an acronym is certainly an intelligent acronym. They've ensured they're going to get headlines tomorrow morning because it is catchy. Acronyms always have an impact. But having said that, Rahul, with due respects, people don't vote for coalitions. They don't vote for the NDA. They don't vote for India. They don't vote for UPA. They vote for either parties or individuals. In the case of the 24 election, you're either going to vote for Modi and whoever Modi is endorsing in your constituency, or you're going to vote against Modi. That is also possible if you, for some reason, you don't like him. So, to be honest, the acronym is intelligent and smart, but beyond the point, it's not going to catch on. It doesn't need to catch on.
Rahul Verma, a smart, intelligent acronym maybe, but not necessarily an idea that can catch on, because it takes much more than an acronym to get somebody to vote for you. Do you think in what could have been expected, they've been able to make the move that they could have, Rahul?
No, I completely agree with Ashok Malik on this. People do not vote for alliances, they vote for political parties. See, I think if you are an opposition party supporter or a sympathizer at the moment, what you can take away from these two meetings, first in Patna and Bangalore, that at least they are showing more seriousness than last time. in the run-up to 2019 polls. So at least there are meetings taking place. They're trying to sort out issues and on things that could have led to bickering between political parties. There is some giveaway from each of these players. Congress is saying that they're not in the race for PM. They have agreed to, back Aam Aadmi Party's protest on centre's ordinance. So in the run-up to 2024, I think many more such meetings will take place, which will iron out some of the differences. It's a good beginning, but there is a very, very long road to travel for the opposition to even put up a formidable challenge to.
Let me put that question then to Manickram Tagore of the Congress Party. An acronym may be smart by itself, it means nothing. There are too many serious issues about how seats will get distributed amongst these opposition parties. Till those issues get resolved, you can come up with catchwords and buzzwords and acronyms, but you won't change voting behavior. Let's start from there. Manickram Tagore.
Thank you. I want to correct it. There is no Rao in my name. I'm only Manickram Tagore. Second is that...
that's what I called you.
But anyway, very important thing is that the 26th... No, I'm Manickram Tagore. I'm not Rao. Main thing is that it is the 26 parties has come together on a platform for to fight against the hatred which has deeply rooted into Indian society now, and Mr. Modi and Amit Shah are leading that with aggressive polarizing issues they are taking up. Therefore, the 26 parties are taking on the issues. We are common on many issues, and we have some kind of seat-related issues and others. But as 26 parties are first, when we worked in the parliament, 24 parties were together in the parliament for around 2.5 years. We had been in the floor in both the houses. We had been working together. Now it has first was the Patna meet, then the second was the Bengaluru summit, and we are able to now for an India. We had come out with the name India for the alliance, and this alliance is going to be a formidable alliance, and we are able to start with through the Bengaluru thing itself. We are able to start in a progressive way.
Okay, Guru Prakash Paswan, they weren't expected to do seat adjustments in this meeting. Given that the NDA said and the BJP said inse kuch nahi hoga, at least they've come up with a name. The name is catchy, and they're going with some kind of a perspective which ultimately the voters will decide on. But to the extent that they could, they've shown that they're beginning to come together. Is that something which concerns you?
Rahul, I don't think why is there an element of surprise today, especially in a section of media. It's an old wine in a new bottle. Like all of us, you senior journalists on this panel would remember that senior leader of the Congress party, Devkant Barua, has used a similar adage. He said, Indira is India, India is Indira. So the Congress party have never thought twice before using the name of India as a tool for political leverage. This is not for the first time that the Congress party is trying to take political advantage out of it. But we must understand here that the people who were sitting in the meeting, Lalu Yadav, whose daughter Misa Bharti, Lalu Yadav took a pran ki Misa, the act which was enacted during Emergency Maintenance of Internal Security Act, ki main Congress ko hara karke hi dam lunga. TMC, Mamata Banerjee, she has come out of the Congress party. Everyone, the only common thread that unites the opposition leader is corruption and family politics. Right from Jammu and Kashmir to Tamil Nadu, you see it is the father and son enterprise and nothing beyond that. This shows the poverty of imagination of the opposition parties. They have no solid agenda. What is their idea of India? Their idea of India is bereft of Dalits. While the Congress leadership was speaking on the stage in Bangalore, young protesters from Dalit community, they were protesting on the streets of Raipur in Chhattisgarh without any dress. They were protesting on the streets of Chhattisgarh. They are not talking about Rajasthan. Democracy is being murdered in Bihar. Democracy is being murdered in West Bengal. So the only common thread that is uniting the entire opposition is the lust for power. That is the only uniting common thread that was visible
now,
today.
Rahul Srivastava, you were in Bengaluru, you tracked this meeting all the way through. What stood out for you as key highlights? What did you pick up the andar ki khabar which we haven't seen on the headlines so far. Did there seem to be some sense of bonhomie, or was there a lot of bickering and distrust?
Rahul, I have seen coalition formations since 1989, and I think this is the first time there is a certain palpable feeling of threat, which I have not seen earlier, that the Narendra Modi factor has become so consuming for these political parties that they feel that despite their differences, their need to come together is really burning right now. So much so, when do you recall, Rahul, in the last several years, Mamata Banerjee mentioning Sitaram Yechuri and D. Raja, CPM and CPI. Last few years, every time she mentions their names is to attack them politically. She did mention, that's a step back. Now it may not sound like something very big. I spoke to Sitaram Yechuri after the meeting, and he said something very interesting, Rahul. He said that these alliances and seat sharing and other arrangements will be discussed at the state level. Means each state can come up with, it will be a national picture, but he very clearly said in Bengal it is going to be a TMC versus the BJP versus the Congress and the left alliance. So I said, then where is the alliance? So he said something yet more interesting. He said the idea would be to minimize the conflict, minimize the contest between the participating players as far as this 26-party alliance is concerned. What it really means that each player in its own area of influence is going to take on to the BJP. If there is no contest between the other constituents, then that person takes on the BJP. So in Bengal, a divided house. In UP, perhaps Akhilesh Yadav gets some bit of advantage with Congress and others helping him. But the real challenge, Rahul, what I found in this is that a lot of leaders are discussing Congress. What they are talking about, that out of the 330 seats in North and Northwest India, NDA won 298, BJP won 255, and barring UP and a couple of states, Congress is the main rival. So eventually the Congress has to come up. The Congress to puts up, it may have moved a little more to the pivot of being the pivot of this grand alliance. But the problem here is that all these parties, when they come, they may not be able to help the Congress as much as the Congress can actually help them. I think it's going to be a very difficult alliance to...
So what happens next, Rahul? When are they planning to meet? Where will that meeting be held? Will they try and appoint a convener? How are they thinking about having a common minimum program, or do they just keep it fluid?
Yes, Rahul, quick answers to all of them. One, this alliance, interestingly, the initial proposal was not India, it was V for India, which eventually it seems that it came from the Rahul Gandhi's back team. It has come up with the idea and it was pushed here and everybody took it. Second, the next meeting is in Bombay. The date is to be fixed. Mumbai, the date is yet to be fixed. There is going to be no prime ministerial face. Most of the participants I spoke to off record, and Sitaram Yechuri and D. Raja on record have said there is going to be no face. It's going to be a collective effort. A convener is in the works. They will have to decide who it will be, but they don't want to rush it in because there could well be problems. They want to gauge who is feeling what. And there are going to be state level coordination meetings very soon. They are going to have people who will lead them, and each state will start having meetings for campaign, for seat sharing and all those follow-ups. So one little step forward taken, a big giant leap for hope for the opposition parties. But yes, I think a lot of task needs to be done.
On our screen right now, images from the Ashoka Hotel where the NDA partners are meeting. Now remember, the NDA partners are more in number, but if you look at the vote share and seat share of some of these parties, that's actually very small. So while you've got the BJP, which is the mega party in that NDA alliance, quite a few of the parties. So you got the BJP, the Shiv Sena faction, the Lok Janshakti party, which has 6 MPs, the NCP, which has 5 MPs on the side of Ajit Pawar. The rest of them, the AIDMK, the NDPP, the RLP, the AGSUP, the MNF, NPF, some of the northeastern parties are 1 MP each, and a lot of them have no MPs. The PMK, the AGF, the BPF, the AINRC, a lot of these are really, really small parties with a very small fraction of the vote shares. Let me put that question to Guru Prakash Paswan, that if you leave aside the first few parties and primarily just the BJP, the Shiv Sena faction, NCP faction and the LJP, the others are very, very small parties. You are making it seem as if it's 38 versus 26. अरे सर वो नीचे वाली parties का तो 0, 1, 1, 0 ऐसे करके seat share है, and vote share also is a fraction.
No, Rahul, I think you can say the same thing for Rashtriya Janata Dal as well. Rashtriya Janata Dal, that is being pitched as the most important ally of the opposition group. They have 0 MPs. They have 0 member of parliament in Lok Sabha. Can you believe that? Rashtriya Lok Dal, Jayant Chaudhary, how many MPs do they have? They have similar numbers. We have to understand one thing. No party is small or big in a democracy. National Democratic Alliance today completed 25 years of its successful existence. When NDA took birth, former Prime Minister Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji said Gathbandhan Dharma. Even a coalition or an alliance is akin to Dharma for us. We have experience of running a government with more than 25 political parties. They were ideologically polar opposites. We had Farooq Abdullah ji, we had Mamata Didi, we had N Chandrababu Naidu in that alliance. So we have to understand here that at 25 years of National Democratic Alliance, which has been a most successful experiment in the history of Indian politics. And together, I think even today, you look at the figure in the Lok Sabha, more than 320 member of parliament NDA has in the Lok Sabha, which single-handedly BJP has 303, which shows that the people of India have made up their mind for giving stable verdict, which we saw in 2014, which we saw even bigger mandate in 2019, which we are increasingly seeing in states as well. So I think every political party has a role to play. Everyone is a relevant stakeholder. Okay. Be it a Suhel Dev Bharatiya Samaj Party in Uttar Pradesh, be it Chirag Paswan, be it Pashupati Paras, everyone has a significant role to play in a democracy, Rahul.
So I want to come now to some of the questions from that political stock exchange tracker with Yashwant Deshmukh of Seep Voter who joins us. And the question is, if Rahul Gandhi doesn't get relief, who amongst the opposition parties is best suited to be the face of this opposition? Remember, this is the question. Now let's see what respondents are saying in this Seep Voter tracker. Surprisingly and interestingly, Priyanka Gandhi, who isn't really being projected in any real form as the Congress's face, she comes out on top at 33% of the respondents saying they'd like to see Priyanka as the face of the opposition. Nitish Kumar comes in at 14%, which is also the number of respondents who are backing Arvind Kejriwal, and Mamata Banerjee comes in 4th at 10%. So let me put this question to Yashwant Deshmukh. Priyanka is not even in the fray in the Congress's reckoning as the leader of the party. Your survey projects her at the top. What do you make of that? And Nitish Kumar and Kejriwal seem to have the same kind of rating when it comes to who could be the face if not Rahul Gandhi. Yashwant Deshmukh.
Well, Rahul, it is very clear that all this opposition, effort cannot be a fruit unless Congress is in the center of this game and the Congress leadership becomes the center of the leadership. You can replace Priyanka Gandhi even with Mallikarjun Kharge. It is possible. But the thing is that overall, not just the opposition voters, overall also people genuinely believe that if the opposition has to contest, needs a face, it has to be with Congress in the center and it has to be a Congress face that needs to be projected as the leader of that alliance. Look into the opposition supporters, Rahul, 37%. That's even a bigger number in that way. And Nitish Kumar and Arvind Kejriwal, okay, significant number is there, but I guess that their numbers are coming in primarily, from the areas where they have the effective presence in their own way. Congress remains the only party which has a pan-India presence as far as the opposition parties are concerned. So I am not at all surprised. In fact, I have been saying this all along that this effort will be useful only if Congress plays the central role and the Congress leadership, no matter what which phase that is, the Congress leadership, plays the central role. And Rahul, just to remind everybody that see how much impact the presence of Sonia Gandhi has done. everybody is talking about it, that Sonia's presence over there has made a lot of difference. The kind of gravity that it has given to that entire meeting that is going along over there. So I'm not surprised. I'm not at all surprised with you.
Okay, let me show our viewers the response to that question about Sonia Gandhi, since you just mentioned it. This is about whether Sonia Gandhi's presence makes a difference. And in response to that, you're right, there are a lot of people seem to believe that Sonia Gandhi's presence does make a difference. Will Sonia Gandhi's efforts strengthen what's happening? 51% of the overall respondents say yes. Amongst opposition supporters, 63% say her presence makes a difference. Is this something, Rahul Verma, that surprises you? The ratings that Priyanka Gandhi's got at 33% of the overall respondents saying she should be projected as the face of the opposition. She isn't really active in the Congress's scheme of things in the way the party is being run at the moment.
No, it's not surprising. See, you are absolutely right that Sonia Gandhi is not in the contention. But in public memory, these politicians loom large. Even when Manmohan Singh was not in contention after 2014 till 2019, if you ask who should be the next prime minister, Manmohan Singh used to get some numbers. And especially when you get just for the Congress voters, Manmohan Singh's ratings would go up. Similarly, for Atal Bihari Vajpayee, he used to come, his name used to come in the polls even till 2009 or 2010, right? So these sort of politicians loom large over public memory. And of course, Sonia Gandhi brings much more gravitas to the opposition meeting. Her presence there brings much more...
Ashok Malik, Priyanka Gandhi coming out on top, is that surprising for you? Do you think this might actually be an idea that helps the opposition? Or would it actually help Prime Minister Modi and the BJP that aur koi nahi mila second in isko liya? You're on mute, I think. Ashok, you're on mute.
But yeah, I think there are two reasons why Priyanka Gandhi's name got mentioned, because Congress is the party with the largest footprint geographically among the opposition parties, and obviously it simply scores the highest, its leader will score the highest. I don't believe the opposition will put up a face, because the moment it puts up a face, whoever the face is, the contradiction between the credibility of that face and the popularity and appeal of Mr. Modi will come to the fore. I think they will try and de-link this election to the degree possible from a presidential contest.
Who's best suited to be convener?
Look, obviously somebody who all the parties trust, not somebody from the CPM, because Trinamool won't trust that the convener...
Is there anyone who's deemed trustworthy enough by everyone according to you?
You know, the market is really out for a new generation, Harkishan Singh Surjit or Chandrasekhar. I don't think they exist anymore.
Rahul Srivastav, is there anyone who seems trustworthy enough, since trust is such a thing which is very difficult to define? Is there anyone who's trustworthy enough for everyone?
See, Rahul, if you actually man ki baat agar puchenge, to I can count at least 15 or 20 of them. But the key factor is that if you see the initial movement and the attempts to get Arvind Kejriwal, two people have played very significant role. That is Mamata Banerjee from behind, but Nitish Kumar, it could well be. Remember, he has the backing of somebody like Arvind Kejriwal, Mamata Banerjee and others. Also, Lalu Prasad Yadav, his current partner in the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar, is keen that he should take the national platform and leave the space open for Tejasvi Yadav.
So, Nitish Kumar just seems more amenable and more affable than most others, just at this moment, but that's from the outside. Now, dil mein kya hai, that we don't know for the time being. Manikram, Tagore, your sense of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra coming out at 33% of overall respondents, 37% of opposition supporters pushing for her over everybody else. So, there is no Mallikarjun Kharge in that list. Nitish Kumar is at 14, Arvind Kejriwal is at 14, Mamata Banerjee at 10 and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra at 33.
Congress supporters and opposition supporters sees Priyanka ji as a potential candidate, and there is a leadership, potential leadership in the Congress party and in the opposition ranks. We need to understand it. But when we are going to work with other parties, we don't want to get into that topic now. We wanted to go with the issues on which the country is suffering. We want the issues to be discussed more than the personalities, and our Congress leadership is not eager to
I'm just going to have to end this for a moment, because the Prime Minister has just started speaking at that NDA meeting. Let's listen to what he's saying to all the NDA members.
श्रद्धेय अटल जी की एक और विरासत है जो हमें जोड़े हुए हैं। एनडीए के निर्माण में आडवाणी जी ने भी बहुत अहम भूमिका निभाई थी और वो आज भी हमारा मार्गदर्शन कर रहे हैं। हमारे प्रकाश सिंह बादल जी हों, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी हों, जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस जी हों, रामविलास पासवान जी हों, अजीत सिंह जी हों, शरद यादव जी हो, सभी ने अपनी अपनी तरह से एनडीए को मजबूती देने का काम किया। आज प्रकाश सिंह बादल जी और बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सच्चे अनुयायी भी हमारे बीच में हैं। हाल में ही एनडीए के गठन के 25 साल पूरे हुए हैं। ये 25 वर्ष देश की प्रगति को गति देने और क्षेत्रीय आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के रहे हैं। यानी राज्यों के विकास से राष्ट्र का विकास, इस मंत्र को एनडीए ने निरंतर सशक्त किया है। इस यात्रा में जो पुराने साथी रहे हैं, मैं उनका तहे दिल से अभिनंदन करता हूं। भविष्य की यात्रा के लिए जो नए साथी आए हैं, मैं उनका हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। साथियों, एनडीए के 25 वर्षों की इस यात्रा के साथ एक और सुखद संयोग जुड़ा है। ये वो समय है जब हमारा देश आने वाले 25 वर्षों में एक बड़े लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए कदम बढ़ा रहा है। ये लक्ष्य विकसित भारत का है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का है। कोटि कोटि भारतीय आज नए संकल्पों की ऊर्जा से भरे हुए हैं। इस महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड में एनडीए की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। एक तरह से ये नई ऊर्जा से भरी हुई त्रिशक्ति है। एन से न्यू इंडिया के लिए, डी से डेवलप्ड नेशन के लिए, ए से एस्पिरेशन ऑफ पीपल एंड रीजन के लिए, आज देश का गरीब, देश का मध्यम वर्ग, देश के युवा, महिलाएं, दलित, पीड़ित, शोषित, वंचित, आदिवासी, सभी का विश्वास एनडीए पर है। हमारे जो समाजशास्त्री हैं, राजनीति शास्त्री हैं और अर्थशास्त्री हैं, वो भी भारत के विकास के लिए एनडीए को एक पॉजिटिव फोर्स के रूप में देख रहे हैं। हमारा संकल्प पॉजिटिव है, एजेंडा पॉजिटिव है, भावना पॉजिटिव है और हमारा रास्ता भी पॉजिटिव है। मैं अक्सर कहा करता हूं कि सरकारें बहुमत से बनती हैं, लेकिन देश सबके प्रयास से चलता है। इसलिए आज जब हम विकसित भारत के निर्माण में जुटे हैं, तब एनडीए सबका प्रयास की इस भावना का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा है। साथियों, हमारे देश में राजनीतिक गठबंधनों की एक लंबी परंपरा रही है, लेकिन जो भी गठबंधन नेगेटिविटी के साथ बने, वे कभी भी सफल नहीं हो पाए। कांग्रेस ने 90 के दशक में देश में अस्थिरता लाने के लिए गठबंधनों का इस्तेमाल किया। कांग्रेस ने सरकारें बनाई, सरकारें बिगाड़ी। इसी दौर में 1998 में एनडीए का गठन हुआ था। लेकिन एनडीए क्यों बना? क्या तब सिर्फ सरकार बनाना या सत्ता हासिल करना ही एनडीए का लक्ष्य था? आप भी जानते हैं, ऐसा नहीं था। एनडीए किसी के विरोध में नहीं बना था। एनडीए किसी को सत्ता से हटाने के लिए नहीं बना था, बल्कि एनडीए का गठन देश में स्थिरता लाने के लिए हुआ था। और जब देश में स्थिर सरकार होती है, तो देश वो फैसले करता है जो कालजयी होते हैं, देश की दिशा बदलने वाले होते हैं। ये हमने अटल जी के कार्यकाल के दौरान भी देखा, और ये पिछले 9 वर्षों में भी हम बार बार देख रहे हैं। भारत में स्थिर और मजबूत सरकार होने से आज पूरे विश्व का भारत पर भरोसा बढ़ा है। साथियों, एनडीए की एक और विशेषता रही है। जब हम विपक्ष में थे, तब भी हमने हमेशा सकारात्मक राजनीति की। हमने कभी नकारात्मक राजनीति का रास्ता नहीं चुना। हमने लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने के लिए अपना हर दायित्व निभाया। हमने विपक्ष में रहकर सरकारों का विरोध किया, उनके घोटालों को सामने लाए, लेकिन कभी जनादेश का अपमान नहीं किया। हमने सरकारों का विरोध करने के लिए कभी भी विदेशी मदद नहीं मांगी। हम विपक्ष में रहे, लेकिन हमने देश के विकास में न रोड़े अटकाए और ना ही रुकावट बने। आजकल हम देखते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं को विपक्ष की कई राज्य सरकारें अपने यहां लागू नहीं होने देती। अगर ये योजनाएं लागू होती भी हैं, तो उन्हें रफ्तार नहीं पकड़ने दी जाती। ये लोग सोचते हैं कि अगर उनके राज्यों में गरीबों को केंद्र की योजना का लाभ मिल गया, तो कैसे काम चलेगा, उनकी राजनीति कैसे चलेगी। मुझे याद है, गरीबों के घर के लिए, हर घर जल के लिए, आयुष्मान भारत योजना के लिए कितनी ही बार विपक्ष के मुख्यमंत्रियों को मुझे चिट्ठियां लिखनी पड़ती है। लेकिन ये लोग गरीब के कल्याण को भी राजनीतिक नफा नुकसान से ही तोलते रहे हैं। साथियों, जब गठबंधन सत्ता की मजबूरी का हो, जब गठबंधन भ्रष्टाचार की नीयत से हो, जब गठबंधन परिवारवाद की नीति पर आधारित हो, जब गठबंधन जातिवाद और क्षेत्रवाद को ध्यान में रखकर किया गया हो, तो वो गठबंधन देश का बहुत नुकसान करता है। 2014 से पहले की गठबंधन सरकार का उदाहरण हमारे सामने है। तमाम उठापटक के बीच वो गठबंधन सरकार किसी तरह अपने 10 साल खींच पाई, लेकिन देश को क्या मिला? प्राइम मिनिस्टर के ऊपर भी एक आला कमान, पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस, निर्णय लेने में अक्षमता, भांति भांति के पावर सेंटर्स, अव्यवस्था और अविश्वास, खींचतान और करप्शन, लाखों करोड़ों के घोटाले। आपको याद होगा, जब भी पिछली सरकार के कुशासन पर सवाल उठते थे तो गठबंधन की मजबूरियां गिनाई जाती थी। बहाना एक ही, गठबंधन के कारण। क्रेडिट लेने के लिए तो हर कोई आगे आता था, लेकिन जैसे ही कुछ गड़बड़ होती थी तुरंत अपने सहयोगियों पर दोष मढ़ दिया जाता था। हम सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि एनडीए की स्थिति इससे बिल्कुल विपरीत है, अलग है। हमारे लिए गठबंधन मजबूरी का नहीं बल्कि मजबूती का माध्यम है। एनडीए कोएलिशन कंपल्सन्स का नहीं बल्कि कोएलिशन कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस का प्रतीक है। क्रेडिट भी सबका है, दायित्व भी सबका है। एनडीए में कोई भी राजनीतिक दल बड़ा और कोई भी राजनीतिक दल छोटा नहीं है। हम सभी एक लक्ष्य के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आपने देखा है 2014 हो या फिर 2019, भाजपा को बहुमत से अधिक सीटें मिली, लेकिन सरकार एनडीए की ही रही, एनडीए की भागीदारी बनी रही। साथियों, एनडीए के गठन से लेकर ही हमारा संकल्प समाज के अंतिम व्यक्ति तक पहुंचने का रहा है। जो वंचित है, जो शोषित है, उसको सशक्त करना हमारी प्राथमिकता है। आज देश की जनता देख रही है कि एनडीए में कौन कौन से दल हैं। एनडीए में जितने भी दल हैं, वे समाज के ऐसे वर्गों के बीच काम करते हैं जो वंचित रहे हैं, शोषित रहे हैं। हमारे समूह में गांव, किसान, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासियों के बीच काम करने वाले ये सारे नेता यहां हैं। एनडीए में जो दल हैं, वो ऐसे क्षेत्रों में काम करते हैं जिनकी पहले दिल्ली में सुनवाई तक नहीं होती थी। एनडीए एक प्रकार से क्षेत्रीय आकांक्षाओं का बहुत ही खूबसूरत इंद्रधनुष है। एनडीए देश के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए समर्पित है। एनडीए की विचारधारा है नेशन फर्स्ट, सिक्योरिटी ऑफ नेशन फर्स्ट। एनडीए की विचारधारा है प्रोग्रेस फर्स्ट। एनडीए की विचारधारा है एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ पीपल फर्स्ट। साथियों, आपको याद होगा एनडीए की बैठक में हमने संकल्प लिया था कि हम देश की गरीबी को गरीबों की ताकत से ही गरीबी को परास्त करेंगे। इसलिए इन वर्षों में हमारा सबसे ज्यादा जोर गरीबों को सशक्त करने पर रहा। हमने श्रमयोगी को सम्मान दिया, डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर पर बल दिया, हमने गरीब को सुरक्षा का एहसास दिया, हमने गरीब को यह विश्वास दिया कि आपके हर प्रयास के पीछे एनडीए सरकार एक भरोसेमंद साथी की तरह आपके साथ खड़ी है। जैसे किसान को अगर सही बीज और खाद पानी मिल जाए तो वो पैदावार का रिकॉर्ड बना देता है, वैसे ही हमने गरीबों को सशक्त करने के लिए उन्हें हर संभव मदद की। इसका परिणाम क्या आया? अभी नीति आयोग की सबसे ताजा स्टडी आई है, आप में से कुछ मित्रों ने उसका उल्लेख भी किया। इस स्टडी के मुताबिक 2015-16 के बाद के 5 वर्षों में ही 13.5 करोड़ लोग गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए हैं। इसके पूर्व वर्ल्ड बैंक की रिपोर्ट के समय सामने आया कि कैसे बहुत कम समय में ही 40-42 करोड़ लोगों ने गरीबी को परास्त किया है। आईएमएफ के मुताबिक एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी यानी अति गरीबी भी भारत में खत्म होने की कगार पर है, ये आईएमएफ का रिपोर्ट कह रही है। साथियों, यहां एनडीए के आप सभी साथी तो जमीन से जुड़े लोग हैं। आप देखिए, जब किसी गरीब को पक्का घर मिलता है तो ये सिर्फ एक छत की जरूरत पूरा नहीं करता, बल्कि ये उस परिवार को सुरक्षा कवच देता है, उसके सपनों को पंख देता है। जब गरीबों को बैंक लोन देने के लिए सरकार अपनी तरफ से गारंटी देती है, तब उनको एक साथी मिलता है, एक सहारा मिलता है। और ऐसे में प्रगति के लिए, तरक्की के लिए उनके प्रयास 2 गुने हो जाते हैं। जब गरीब को हम मुफ्त इलाज का भरोसा देते हैं तो उससे एक परिवार ही नहीं बल्कि उसके आने वाली पीढ़ियों का भविष्य भी सुरक्षित हो जाता है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि पहले जब गरीब परिवार में बीमारी आती थी तो उसके पास 2 ही विकल्प होते थे, या तो अपनी आंखों के सामने अपनों को जीवन के लिए संघर्ष करते देखें, या फिर मकान, दुकान, खेत, खलिहान जो भी थोड़ा बहुत पास में हो उसे बेचें या गिरवी रखें। पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी गरीब को गरीब रखने के इस कुचक्र को भी एनडीए सरकार की अनेक योजनाओं ने तोड़ दिया है। गांधी जी से लेकर बाबा साहब आंबेडकर और लोहिया जी तक सभी ने जिस सोशल जस्टिस की, सामाजिक न्याय की अवधारणा की थी, और मैं समझता हूं हम जो कर रहे हैं वो यही सच्चा सोशल जस्टिस है, सामाजिक न्याय है। एनडीए सरकार ने वोट बैंक की राजनीति को विकासवाद की राजनीति में बदला है। ये एनडीए शासन ही है जिसमें छोटे किसानों, रेहड़ी पटरी, फुटपाथ वालों को पहली बार मदद मिल रही है। हमारे विश्वकर्मा साथियों को भी पहली बार ये विश्वास मिला है कि उनके लिए भी कोई सरकारी योजना बन सकती है। साथियों, गरीबी से भारत की इस लड़ाई का एक और पक्ष है। आप सब ये भी जानते हैं कि पहले हमारी माताओं बहनों के नाम पर प्रॉपर्टी खरीदने का चलन कम ही था। वे एक प्रकार से घर के, समाज के आर्थिक फैसलों से कटी हुई थी। देश की आधी आबादी और परिवार को चलाने वाली ताकत का जब ये हाल हो तो गरीबी से पार पाना आसान कैसे हो सकता था। अब जब बहनों के नाम बैंक अकाउंट खुले, उनके नाम पर घरों की रजिस्ट्री हुई, उनके नाम पर ऋण मिलने लगे, तो एक नया सामर्थ्य समाज में पैदा हुआ। मुद्रा योजना की सबसे बड़ी लाभार्थी हमारी बहनें हैं। स्टार्टअप इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी लाभार्थी हमारी बेटियां हैं। जो देश में 9 करोड़ स्वयं सहायता समूह बने हैं, उनकी सबसे बड़ी लाभार्थी गांव में रहने वाली दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी समाज की बहनें हैं। मैं पिछले दिनों मध्य प्रदेश गया था, एक आदिवासी गांव में गया था। वहां ये स्वयं सहायता समूह की आदिवासी बहनों से मिलना हुआ। जितने समूह थे उन्होंने कहा अब तो हमारी पहचान है, हम लखपति दीदी हैं। हमारा कारोबार इतना है कि आज हम लखपति बन गए हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन है साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने महिलाओं के कल्याण को, उनकी तकलीफ कम करने को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। जब घर में टॉयलेट बना तो बहनों को सम्मान और सुरक्षा दोनों मिला। जब नल से जल आया, गैस का सिलेंडर आया, तो उनकी परेशानी कम हुई, उनके समय की बचत हुई। इस समय को वो अपने परिवार की आय बढ़ाने में उपयोग कर रही है। ये सिर्फ गरीबी से बाहर निकलने का प्रयास नहीं है, बल्कि वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का रास्ता है जिसे एनडीए सशक्त कर रहा है। आज डिफेंस से लेकर माइनिंग तक हर सेक्टर को बेटियों के लिए खोल दिया गया है। देश को पहली आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति देने का सौभाग्य एनडीए को मिला है। साथियों, 9 साल में हमने केवल एक लक्ष्य के साथ काम किया है कि हम देशवासियों का, खासकर गरीब और वंचित का जीवन बेहतर बना सके। मैं चाहूंगा कि जो लोग एकेडमिक्स से जुड़े हैं, गवर्नेंस स्टडीज से जुड़े हैं, वो इस दिशा में रिसर्च करें। किसी भी सरकार का फ्यूचर विजन क्या है, स्केल ऑफ वर्किंग क्या है, स्पीड ऑफ वर्किंग क्या है, उसकी वर्क स्पिरिट क्या है, इसका मूल्यांकन किया जाए। इन सभी पैरामीटर्स पर एनडीए सरकार का काम न केवल असाधारण साबित होगा, बल्कि एक मॉडल के तौर पर उभरेगा। हम केवल आज की जरूरतों के लिए काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम आने वाली पीढ़ियों के भविष्य को भी सुरक्षित बना रहे हैं। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। हमारे लिए बहुत आसान था कि आजादी के 75 साल पूरे होने पर हम भी कोई स्मारक बना देते, दिल्ली में कोई ऐसी इमारत अपने नाम पर खड़ी कर देते थे या कोई मूर्ति लगवा देते। लेकिन हम देश के कोने कोने में 1 लाख अमृत सरोवर बना रहे हैं। हमारा स्केल, हमारा स्पीड, हमारी स्पिरिट और इसकी वजह से हमारे काम का स्कोप ये अभूतपूर्व है। हम विकास भी कर रहे हैं और विरासत को भी सहेज रहे हैं। हम मेक इन इंडिया पर भी बल दे रहे हैं और पर्यावरण की रक्षा भी कर रहे हैं। साथियों, हमारी नीयत साफ है, नीति स्पष्ट है और निर्णय ठोस है। एनडीए सरकार ने बीते 9 वर्षों में भ्रष्टाचार के हर रास्ते को बंद करने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास किए हैं। पहले सत्ता के गलियारों में जो बिचौलियों घूमते थे, हमने उनको बाहर कर दिया है। हमने टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से लीकेज की हर संभावनाओं को दूर किया है। जनधन, आधार, मोबाइल, इसकी त्रिशक्ति से हमने करोड़ों फर्जी लाभार्थियों को गरीबों का हक छीनने से रोका है। अब सोचिए, देश में करीब करीब 10 करोड़ ऐसे फर्जी लाभार्थी थे जिनका जन्म ही नहीं हुआ था और जिन्हें सरकारी मदद जा रही थी। ये पैसे मेरे किसी गरीब भाई बहन के थे, किसी आदिवासी के थे, किसी पिछड़े और दलित साथी के थे। ये एनडीए सरकार है जिसने गरीब से हो रही इस लूट को बंद किया है। इन 9 वर्षों में 30 लाख करोड़ रुपए, यह आंकड़ा छोटा नहीं है, 30 लाख करोड़ रुपए डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर डीबीटी के जरिए सीधे लाभार्थियों के बैंक खातों में पहुंचे। ऐसा करके हमने गरीबों का कम से कम 3 लाख करोड़ रुपया गलत हाथों में जाने से बचाया है। साथियों, लोकतंत्र में राजनीति अलग अलग विजन को देश के सामने रखने का एक माध्यम होती है, लेकिन हर विजन का, हर विचारधारा का मकसद एक ही होता है, गुड गवर्नेंस और देशवासियों की सेवा। पॉलिटिक्स में प्रतिस्पर्धा हो सकती है, लेकिन शत्रुता नहीं होती। आखिरकार हम एक ही देश के लोग हैं, एक ही समाज का हिस्सा है। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आज विपक्ष ने अपनी एक ही पहचान बना ली है, हमें गाली देना, हमें नीचा दिखाना। बावजूद इसके हम एनडीए के सभी साथियों ने हमेशा देश को दलों के हित से ऊपर रखा है। हमने राजनीतिक सौहार्द और शालीनता को बनाए रखने के लिए प्रयास किए हैं। ये एनडीए सरकार ही है जिसने प्रणब दा को भारत रत्न दिया, जो जीवन भर कांग्रेस में रहे थे, लेकिन हमें उन्हें ये सम्मान देने में संकोच नहीं किया। ये एनडीए सरकार ही है जिसने मुलायम सिंह यादव, शरद पवार, गुलाम नबी आजाद, तरुण गोगोई, एमसी जमीर, मुजफ्फर बेग, ऐसे अनेक नेताओं को जो राजनीतिक दृष्टि से हमारे साथ नहीं है, हमारे खिलाफ है, हमने पद्म सम्मान दिया है उन लोगों को। ये नेता भी कभी बीजेपी या एनडीए में नहीं थे, लेकिन हमने देश सेवा में उनके लंबे योगदान को स्वीकार किया, उसे सराहा, उन्हें सम्मानित किया। लोकतंत्र की ये मूल भावना एनडीए की कार्यशैली में आपको हर जगह दिखेगी। इस समय भारत G20 समिट को होस्ट कर रहा है। इससे जुड़े आयोजन देश के हर राज्य में, हर हिस्से में हो रहे हैं। हमने इन आयोजनों को वेन्यू तय करते समय कभी ये नहीं सोचा कि किस राज्य में कौन सी पार्टी की सरकार है। कोरोना के समय भी मैंने लगातार सभी राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्रियों के साथ व्यक्तिगत संवाद किया, मीटिंग की। कौन मुख्यमंत्री किस पार्टी का है, ये विचार कभी हमारे बीच नहीं आया। इसी तरह आप उन दिनों को भी याद करिए जब भाषा, लैंग्वेज लोगों को बांटने के एक टूल के तौर पर इस्तेमाल होती थी। लेकिन एनडीए सरकार की सोच देखिए। एनडीए सरकार ने मातृभाषा को बल देना शुरू किया और आज भाषाओं के माध्यम से, मातृभाषा के माध्यम से मेरे युवा डॉक्टर और इंजीनियर बने, इसका अवसर देने का जरिया भाषा बन रही है। हमने हमारी विरासत को, धरोहरों को ग्लोबल बनाने के लिए लगातार प्रयास किए हैं। यहां पर कई हमारे साथियों ने इसका उल्लेख किया। आज योग वैश्विक एकता का एक माध्यम बन गया है। आज मिलेट्स एक ग्लोबल ट्रेंड बन रहा है। श्री अन्न की चर्चा हो रही है और इसका लाभ हमारे हर क्षेत्र के छोटे छोटे किसानों को मिल रहा है। हम देश के लोगों को जोड़ते हैं, वो देश के लोगों को तोड़ते हैं। साथियों, विपक्ष के लोग जिस गलती को बार बार दोहरा रहे हैं वो है देश के सामान्य मानवी की समझदारी को वे लोग अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं। लेकिन देश की जनता सब कुछ खुली आंखों से देख भी रही है और समझ भी रही है। जनता देख रही है कि ये पार्टियों क्यों इकट्ठा हो रही है। जनता ये भी जान रही है कि वो कौन सा ग्लू है, गोंद है जो इन लोगों को, इन पार्टियों को जोड़ रहा है। किस तरह छोटे छोटे स्वार्थ के लिए मूल्यों और सिद्धांतों से समझौता किया जा रहा है। लोग देख रहे हैं कि केरल में लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस एक दूसरे के खून के प्यासे हैं, लेकिन बेंगलुरु में दोनों पार्टियों के नेता हाथ में हाथ डालकर मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। लोग देख रहे हैं कि बंगाल में लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस के नेताओं पर, उनके कार्यकर्ताओं पर टीएमसी हमले कर रही है, लेकिन इनके नेता टीएमसी के खिलाफ कुछ भी बोलने से बच रहे हैं। इसलिए देश के लोग कह रहे हैं कि गलबहियां मिशन नहीं है, मजबूरियां है। इनकी सच्चाई आपको दूसरे राज्यों में भी दिखाई देगी। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के नेता और पीडीपी के नेता एक दूसरे को कैसी कैसी गालियां देते हैं। आरजेडी और जेडीयू के लोग कैसे कैसे शब्दों से एक दूसरे को नवाजते थे। देश की जनता ने यह सब करीब से देखा है और देख रही है। इसलिए इनकी नुरा कुश्ती हो या मजबूरी की दोस्ती, इसकी हकीकत 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सामने आ चुकी है। साथियों, अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए ये लोग पास पास तो आ सकते हैं, लेकिन साथ नहीं आ सकते। इन्हें अपने कार्यकर्ताओं की भी परवाह नहीं है। ये अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से उम्मीद करते हैं कि जीवन भर जिसका विरोध किया उसका अचानक सत्कार करने लगे। अब ऐसे में इन दलों का कार्यकर्ता खुद भ्रमित है कि करे तो क्या करे। मैं तो आज ये भी कहूंगा कि जो लोग आज मोदी को कोसने के लिए इतना समय लगा रहे हैं, अच्छा होता वो देश के लिए सोचने में, गरीब के लिए सोचने में अपना समय लगाते। हम उनके लिए सिर्फ प्रार्थना ही कर सकते हैं। साथियों, 24 का चुनाव बहुत दूर नहीं है। देश के लोग मन बना चुके हैं कि तीसरी बार फिर एनडीए को ही अवसर देना है। देश का मन आप जानते हैं, लेकिन विदेश का मन भी बहुत कुछ संकेत दे रहा है। आमतौर पर जब भी किसी देश में चुनाव का समय निकट आता है तो उसका बहुत बड़ा असर उसके वैश्विक संबंधों पर भी होता है। हर एक को लगता है कि भाई अब तो चुनाव का वर्ष है, अभी इस सरकार के साथ अभी रहने दो, एक बार चुनाव हो जाए, नई सरकार आएगी तब सोचेंगे। स्वाभाविक है। कोई भी दूसरा देश उस सरकार के साथ जो चुनाव बिल्कुल निकट हो वहां संबंध बनाने से पहले, संवाद करने से पहले 100 बार सोचता है। फॉरेन कंट्रीज हमेशा चुनाव के नतीजों का इंतजार करते हैं। लास्ट ईयर जब होता है तो सोचते हैं कि भाई एक बार चुनाव नतीजा आ जाना तो फिर देखेंगे। जो सरकार जाने वाली होती है उस पर कोई भी देश अपना टाइम और एनर्जी इन्वेस्ट नहीं करना चाहता। लेकिन इस समय भारत का मामला कुछ अलग है। सबको पता है कि हमारे यहां कुछ महीनों में चुनाव होने वाले हैं, फिर भी अनेकों महत्वपूर्ण देश, चाहे अमेरिका हो, फ्रांस हो, ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, जापान हो, यूएई हो, यूके हो, सब एनडीए सरकार के प्रतिनिधियों को इनवाइट कर रहे हैं। तमाम देश भारत को मान और सम्मान दे रहे हैं। कितने ही देश भारत के साथ बड़े बड़े और वो भी दूरगामी समझौते कर रहे हैं। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि वो भी जानते हैं कि भारत के लोगों का भरोसा एनडीए पर है। यानी भारत में जनमत किसके साथ है ये दुनिया के देशों को भी पता है। साथियों, एनडीए का विस्तार सिर्फ संख्या या भौगोलिक विस्तार का नहीं है। ये भारत एनडीए का जो विस्तार है ये हमारे प्रति विश्वास का दायरा भी बढ़ा रहा है। जनता एनडीए की हिस्ट्री और केमिस्ट्री दोनों को देख रही है। तभी तो हमारा गणित भी बड़ी आसानी से जुड़ता है। आप देखिए 2014 में एनडीए को देश ने लगभग 38% वोट दिए थे 2014 में, लेकिन 2019 में हमारे देश सेवा भाव को देखते हुए देश ने हमें 45% वोट दिए। और आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी, इनमें 225 से अधिक सीटें ऐसी थी जो हम जीत करके आए, 225 से अधिक सीटें जहां 50% से अधिक वोट शेयर एनडीए को मिला है। एनडीए का हर सहयोगी जो मेहनत कर रहा है उससे तय है कि 24 में एनडीए का वोट शेयर 50% से भी ऊपर जाएगा। आपकी मेहनत रंग लाने वाली है, मैं विश्वास से कहता हूं। आपकी मेहनत बेकार नहीं जाएगी। देश की जनता को आपके सबके नेतृत्व पर भरोसा है। पूरे देश में हमारे अनेक साथी एक बड़ी ताकत बनकर उभरेंगे। हम हर भूभाग, हर वर्ग, हर समाज को विकसित भारत के मिशन से जोड़ेंगे। साथियों, हमें विकास के मुद्दे पर ही जनता के पास जाना है। हमारा एक ही लक्ष्य है, विकास, भारत का विकास। भारत के कोटि कोटि लोगों की आशा आकांक्षा ही हमारा एजेंडा है। हम पूरी शक्ति लगा देंगे, हम मेहनत करेंगे, ईमानदारी से काम करेंगे। और यही हमारी गारंटी है। और लाल किले से मैंने कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। आज देश में एक माहौल बन चुका है। देश का आत्मसम्मान और आत्मविश्वास आज अभूतपूर्व ऊंचाई पर है। जैसे कोई इमारत बनाने से पहले नींव का निर्माण होता है, वैसे ही पिछले 9 वर्षों में नए भारत की एक मजबूत नींव का निर्माण हो चुका है। इस मजबूत नींव पर हम सभी को नए भारत का, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, विकसित भारत का निर्माण करके ही रहना है। और आपने मुझ पर इतना विश्वास रखा है, इतना प्रेम बरसाया है, इतना स्नेह किया है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं और आपके माध्यम से मैं देशवासियों को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि मैं अपने परिश्रम में, अपने प्रयासों में कहीं कोई कमी नहीं रहने दूंगा। मुझसे गलती हो सकती है, लेकिन बदनीयत से मैं दूर रहूंगा। बदनीयत से कोई काम नहीं करूंगा। और साथियों, मेरा जीवन आप देखते हैं, देश देख रहा है। मेरे शरीर का हर कण, मेरे समय का हर क्षण देश को ही समर्पित है। आपका ये विश्वास, आपके ये आशीर्वाद, ये मेरी ऊर्जा है। और साथियों, आप सब कह रहे थे कि 2014 में देश की इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर पर थी, आज 5वें नंबर पहुंची है। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, एनडीए के तीसरे टर्म में इस देश की इकोनॉमी दुनिया में तीसरे नंबर पर होके रहेगी। हर सपने संकल्प है और हर संकल्प सिद्धि के लिए हम जी जान से जुटे हुए लोग हैं, समर्पित भाव से जुटे हुए लोग हैं। और आज जिस उमंग और उत्साह से आपको एक एक की बात जो मैंने सुनी, मेरे लिए भी बड़े प्रेरक थी, उत्साहवर्धक थी। आपका विश्वास, विजय का विश्वास, जन सामान्य की सोच को बखूबी व्यक्त करने का आपका तरीका वाकई प्रभावित करने वाला था। मैं मानता हूं कि 25 साल की यात्रा की आज की ये महत्वपूर्ण बैठक, 25 साल बाद देश जब 100 साल की आजादी मनाएगा, हमारे सामने भी 25 साल का नक्शा है। दोस्तों, देश जब अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है तो हमें सेवा करने का मौका मिला है। और आप लिख के रखिए, यही लोग हैं, यही लोग हैं। जब देश 100 साल की आजादी का पर्व मनाएगा, आप ही के परिश्रम से, आप ही के पुरुषार्थ से, आप ही के नेतृत्व से ये संभव होने वाला है, ये मैं साफ देख रहा हूं। दोस्तों, इस विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार आप सभी का इस बैठक में आने के लिए, एनडीए को सशक्त करने के लिए मैं हृदय से बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। जो सुझाव आए हैं, उन सुझाव को नड्डा जी और उनकी टीम जरूर उसको पूरा करेगी। साथियों, पिछले 9 साल में मेरी व्यस्तता के कारण शायद कभी आप में से किसी ने संपर्क करने का प्रयास किया हो और मैं न कर पाया हूं। हो सकता है इस 9 साल में मेरे प्रवास के दरमियान शायद एसपीजी सिक्योरिटी का कारण आपको उचित स्थान न मिला हो सकता है किसी इनविटेशन कार्ड में आपका नाम रह गया हो। 9 साल में ऐसा बहुत कुछ हो सकता है, लेकिन आपने कभी भी शिकायत नहीं की, आपने कभी भी मन में बुरा नहीं माना। गलतियां हुई होगी, कभी कभी तो मेरे ध्यान में भी आई है कि कार्यक्रम के बाद पता चलता अरे वो तो वहां खड़े थे, उनको तो यहां होना चाहिए था। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आपका प्रेम कभी कम नहीं हुआ। साथियों, ये विश्वास मेरी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, मेरी बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है, और आप ही के भरोसे, आप ही के साथ चलने का मुझे एक बहुत अनुभव भी मिलता है, आनंद भी मिलता है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सभी साथियों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि हम देश की आशा आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने में एक टीम बन करके एकता के साथ, एकजुटता के साथ, आत्मविश्वास के साथ, संकल्प के साथ चल पड़ेंगे, विजयी होके रहेंगे। जनता के आशीर्वाद पूर्व बाहर मिलते रहेंगे। अपने कर्तृत्व के कारण, समर्पण के कारण, ध्येय निष्ठा के कारण, जनता के प्रति हमारे लगाव के कारण ये सब संभव होने वाला है। जनता जनार्दन है, जनार्दन में मेरा विश्वास है, उस विश्वास से परिणाम निश्चित है। फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the NDA allies, a meeting of the NDA which took place this evening on the very day that the opposition has formed a front that they call India. You've seen the Prime Minister in a way set the stage for the battle for 2024. He says he represents the more positive side of his alliance is positive, his opponents are negative. He claims that the opposition only wants to defeat him at all costs. He wants to take the country on the path of Vikas. What does all of this mean? Has the battle for 2024 been set? We will give you all the latest. We'll have a special on the news today in a moment from now. But first, let me tell you the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. The UPA renames itself as India or the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Opposition declares India will defeat the NDA in 2024. Prime Minister Modi hits back, calls the opposition alliance corrupt and dynastical with a negative agenda as he addresses his own 38-member NDA alliance, says his alliance is committed to Vikas. His opponents only want Modi out. BJP MP Brij Bhushan Singh gets 2-day interim bail in the wrestler's sexual harassment case. Court to hear wrestling body chief's regular bail plea on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Minister Ponmudi faces a second round of ED grilling over money laundering claims in an alleged mining scam. Ponmudi grilled for over 8 hours on Monday. Former Kerala Chief Minister, Congress veteran Oommen Chandy passes away at 79 years. Condolences pour in. Kerala declares 2-day official mourning for a leader who never lost an election in 50 years. Gautam Adani addresses the Hindenburg allegations at his AGM, says vested interests wrote the report to hurt the conglomerate, damage his image. Chandrayaan-3 successfully performs third orbit-raising maneuver. India's moon mission remains on schedule. Former US President Trump says he will be indicted in Capitol riots and 2020 election interference probe. Trump claims he received a target letter from special prosecutors. Sweltering temperatures, massive wildfires grip southern Europe. Thousands evacuated, heat alerts issued as temperatures expected to rise further. But the story that we are breaking this evening, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has convened a meeting of the BJP and 37 allies in the national capital and has just hit out at the opposition alliance which has been named India today. The Prime Minister claimed NDA is a mazboot, not a majboor alliance, and he's claimed that the opponents have a dynastic negative mindset which will not win. The Prime Minister has coined his own acronym, NDA equals New India, Developed Nation and Aspiration. So the Prime Minister using the occasion to hit back at his opponents, thereby setting the stage for the battle for 2024. Let's first quickly listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
हमारा संकल्प पॉजिटिव है, एजेंडा पॉजिटिव है, भावना पॉजिटिव है और हमारा रास्ता भी पॉजिटिव है। मैं अक्सर कहा करता हूं कि सरकारें बहुमत से बनती हैं, लेकिन देश सबके प्रयास से चलता है। कोटि कोटि भारतीय आज नए संकल्पों की ऊर्जा से भरे हुए हैं। इस महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड में एनडीए की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। एक तरह से ये नई ऊर्जा से भरी हुई त्रिशक्ति है। एन से न्यू इंडिया के लिए, डी से डेवलप्ड नेशन के लिए, ए से एस्पिरेशन ऑफ पीपल एंड रीजन के लिए, आज देश का गरीब, देश का मध्यम वर्ग, देश के युवा, महिलाएं, दलित, पीड़ित, शोषित, वंचित, आदिवासी सभी का विश्वास एनडीए पर है।
Prime Minister claiming he enjoys the trust of the people of India. That means the battle lines are drawn for 2024. While the NDA held its strategy meeting late this evening, the opposition has held a long meeting in Bengaluru to chalk out its strategies. 26 parties attending the opposition meeting. 38 parties were at the NDA meet. The opposition today coined a new name for its alliance, the Indian National Development Inclusive Alliance, or INDIA. The 2024 battle will now be between the NDA and the India Alliance. It's our top story tonight.
Earlier, we worked with UPA. Now, with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance.
India will fight the NDA in the big test match of 2024. 26 opposition parties that met in Bengaluru on Tuesday zeroed in on a new name for its team, but has left the captain's post vacant to be filled later.
हम एक कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी 11 लोगों की बना रहे हैं। उस 11 लोगों के मीटिंग में तय होगा कि कौन से वो 11 लोग होंगे, फिर उसमें कौन कन्वेनर उसको बनाएंगे आगे के लिए।
The name for the alliance, according to sources, was suggested by Rahul Gandhi.
This is a fight between the idea of India and the idea of the BJP. This is a fight between India and the BJP. It is a fight between India and Mr. Narendra Modi.
Opposition parties, many of whom are wary of the Congress, seem to have buried the hatchet for now.
इंडिया जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा। भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा। इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा।
But picking a captain or, for that matter, fixing the batting order will be no easy task. The opposition ranks are full of star players used to opening the innings and averse to batting down the order. The first hint that seat sharing will be tough nut to crack came minutes after the meeting.
In Bengal, take for instance in Kerala, it will be the Congress-led front versus the CPM-led front. That is what it will be. Because of that situation, the BJP doesn't even get a single MLA elected. Yes. Likewise in Bengal, it will be that Congress, secular forces and the left together will be taking on both the BJP and the TMC.
The NDA too is finalizing its team. 38 parties attended a meeting called by the BJP in Delhi on Tuesday. Unlike the opposition alliance India, the NDA has proven match winner in Prime Minister Narendra Modi and it is building a team around him. The stage for the NDA meet was set in the morning by Prime Minister himself when he went hammer and tongs at the opposition, calling them a coalition of the corrupt.
ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी सम्मेलन हो रहा है।
Opposition alliance India may look strong on the paper, but the NDA is banking on Narendra Modi's chemistry to sail through. Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's raise the big questions tonight. NDA or India? Who is the more formidable alliance? Does the opposition alliance have leadership and narrative to take on a Modi-centric NDA? Is 2024 still going to be mainly a battle of BJP versus Congress or between alliances? Can the opposition then find a chemistry to match arithmetic? These are some of the questions that I want to raise. It's time for our face-off. And joining us on our face-off tonight are two special guests, both former I.N.D.A ministers, Manish Tiwari of the Congress and Prakash Zavadekar of the BJP. Appreciate both of you joining us. Let's turn to you, Manish Tiwari, first, because the buzz has been created by the opposition alliance with this new name called India. Now, it's one thing to have a name like India. The challenge is going to be to manage India and manage a coalition across India. Do you concede that your alliance at the moment still doesn't have the chemistry, even though you have the name?
Well, Rajdeep, it has the chemistry and it has the physics, for the simple reason that the essence of any democracy is change. And for a democracy to renew itself, to rejuvenate itself, to refurbish itself, change is the only constant. And so therefore, India, which is Bharat, which is a union of states as encapsulated in Article 1 of the Indian Constitution, very eloquently sums up the coming together of these 26 opposition parties in order to present an alternative to this country after 9 years of the NDA BJP rule, which unfortunately has been characterized by abysmal failure on all fronts. You have Manipur, you have the transgression in China, you have economic inequality which has grown leaps and bounds. And so therefore there are a host of challenges which are crying out for alternatives and are crying out for a change. So as they say, well begun is half done. The 26 opposition parties have come together, and I think the biggest testimony to the opposition coming together is that the BJP has decided to resuscitate a dead National Democratic Alliance after 9 years by holding a meeting on the same day as the meeting in Bengaluru was fixed. I think that possibly sums up both the paranoia and the nervousness which the ruling dispensation has already started feeling, even as the opposition alliance has taken baby steps towards concretization.
Okay, I'll come to you later on specific states, but I think Prakash Zavadekar deserves to reply to that. Prakash Zavadekar, you heard Manish Tiwari. He says that the NDA has been revived. It was dead because the BJP now recognizes it as a challenge. The opposition alliance has taken the baby steps. NDA has revived itself because it is worried it cannot now be just the BJP anymore. Till few months ago, it was Modi versus all. Now you have 38 parties joining. Many of them don't even have a single MP, MLA.
First, let me tell you that Manish Tiwari and opposition parties have every right to do different attempts to come to power. I have no, because that is democracy. So they should do it. But they don't know that we have leader and people's trust in the leader. They don't have leader and they don't have trust of the people. And therefore what we are seeing is utter confusion reigning in the opposition camp. What is the issue? Why they have come together? That is the real question. They have come together because anti-corruption drive. And therefore, that corruption and family rule, that is dynasty, are the two sticking points for opposition parties, and therefore they are together. Kejriwal may not be dynastic, but he is corrupt. That we have seen, 2 ministers in jail. So everybody joined there has very black past, no present also.
No, 1 minute, Mr. Zavadekar, before I go, no, 1 minute. You're saying that they have come together because they want to protect the corrupt, because they want to protect dynasty. But who are your new entrants today? Chirag Paswan is back, son of Ram Vilas Paswan. Is he not a dynast? Ajit Pawar is the new face. Till a few weeks ago, your party men were openly calling him corrupt. You are from Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis was saying, unki chakki piecing karaunga, unko jail bhejunga. So, let's try. Basically, it appears both the alliances have a lot of contradictions.
No, let us understand. I know, Rajdeep, by you will be one participant. It is not anchor and 2 participants.
Right.
It is 2 participants and me.
No.
But the issue is very simple. That, see, exception is exception. And what is the rule in opposition? Why they have come together? See, in Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, at the hands of Mamata Banerjee's Karyakartas, Congress and CPM workers are complaining. They are dying. They are getting hurt every day. And you keep smiling here in Bengaluru and you are decrying them in Bengal. Is it a politics? What promise you are offering to people? So there is no promise, there is no agenda. And I will tell you one basic truth. What is our strength? Jaise, what was the Diwar dialogue? Mere paas maa hai. So we have Modi and trust of people.
Okay, so mere paas Modi hai.
Rahul Gandhi said, and 1 minute,
yes.
मेरे पास मोदी है, मेरे पास जनता का विश्वास है, दोनों है. और what is the important thing is when Rahul Gandhi criticized Modi that 21,000 crore rupees in Adani's shell companies are of Modi. I have a tape recorded conversation and you can have it anywhere in general compartment of the railway. People were discussing what he will do of 21,000 crore rupees, because he has no family, he has no interest, he has to give nobody. And why? So that is the public trust in Modi, because of his work, because of his integrity.
So Modi, I get your point. Mr. Modi, sir, I get your point. Modi ji is your USP, and I think you raise a question with Manish Tiwari you must answer in Bengal. As Prakash Zavadekar points out, look at the contradictions. Panchayat elections, Congress left, and Trinamool Congress are engaged in a bloody conflict. In Bengaluru, you are having dinner together. In your own state of Punjab, your party men are accusing AAP of using the police to target the Congress. Till the other day, your party called AAP the B team of the Congress. He, in turn, in public speeches, called for the arrest of several Congress leaders. Now you are coming together. The contradictions that exist, according to Prakash Zavadekar, they have Modi and you have contradictions.
So Rajdeep, if they have Modi, then why do they need the National Democratic Alliance? Then why this knee-jerk reaction that you get 38 parties together or 39 parties together or 37 parties together on the same day as the opposition decides to hold its conclave in Bengaluru. Mr. Javadekar, I heard you out patiently. Now hear me out patiently. Number two, Mr. Javadekar raised the bogey of corruption. This is like raising a ghost and slaying it and saying that you're Superman. You misused state instrumentalities for 9 years. The CBI, the Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax. Mr. Javadekar, I would like to ask you, how many convictions have you been able to secure in any court of law in any of the matters that you raised when you were in opposition from 2004 to 14? And the answer is zero. Number three, Rajdeep, coming to your question, politics is the art of managing contradictions. I am not saying that there are no contradictions within the opposition alliance, but this country is ripe for a change. It requires a change. And as I pointed out earlier, in a democracy, change is the only constant.
No, but what's the agenda of change?
26 opposition parties,
Manish Tiwari, what is your agenda of change?
Contradictions have come together.
Managing contradictions, but what is your agenda of change? What do you stand for besides anti-Modism? Your single point agenda seems to be Modi Hatao.
First of all, let me disabuse you of this concept, Rajdeep. This alliance is not against anybody. This alliance is to offer a positive change to the country. This alliance is there to deal with the problems which have been created, beginning with Manipur, the border transgressions, the economic inequalities, and so therefore you will see a comprehensive agenda of change articulated which will deal with all the
Mr. Zavadekar wants to know who's the leader,
including the assault on freedom of speech and expression.
Mr. Zavadekar and his party want to know who leads it. They will say Modi versus
the leader will also manifest itself. That answer will also become obvious. We are still 9 months away or 10 months away from the general elections. We have started walking on the road of unity, and all these questions that you are raising today will automatically manifest themselves and become clear in the course of time. Why are you so worried, and why is everybody so anxious that they want an answer today like instant coffee? 9 years the NDA BJP has ruled. There is a restlessness in this country for that for a change, and we are articulating that restlessness.
Let me ask Mr. Zavadekar the question. Manish Tiwari, Mr. Zavadekar, you are saying mere paas Modi hai. Agar aapke paas Modi hai, then why do you need these 38 parties, most of whom do not have even a single MLA and MP, or some of them don't?
No.
That the feeling is that y'all are a little worried that the public perception is that the opposition is gathering momentum. To arrest that, you have done this meeting today of the NDA. For 8 years, you have not even had a proper NDA meeting. Suddenly, Mr. Modi is remembering old friends. What has changed? In Maharashtra, you have brought in Ajit Pawar, who you called corrupt, as I said earlier. You did not answer that question of mine. It seems that y'all also now are desperate for friends. Why?
No, let me tell you very candidly one thing, that NDA is not a new invention. It is not the first meeting. NDA is in government. Our friend parties who are represented in parliament are in the government. We are working together for last 9 years, and we will continue to work. New people join in, because now, because of elections, people will reposition them. Those who think of country, because Modi has a vision 25 years ahead from now. In 2047, when we will be celebrating 100 years of independence, we must become developed country.
No, is it about, sir, with due regard,
what is
Prakash
wrong?
ji,
What that is
no,
the
Javadekar
vision.
ji, with due regard, is it about 2047 or is it about 2024, where the BJP is worried that if we don't reach 272, the halfway mark, we need allies? That's why you're searching, hunting for allies. And in states like Maharashtra and Bihar in particular, you know you're on the back foot because there have been political realignments. Nitish Kumar has gone to the Mahagathbandhan. Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray are with the opposition. Is that the worry? Is it 2024 or 2047 you're worried about?
No, Rajdeep, take it from me. Before you will do your pre-poll surveys, take it from me. Prakash Javadekar says today on 18 July 2023 that we will win more than 300 seats and more than nearly 350 seats as NDA.
BJP will win more than 300 seats,
in
you're saying?
2024.
BJP 300 seats. You're saying BJP 300 seats,
Yes.
NDA 350 seats. Okay,
Yes.
that's a big number that you're posing. Manish Tiwari, let's be clear. The real challenge is Congress versus BJP. There are about 180 seats in the country, direct fight Congress-BJP. BJP won more than 170 of them. Do you accept that for your alliance to work, the Congress is going to have to revive itself? Unless the Congress revives, this alliance is not going to work.
Well, Rajdeep, first of all, I am not an astrologer and I am not going to make prophecies of 300 and 350 because for the simple reason, I do not believe that an exquisite combination of arrogance and ignorance should be inflicted on the viewers of your channel. Having said that, you're absolutely correct that the core of every alliance has to function in a manner in which it optimizes itself, and therefore the Indian National Congress over the past couple of years has been trying to optimize itself, and I think the results are showing. Karnataka is an example. The states which are going to the polls, the Congress seems to be pretty well placed, and as I pointed out that there is a restlessness in this country for a change, and therefore the BJP has responded to that nervousness by resurrecting this comatose National Democratic Alliance, which wasn't even in the intensive care unit. It was in a sanatorium. It has been pulled out and dusted and resurrected. I think that is the biggest tribute the BJP or the ruling dispensation could have paid to the effort of the opposition to come together. And so therefore these are early days. As time advances, you will find that the opposition will gain momentum, and in those states where there are direct fights, in those states where there are fights between NDA constituents and the constituents of the India alliance, India that is Bharat, you will find that people who are restless and yearning for a change will make the right choice.
So you're not going to give me a number. Prakash Javadekar has given me a number. BJP 300 plus, NDA 350. What is your best number for your India alliance? Do you all have a number in mind?
Well, the one thing that I can say with all certainty, Rajdeep, is that given the mood of restlessness in this country, I see a change in 2024. And as I said, I am not an astrologer, I am not a soothsayer, I do not make prophecies on television, but what I can feel on the ground as someone who has fought 3 Lok Sabha elections, who tries to keep his ear to the ground, there is a restlessness, there is a yearning for change, and I think what you've seen today in Bengaluru is an articulation of that restlessness. Sorry to repeat that word 3 or 4 times over.
Restlessness is in the air. Prakash Javadekar, you want a final word? Are you, is there some doubt when you come on this program and say 300 seat to milne hai, 350 NDA? Any doubt in your mind or not?
Yes. No, absolutely not, because let me tell you what is opposition coming together. In first meeting, they decided that we will meet in Bengaluru second time. In Bengaluru, they decided the name of the alliance. Third, in Mumbai, they will decide committee. Then that committee will meet. In between, there will be elections. There will be again confusion. Ultimately, they will not declare leader. They will not declare sustainable program. They are negative. They are saying Modi hatao. We are saying Desh badhao.
Okay.
Desh aage karo.
Okay, Modi hatao versus Desh badhao is what the BJP claims.
Rajdeep,
yes.
Rajdeep,
Yes.
Rajdeep, nobody has said Modi hatao. If you read the joint statement, it is a positive statement, it's a progressive statement, it articulates the concerns which this nation is confronting, and it promises a positive agenda in order to address those concerns. This is not individual specific, it is about democracy renewing itself periodically in order to sustain itself and survive. This is what this alliance is all about.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Manish Tiwari and
Rajdeep.
Yes.
Rajdeep, 1 minute.
Yes.
Rajdeep, one.
Yes, go ahead.
Rajdeep, last sentence. 100 crore voters will be voting. Means out of that, 70 crore will vote. That is the real democratic exercise. And we are ready for the battle.
Okay.
You should fight. Whether you fight together or not, that is not important.
Okay, we'll leave it. Janta Janardhan. ये public है, ये सब जानती है. Let's leave it in the end to the public of this country. Prakash Zavadekar, Manish Tiwari, great to have both of you on the show on the Face Off. Thank you.
Thank you.
The battle for alliances. Now, as you can see, we are in election season already, so lots of shifting alliances as well. The latest to shift was our newsmaker of the day. Chirag Paswan was embraced by Prime Minister Modi warmly as he entered the NDA fold. I spoke earlier to the Lok Janshakti Party leader on just why he's gone back to the NDA. Listen in. Chirag, just 15 months ago, you were at war with the NDA when you were evicted from your late father Ram Vilas Paswan's house. Now you are coming back to the NDA. What has suddenly changed?
Well, to begin with, Rajdeep ji, let me begin by saying this, that I feel so nostalgic and I feel so emotional today talking to you, because I remember my last interview with my father together was with you only. And so yes, I mean, this makes me a little emotional remembering those things. But coming back to your question, well, I wasn't really at war with BJP. I mean, even when my house was, when it was evicted, I was to do that because I wasn't really authorized to continue staying in that house because I wasn't really eligible. But then, yes, the way I was thrown out of the house, that was one of the concerns. But my fight is not for my, it's not for me individually, I have bigger goals. It's more for my party, it's more for my state. So yes, I mean, alliances are made on that basis, not keeping your personal benefits in mind. It's always for the benefit of the party, benefit of the state, and more importantly, your ideology that you believe in. So yes, I mean, coming back in an NDA alliance is keeping all those things in mind.
Is there some deal? We are told that you have asked for 1 Rajya Sabha, 6 Lok Sabha seats, and you will be made a minister. Have you struck some kind of a deal with the BJP? Was there any bargaining that you had to do with Amit Shah before you have come back into the NDA fold? And have you asked for your uncle to be removed from the cabinet?
Well, about the ministership, definitely it's not a matter of concern for me at all. And when it comes to my uncle also, whether he stays in the alliance, whether he is not in the alliance, it really doesn't matter, Rajdeep ji, because it's been over 2 years now, and I'm way past all these things. It doesn't really matter what is he doing and, whether he's the part of the alliance or he continues to be the minister or not. But then definitely, yes, me and my party, we had our concerns, and which we wanted to have a clarity on before we officially say yes to the alliance. And we discussed all these concerns with the senior leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party, and yes, I mean, it was well appreciated, and is the reason why we are in India now.
People will say that this is opportunism on all sides. BJP attacks the opposition saying that the opposition is Parivarvad. Your coming back to the NDA, people will say, is also Parivarvad. So it all seems to me that because of 2024 Lok Sabha, sab kuch chalega. Anyone now will go wherever they can see opportunity. The BJP attacked the opposition for Parivarvad, and you are back in the BJP.
I think not anymore, Rajdeep ji. Now you cannot call me an outcome of Parivarvad. I mean, I'll not shy away from the fact, Vanshvad, definitely, आप वो मुझ पे डाल सकते हैं. But I think Parivarvad doesn't associate with me anymore. My family has broken away and they have drifted away from me. So no more Parivarvad. But having said that, I think when there are bigger goals, then these are not the considerations that you keep in mind.
Chirag Paswan being given a warm hug by the Prime Minister 15 months after he was turfed out of his official residence or his father's residence in a battle of the Paswans. इसे कहते हैं Rajniti. You never know what happens tomorrow. Let me leave you therefore with my takeaways. I mean, it's all this confusion between NDA and India. Rajdeep's 10 takeaways, you can call it. A, NDA alliance is basically BJP centric. Most of the other parties don't matter. What matters is NDA and Mr. Modi. The Congress is the pivot of the opposition alliance, but it needs strong regional players. The Congress is not as strong as the BJP is at the moment, so it needs strong allies with it, which might explain the presence of strong regional players. Number 3, the BJP has worries in key states like Bihar, Maharashtra. That explains the new allies that they've forged. Small ones like Chirag Paswan and Upendra Kushwaha in Bihar, bigger ones like the Shiv Sena and the NCP in Maharashtra, but it needs new alliances. The opposition alliance has a particularly strong southern presence. In states like Tamil Nadu, it will be very strong. But it is weaker in the north, especially in the Hindi heartland and in particular the crucial state of Uttar Pradesh. Number 5, and this is a critical takeaway. There are still around 180, around 185 in fact, BJP versus Congress direct fight seats that are the key to who wins 2024. Last time round, the BJP swept 90% of them. Can they repeat that? The Congress, therefore, becomes critical for the opposition. Seat sharing with TMC and AAP is a challenge for this opposition India alliance. Can you tie up in Bengal between the left and TMC, in Delhi and Punjab with AAP? These are questions the opposition will have to answer. NDA has Modi as its leader. India may not project anyone. So leadership will become a major question. Sonia Gandhi's role is now key to holding the India alliance together. Remember, she was there in Bengaluru, and it is believed that her role will be to bring some of these contrasting parties together. This is an important factor around 70, in fact 60 now that I calculate. 60 MPs in the present Lok Sabha are in neither camp. There are 335 in the NDA camp. There are about 145 in the opposition camp. But there are about 63 MPs who are in neither camp. Parties like Biju Janata Dal, YSRCP, TDP, they could become post-poll allies for whoever has the numbers in Delhi. Let me say this then. NDA has the chemistry, the Modi factor. It has the arithmetic because the BJP is strong. India, or the India alliance of the opposition, has arithmetic now. The question is, can it build the chemistry? Should it do so, we could have a closer race than we might have supposed a few months ago. Remember, my friends, a week is a long time in politics, but that's in the United Kingdom. In India, 24 hours can be enough. ये public है, ये सब जानती है, अंदर क्या है, बाहर क्या है, सब कुछ पहचानती है. We will leave it to the public of India to decide which alliance you want to choose. Either way, may Bharat, that is India, win. Thanks for watching. Good night. Goodbye. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart. Co-powered by Watcho OTT Super App.
One hai to done hai.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 24 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 25 and minimum 21 degrees.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Extra safe Polycab Green Wire.
Sensational revelations in the Seema Haider investigations. The Pakistani citizen Seema Haider apparently had two passports. Number HZ0004421 and HZ0004422. Her national identity card was made only 10 months ago. Police say there is a discrepancy in her age and the date of birth written on the passport. Her WhatsApp chats before her arrival in India also stand mysteriously deleted. No clarity yet on the ownership of the property reportedly sold in Pakistan. Uttar Pradesh Police Anti-Terror Squad intensifies its investigation in Seema Haider's background. Was love a cover to set up a spy base in Noida? Seema Haider probe details on India First. Seema Haider from Khairpura, Karachi, Pakistan had two valid passports. Number HZ Hotel Zulu 0004421 and HZ0004422. There is an alleged discrepancy in her stated age, 27 years as she says, and date of birth on her passport, 1/1/2002, which would mean she's about 21 years old. There is also no clarity
on who owned the property that she's alleged to have sold off in Karachi. Her husband, Ghulam Haider, is apparently unaware of any properties sold. What documents did she show to enter India from Nepal? Any Indian citizen would need to show either an Indian passport or an Aadhaar card or a driving license, an Indian driving license. What did she show? Sachin and his father are also in trouble for helping a Pakistani citizen enter India illegally and then hiding her in Greater Noida. Arvind Ojha and our crime bureau bring you our top story.
Sensational new revelations in Pakistani woman Seema Ghulam Haider investigations. The Uttar Pradesh Police Anti-Terror Squad is currently cross-examining Seema Haider on her multiple passports and alleged discrepancies in her date of birth in the passport. Seema Haider's national identity card was issued only 10 months ago in September 2022. The Uttar Pradesh Police ATS has been interrogating Seema Haider, her lover Sachin and his father for the past 2 days now. Authorities have also questioned when and how Seema met Sachin and whether the two actually met playing PUBG video games. The mobile phone and number used by Seema, her social media accounts, her WhatsApp chats are also under scrutiny. She had apparently deleted all her WhatsApp chats before her arrival in India. The ATS is also seeking details of the property reportedly sold by Seema Haider in Karachi, Pakistan, and the details of the temple where Seema Haider and Sachin Meena got married. Seema was asked why she got her Pakistani identity card only in September 2022 when such documents are made available months after birth. Police sources say Seema's answers appear misleading. She has been unable to explain what identity papers were shown to cross over from Nepal into India. An Indian national is supposed to show either an Aadhaar card or an Indian passport. There are also several unanswered questions. She comes from a small neighborhood in Karachi, Pakistan, but holds not one but two passports. She took a bus from Pokhara in Nepal to Uttar Pradesh and reached Greater Noida without explaining what identity papers were shown. This is also being seen as a major failure of the Sashastra Seema Bal, the border guarding force. Seema collected all her travel documents and identity papers but did not bring even one of the multiple mobile phones and numbers she used in Pakistan. Even from Nepal, she made multiple WhatsApp calls but using hotspots taken from other people's mobile phones. She was also reportedly in possession of a laptop in Pakistan but did not have one when she came to India. There are several unanswered questions, especially about the sale of property in Pakistan, the funds generated, the documentation in Dubai and the flight to Kathmandu. Police now intend to send the documents to Pakistan High Commission through the Ministry of External Affairs for verification. With Arvind Ojha in Greater Noida, Bureau Report, India Today.
And news just coming in, Seema Ghulam Haider, it seems, has a brother in Pakistan Rangers. She also has an uncle, a chacha, in a senior position in Pakistan Army. India Today has accessed a picture of Seema Ghulam Haider's brother, who's in Pakistan Rangers, a Pakistani paramilitary force. He's apparently posted in Karachi. Her uncle, according to her husband, is at a senior position, bade ohde par hai, in the Pakistan Army. He's reportedly posted in Islamabad. India Today's Arvind Ojha spoke to Seema Haider's husband, Ghulam Muhammad Haider, in Saudi Arabia. Let's quickly listen into some of the excerpts of that exclusive conversation.
ये जो सीमा हैदर, इसके भाई का नाम आसिफ है ना? तो आसिफ कहाँ है अभी, किसमें कहाँ काम करते हैं?
इधर ड्यूटी है इसका, कोई रेंजर्स में आया है इधर कराची में।
क्या पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स में है, फौजी हैं? और इनके जो चाचा है सीमा के,
वो गुलाम अकबर, वो भी बड़े उधर में इस्लामाबाद में।
कहाँ पे है?
इस्लामाबाद।
इस्लामाबाद में। अच्छा, क्या नाम है उनका?
गुलाम अकबर।
गुलाम अकबर, वो भी फौजी हैं?
जी, वो बड़ा रंजन का सुधार।
अच्छा, तो मतलब आपके कहने का मतलब है कि जो सीमा का भाई है आसिफ, ये कहाँ रहता है? कराची। आपकी मुलाकात हो चुकी है आसिफ से?
हाँ, मुलाकात घर पे था, उधर होता था। इधर जो आया हूँ मैं सऊदी में, मेहनत मजदूरी कर रहा हूँ, मुलाकात नहीं हुआ, बातचीत होती थी, मेरे घर पे आता था बच्चों के साथ मिलने के लिए।
अच्छा, तो उन्होंने बताया था
10 दिन के बाद।
तो उन्होंने बताया था कि वो फौजी हैं पाकिस्तान आर्मी में, और वो चाचा गुलाम अकबर वो भी वो सूबेदार हैं, वो बड़े ओहदे पे हैं। अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है, ठीक है।
Apparently, Seema Ghulam Haider from Karachi, Pakistan has been unable to explain why she had 2 valid Pakistani passports or the discrepancy in her age. She says she's 27 years old, but the passport records her date of birth as January 1, 2002, which would make her 21 years old. Both her passports, incidentally, have the same date of birth, but different names. Let's try and make sense of these latest revelations. She was questioned for over 10 hours even today. Joining me on India First is Arzu Kazmi, a journalist and analyst from Pakistan. Sushant Sareen is a senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. But my first question is to India Today's Arvind Ojha. Arvind, 10 घंटों से ज्यादा आज भी पूछताछ हुई है सीमा हैदर से। सीमा का भाई पाकिस्तानी रेंजर्स में है, उसके चाचा किसी बड़े ओहदे पर है पाकिस्तानी आर्मी में। जांच में क्या क्या निकल कर आ पाया है, आपके सूत्र आपको क्या बता रहे हैं?
देखिए, 10 घंटे की पूछताछ आज एटीएस ने की है सीमा हैदर से, उसका जो तथाकथित पति है सचिन, उससे, और उसके अलावा सचिन के जो पिता हैं उससे। कल 8 घंटे भी पूछताछ हुई थी, लेकिन इंडिया टुडे की टीम ने ट्रैक किया जो सीमा का हस्बैंड है, जो सऊदी अरब में है, गुलाम हैदर, और उससे बातचीत की। जो गुलाम हैदर है उसने बातचीत में बताया कि जो सीमा हैदर का भाई है आसिफ, वो पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स में है, पाकिस्तान आर्मी में है। बहुत मुमकिन है कि कुछ वक्त पहले उसने छोड़ दिया था। जबकि जो सीमा का चाचा है, जो सीमा का अंकल है, गुलाम अकबर उसका नाम बताया जा रहा है, वो इस्लामाबाद में पाकिस्तान आर्मी में किसी बड़े पद पर है। ये 2 बड़े खुलासे हैं, और यही जो जानकारी है उत्तर प्रदेश एटीएस को लगी, जिसके बाद कान खड़े हुए। इसीलिए बार बार पूछताछ की जा रही है, और एटीएस ये जानने की कोशिश कर रही है कि क्या सीमा वाकई प्यार के चक्कर में सचिन के पढ़ के इंडिया आई, अवैध तरीके से आई, बिना किसी वीजा के आई। यही सब कुछ एटीएस जानने की कोशिश कर रही है। साथ ही साथ मोबाइल से कुछ डेटा डिलीट था, वो भी जानकारी जुटाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि क्या बातचीत थी, किस तरह का डेटा डिलीट हुआ। तो कल 8 घंटे की पूछताछ हुई थी, आज 10 घंटे की पूछताछ हुई, और सबसे ज्यादा जो पूछताछ हुई है वो पाकिस्तान आर्मी से जो सीमा का कनेक्शन है, इसी को लेकर पूछताछ हुई।
रहिए मेरे साथ, लेट मी ब्रिंग इन आरजू काज़मी इनटू दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन। आरजू, is it normal in Pakistan for any citizen to have 2 valid passports? Look at the number, HZ0004421 and HZ0004422.
No, Gaurav, I don't think that anyone can have 2 valid passports. ये जरूर है कि पुराने पासपोर्ट साथ रखे जा सकते हैं, but not 2 valid passports. It's not allowed in Pakistan. Nobody can have it. But the most important thing is that our media is very, mysteriously silent on this subject. Nobody is talking about this case. Nobody is talking about Seema in Pakistan, especially mainstream media. So I'm just surprised what they want to, convey their message to the public कि ये खुद इंडिया ने कुछ क्रिएट किया है, हम बात करना ही नहीं चाह रहे, और whatever. लेकिन यहाँ पे nobody is talking about her.
Except YouTubers who are trying to show it as some kind of cross-border love story. And is this a love story, or is love story a very convenient facade to plant an agent in Greater Noida, close to the Hindon Air Base. It's a sensitive Indian Air Force Air Base, also close to the Jewar International Airport. Sushant Sareen, what do you make of this? Is it normal for a Pakistani citizen who claims to be a class 5 pass out to have 2 valid passports, identical, near identical numbers?
No, it's not. And in fact, this is one of the inconsistencies or oddities in the entire case. So look, Gaurav, there are 2 parts to this entire story. One is, of course, the fact that this lady enters India illegally without any documentation, and that is a criminal offense in itself. But there is another side to it, which is what I think you are interested in, whether there is something much more sinister than a simple love story. Now, even honey traps, in a manner of speaking, can be construed to be love stories. At least they are for people who get trapped in those honey traps. But clearly, some things are not adding up.
Yes.
Now, it could be that some of these oddities are, part and parcel of what happens in our kind of countries very often. Although in the Pakistani case, I think their documentation, whether it is the national identity cards or their passports, has been pretty impressive. So I don't think it's easy for somebody to have 2 passports, near identical numbers, as you say. But then the rest of the story is also, where does she get the money from?
Yes.
Did she actually have any property of hers? Or
in fact, I'm coming to that in just a moment. And Arzu, that's another question for you. But before that, is it strange? And again, I want to understand what happens in Pakistan. She says she's 27 years old. Her national identity card was issued just 10 months ago. Was an attempt being made to create an identity, and that national identity card shows her date of birth as 2002, which would mean she's around 21 years old.
I can't say anything about it, but yes, it is possible in Pakistan that she said wrong, or she informed wrong date of birth. She can tell wrong date of birth to identity card office, and she can get fake ID card. This is possible in Pakistan. It's very easy. I mean, people can do it. Anyone can do it. As she said, she is not educated. She's only 5 classes pass and all this. So it happens because jab aap matric karte, when you pass a 10th class, only that, on that time, you need a ID card. And on that ID card, वो फिर change नहीं होता है. But as she said, she is not educated. So I am sure that somewhere she has some कुछ पैसे से खिला के maybe she got that identity card, fake identity card for her.
Okay. Sushant Sareen, 2 passports, traveling from Pakistan to the Middle East, to Sharjah, Dubai, then from there to Kathmandu, initially on her own. She's apparently traveled to Sharjah and Kathmandu twice, once in March and the second time with her 4 children in June. This would indicate she's quite a frequent flyer. Would that raise eyebrows in Pakistan? Class 5 pass, no idea about her source of income, and yet she travels on her own first time and then second time with her 4 children, unless somebody is facilitating this.
No, Gaurav, given the fact that her husband is working in Saudi Arabia, it's not unheard of that maybe she was traveling alone. I don't think that would set off red flags in Pakistan. Of course, we are assuming that there is nothing sinister behind this entire case, in which case red flags would not go up in any case, right? But even otherwise, her traveling to the UAE and then her traveling all the way to UAE, then to Nepal, and then infiltrating into India with 4 kids in tow. It raises very serious questions as to how somebody like this can just walk into India. Did she bribe people at the border outpost out here and walk in? Was there somebody else escorting her in? And very often what happens is that, if there's a family with 4 kids, all of them making a bit of a ruckus, then somebody says, okay, fine, yeah, just let them go. They seem to be a normal, ordinary family. I don't know. So I think these are things, if the investigating agencies are getting into the details of it, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I want to bring in Arvind Ojha. Arvind, उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस की पड़ताल में अब तक क्या-क्या निकल कर आया है कि किस तरह से ये महिला भारत में घुसी? क्योंकि अगर कोई भारत में भारतीय होने का दावा करता है तो भारत का पासपोर्ट होना चाहिए, आधार कार्ड होना चाहिए, पैन कार्ड होना चाहिए, भारत का ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस होना चाहिए। ये भारत में कैसे घुसी नेपाल से?
नहीं, देखिए, सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है इस पूरे मामले पर कि इस बात का खुलासा हुआ कैसे। ये महिला आती है नेपाल से, बस में बैठती है और गोरखपुर सिद्धार्थ नगर से होते हुए वो ग्रेटर नोएडा आती है, सचिन के घर पर रुकती है और 13 से 14 दिन बाद जो फैमिली के लोग हैं सचिन के, उनको वो कहते हैं कि तुम पाकिस्तानी हो, तुम्हें शादी करनी हो। शादी करने ये ग्रेटर नोएडा से बुलंदशहर जाते हैं एक लॉयर के पास, और लॉयर को जैसे ही पता चलता है कि ये पाकिस्तानी महिला है, इसके पास पाकिस्तानी आइडेंटिटी है, तुरंत वो पुलिस को जानकारी देता और इस तरह से इस पूरे मामले का खुलासा हुआ। उसके बाद नोएडा पुलिस उसको अरेस्ट करती है, लेकिन जासूसी के एंगल पर नहीं, वैलिड वीजा नहीं था, वीजा था ही नहीं, अवैध तरीके से घुसपैठ करने के आरोप में इसको अरेस्ट किया गया और अरेस्ट करने के बाद इसको जेल भेज दिया गया। उसके बाद इसको बेल मिल गई। बेल को भी अपोज नहीं किया था नोएडा पुलिस ने। अब उसके बाद जब पाकिस्तानी कनेक्शन की बात, पाकिस्तान आर्मी कनेक्शन की बात आई, कुछ डेटा डिलीट हुए, वो बात जब सामने आई, क्योंकि नेशनल सिक्योरिटी से ये पूरा जुड़ा हुआ मामला है, इस वजह से ATS को कहा गया और एंटी टेरर स्क्वाड की टीम लगातार बैक टू बैक 2 दिन की पूछताछ कर रही है। यहाँ एक चीज बता दूं कि नोएडा पुलिस ने तो क्लीन चिट दे दी थी कम से कम जासूसी के एंगल पर, लेकिन
2 पासपोर्ट होने के बावजूद नोएडा पुलिस के कान नहीं खड़े हुए।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सवाल,
2 पासपोर्ट एक महिला के पास है, गैर कानूनी तरीके से पाकिस्तानी भारत में घुसाई और उनके कान नहीं खड़े हुए।
देखिए, फेलियर तो यहाँ सबसे पहले ये है कि एक तरीके से जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज है उसका फेलियर है। अगर नेपाल से कोई महिला, वो भी पाकिस्तानी, वो और न वीजा उसके पास है, और वो अगर एंट्री कर जाती है, न सिर्फ एंट्री कर जाती है बल्कि नेपाल से बहुत दूर दिल्ली से बेहद करीब एक इलाके में आकर 13 से 14 दिन रुकती है, तो सवाल तो नोएडा पुलिस पर, नोएडा की जो LIU है, लोकल इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट है, उस पर खड़े होते हैं। क्योंकि देखिए गौरव, खासकर ये जो ग्रेटर नोएडा का इलाका है, इस इलाके से पिछले दिनों कई ऐसे चाइनीज नेशनल हैं जो पकड़े गए हैं, जिन पर कई गंभीर सवाल उठे और उनके बाद उनको डिपोर्ट किया गया है। तो ऐसे में जहां पर दिल्ली से बेहद करीब ये इलाका है, दिल्ली में इतने सेंसिटिव प्लेसेस है, खुद हिंडन, जैसा आपने कहा, हिंडन एयरबेस बहुत पास है, वहां पर अगर कोई पाकिस्तानी नागरिक आकर रहता है, अवैध तरीके से आकर रहता है और एजेंसीज को पता नहीं चलता है, तो ये अपने आप में बड़ा सवाल है।
सही बात है,
और कहीं ना कहीं सवाल ये सीमा पर भी खड़ा करता है कि आखिर कैसे, सवाल सीमा पर भी है कि कैसे वो इस तरीके से अंदर दाखिल होती है कि किसी को कानों कान खबर नहीं होती है, उसे मालूम है कि किस रूट से आना है, किस बस में बैठकर आना है, और उसके बाद वो आराम से आकर रहती है। लेकिन जब सचिन के फैमिली के लोग उस पर प्रेशर डालते हैं कि अब तो तुम्हें शादी करनी पड़ेगी,
नहीं, और वो तो अगर वकील ने नहीं कहा होता तो वो तो एक स्लीपर सेल तैयार होता हमारे देश में। अगर वकील ने पुलिस को ना बताया होता, her brother is in the Pakistani Rangers, her chacha is India Today's Arvind Ojha just revealed he's spoken to the husband. The husband says, the husband is in Saudi Arabia, Ghulam Haider. He says the chacha is बड़े ओहदे पर है पाकिस्तान आर्मी में, इस्लामाबाद में। isn't all of this very odd?
Karachi has many criminal gangs, but remember, from what we have been told, she was living in a rented property.
Yes.
You can't sell your rented property until and unless you have major connections with criminals, or there is something else happening. There is some other property which she sold off, but her husband claims there is no other property which they have. So what property did she sell off? And it's not so easy to sell off property simply because there are criminal mafias operating, until and unless you have some deep connections. Number two. Number three, look, obviously she, from some angles, she's not from a very rich or very well-to-do family. She's from a very humble family. Now, for somebody who's working as, I don't know what her husband is working as in the Middle East, but for example, if he's a small timer out there, for him, even a Havaldar or a honorary guy in the army would be a very big order, right? I'm sure it's not some general in the GHQ who's related to her. I doubt it very much. If it is, then I think you've got an asset in your hands. But I doubt if that is going to be the case. But like I said, there's just too many angles to this story, and I hope that the investigating agencies are going to do a thorough job. But one thing I must say, Noida police has to be indicted because they just did not do due diligence. For them to take notice of somebody who has entered illegally in India, that also from a hostile country like Pakistan, somebody who has entered illegally, for them to, have a very perfunctory kind of an investigation and then not even oppose her bail, let her go and act as everything is normal, I think serious questions need to be asked of Noida police. But also, I think it raises very serious questions that if this woman with 4 kids could just simply walk into India, can you imagine how many other dangerous criminals and terrorists would be using this route to come into India?
Oh, absolutely. They've used it in the past.
Of all those characters who have entered India in the last so many years.
And who are the facilitators? I mean, how many enemies within who are facilitating such people coming in, or even when caught, giving them a clean chit? We will continue to track developments on this story very, very closely. Arzu Kazmi in Pakistan, Sushant Sareen in Delhi, and Arvind Ojha in Noida tracking this story for us. Many thanks. That is all I have for you on India First this evening. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Standing on the ring road, you can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो ऐसा हमें लग रहा है।
सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए। अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते।
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it, and many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में, और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक है, आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौरक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोट जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज ही चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as for the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए NDRF की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफ़ी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद दे के चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 356 dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost like everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
So sorry.
हाँ जी, नमस्कार जी। डूब गया लाल किला, डूब गया ITO, डूब गया है जी कनॉट प्लेस। भागती दौड़ती दिल्ली की रुक गई है जी पेस। पता कर रहा हूँ जी इस हालत का कौन है जिम्मेदार। हरियाणा से छोड़ा गया पानी या हिमाचल से आई है बौछार। बड़ा क्लोरीन है क्या पानी में? ये या यमुना का पानी हमारा कलिंदी कुंज वाला। एक एक को हिसाब देना होगा, MCD को जवाब देना होगा। ओ सॉरी, MCD तो मेरे पास ही है जी, सॉरी। सब धुले हुए हैं जी, सब धुले हैं जी।
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Gautam Adani addresses Hindenburg allegations head-on at AGM, says vested interests wrote the report to hurt the conglomerate in order to damage its image, adds that India will be a $25 to $30 trillion economy by 2050. Markets slip from record highs, end with marginal gains. IT stocks continue their winning streak. Reliance and Adani Group stocks also boost market sentiment. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das jointly chair meeting of G20 finance ministers and central bank governors. Discussions see agreement on CBDC and some consensus on international taxation. Sleepwell owner Sheila Foam acquires school lawn for 2,150 crore rupees. Forays into the branded furniture market by acquiring 35% stake in Furlenco. Management targets 5,000 crore rupee revenue. Adani Group stocks rallied up to 6% in Tuesday's trade after billionaire Gautam Adani reiterated that the US short seller Hindenburg's report earlier this year was a combination of misinformation and discredited allegations. Speaking at the annual general meeting of Adani Enterprises, the billionaire said he's confident of its governance and disclosure standards after a Supreme Court panel found no lapses at the conglomerate. Adani even spoke about how India is on track to expand tenfold to becoming a $25 to $30 trillion economy by 2050 and shared details of the group's new projects as well as his vision for group companies going forward.
The report was a combination of a targeted misinformation and discredited allegations the majority of them dating from 2004 to 2015. They were all settled by appropriate authorities at that time. This report was a deliberate and a malicious attempt aimed at damaging our reputations and generating profits through a short-term drive down on our stock prices. Subsequently, despite a fully subscribed FPO, we decided to withdraw and return the money to our investors to protect their interest. While we promptly issue a comprehensive rebuttal, various vested interests tried to exploit the claims made by the short seller. These entities encouraged and promoted a false narratives across various news and social media platforms. Consequently, the Honorable Supreme Court of India constituted an expert committee to look into this matter. The committee included individuals known for their independence and integrity. The report of the expert committee was made public in May 2023. The expert committee did not find any regulatory failure. The committee's report not only observed that the mitigating measures undertaken by your company helped rebuild confidence, but also cited that there were credible charges of targeted destabilization of the Indian markets. Following our independence, it took us 58 years to get to our first $1 trillion of GDP, 12 years to get the next trillion, and just 5 years for the third trillion. I anticipate that within the next decade, India will start adding $1 trillion to its GDP every 18 months. This puts us on track to be a $25 to $30 trillion economy by 2050 and will drive India's stock market capitalization to over $40 trillion, approximately a 10x expansion from the current levels. While economic cycles are getting increasingly hard to forecast, there is a little doubt that India, already world's fifth large economy, will become the world's third largest economy well before 2030, and thereafter the world's second largest economy by 2050. The Adani Group is set to play a critical role in India's net zero journey. Our renewable energy business, Adani Green Energy, commissioned the world's largest hybrid solar wind project of 2.14 gigawatt in Rajasthan. I'm also very pleased to state that ATL's Mumbai distribution business achieved a reliability of 99.99% and was ranked the #1 discom by the Union Ministry of Power. ATL will also take Mumbai to 60% renewable power, making it the first mega city in the world to achieve over 50% power from a solar and wind.
With Prime Minister Modi announcing last week that France has agreed to use UPI software, Made in India digital payment interface is becoming increasingly popular with more countries looking to join in. Money Today editor Tina Jain Kaushal joining us to explain how Indians can use UPI overseas. Tina, take us through.
UPI was primarily launched for domestic transactions, but now it has extended its scope to include international transactions for Indians as well as NRIs. All you need is to have a bank account linked to a UPI-enabled mobile app. The app could be provided by Bheem, your bank, or a third-party app. The good part is earlier NRIs needed an Indian mobile number to set up a UPI ID, but now NRIs can even use their international mobile number to initiate a transaction. Now, how does UPI work abroad? You first need to provide the recipient's bank account number, bank identifier code, and select the currency to transfer the amount. The UPI app then sends the transaction details to your bank for authorization. The bank verifies the user's detail, checks for sufficient funds, and approves the transaction if all requirements are met. The important point to note is that the international transaction involves currency conversion. The UPI app also uses the prevailing exchange rate to convert the amount to the destination currency. The converted amount is displayed to the user before confirming the transaction. Last but not least, the availability of UPI international transactions may vary across apps and banks. Some banks and apps may have more tie-ups with international banking partners, while others have limitations or restrictions on certain countries or transaction types. Therefore, it is advisable to check with your respective bank or UPI app providers for detailed information on international UPI transactions.
Thanks for that, Tina. Equity benchmark, Sensex and Nifty continued their record-breaking rally, reaching new all-time highs today. The Nifty soared to 19,819, that's closer to 20,000. However, profit booking in the second half of the trading session led benchmarks to close with marginal gains. Sensex today up 200 points and the Nifty up at 19,749 at close. Broader markets, however, underperformed, and among sectors, IT was the top gainer, up 1%, followed by oil and gas. Infosys, Asian Paints, HCL Technologies, Reliance Industries and Hero MotoCorp were among the top gainers on the Nifty, while losers included LTI Mindtree, Britannia Industries, State Bank of India, HDFC Life and Titan. My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke to Avinash Gorakhsagar of Profit Mart Securities to find out what investors should do, some of the key mistakes they should avoid when markets are at these kind of levels. Listen in.
Is it getting a bit frothy, or do you believe that the bull run is here to stay?
Yeah, I think first of all, thank you, Sakshi, for inviting me. I think the markets are, extremely buoyant, largely because of the liquidity flows which we are getting from the FIs. In fact, in the last few months, I think since April, since the market started rising, we have been seeing that Indian markets have attracted a lot of liquidity from these foreign institutional investors. And I think today we had hit a high of 19,800. After that, there was some profit booking. But my sense is that, if corporate results are better than expectations and, the Fed policy, which is due for July 25th, if there is some mild positive surprise in terms of the commentary from Mr. Powell, then I think the markets could head to higher odd levels. And I think we should not be surprised. The markets could possibly even look at touching 20,000 in the very near term. But I think it would be a gradual journey from here on.
What is the right way to approach the market right now? What should one do and what should one not do when the markets are at record levels?
See, I think for investors who have participated in this rally and have made a decent amount of profits, my suggestion is that, this is a very volatile market and we are going to see higher levels. But in the intermediate, it's always better to book your, book profits regularly because, that is how you can secure your margin of safety. So I think at least once your capital is recovered, then I think the investor is at ease, whatever index level the market throws up. So that strategy, I think investors should do. They should not stick only to paper profits. They should convert them to some cash flow. Secondly, for investors who want to enter the markets now, I think be careful about penny stocks and companies, which are not tried and tested. There are many companies which are, running into 52-week highs without any track record or balance sheet strength. So I think focus on quality, focus on the promoter, and look at the sector. I think clearly the sectors which I mentioned are all sectors which probably could show very strong earnings growth for the next 6 to 12 months. So I think you need to be little selective at this point of time to ensure that you get a decent alpha in the next 6 to 12 months.
Let's take a quick break. When we return after France, now South Africa is also set to welcome UPI. PTTV brings you an exclusive conversation with South Africa's Finance Minister.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community. A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. The third G20 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting under the Indian G20 presidency is underway at Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das jointly chaired the meeting. Here are a few excerpts from the press conference earlier today.
That all countries supported India's presidency and also the participation of all the countries on every one of the agenda issues. So each one was recognized for the rich content. And I'm borrowing these words, rich content is something which many members said on their own, that we appreciate that India's agendas have all been so rich in their content and the meetings happened with that kind of intent. So all this put together rather than any one particular agenda, I would think is a very good atmosphere, and the way in which we've been supported gives a lot of confidence for India and also makes me feel that the work of the entire team, both from the RBI and from the ministry, have really been recognized.
the early enthusiasm among countries about crypto, the belief that it's a great innovation, etc., I think that has been fully addressed in the BIS report. You could just refer to it. And the developments over the last 1 year, the failure of some large crypto exchanges and the investors losing money, etc. So the enthusiasm is now, I think it's gone. It is completely muted. And everybody realizes that there are huge risks. So there is great amount of caution and concern around cryptocurrencies. UPI is now recognized as perhaps the best and the most advanced payment system in the whole world. Many countries, we are engaged with many countries to sort of develop interlinkage between our payment system and their fast payment system. Singapore, it has happened. UAE, we have signed the the MOU. Discussions are going on with a few other countries.
Meanwhile, BTTV's Karishma Sadani caught up with South African Finance Minister Enoch Godongwan on the sidelines of the event. South Africa is keen on allowing usage of India's popular payment platform, UPI, in their country. Listen in.
India's digital public infrastructure, which is also the UPI that they call the Unified Payment Interface, and also CBDC, which is the central bank's digital currency. Do you see South Africa collaborating with India on this in the future? Singapore, Indonesia?
Part of the discussion in the BRICS is that payment system. So South Africa will definitely be collaborating with India through that, but I think we've got to move beyond that, go at a bilateral level.
What have been the key outcomes of the discussion so far?
I think the broad discussions around of partner interest to developing nations' debt restructuring are progressing very well. We've got, in terms of a common framework, we've done Zambia now, we're waiting for an MOU. We expect an appointment of another creditors team to look at Ghana, which is quite an important development for us. The second issue is the evolution of the Multinational Development Bank and the banks to structure them in such a manner that they can take the development challenges facing our nations in the 21st.
Equity investors on the Lal Street gave the thumbs up to Sheela Foam after the company announced the acquisition of a nearly 95% stake in Kurlon Enterprises for 2,150 crore rupees and a 35% stake in online furniture firm Furlenco for 300 crore rupees. Sakshi Batra spoke to the company's CMD Rahul Gandhi to understand what these acquisitions mean for the company.
What does the acquisition of Kurlon really mean for Sheela Foam, and the entry in the branded furniture rental space also mean for the company going forward?
Thank you, Sakshi. Thanks a lot for inviting me. So that's a very relevant question, and we've been working at it for a long time. You see, India is such a huge and a diverse country that one consumer brand can cater to the needs and requirements of the entire country. It's just not possible. And therefore, this opportunity of having another consumer brand was excellent for combining with Sleepwell, the brand that we have. Plus, each brand, the way that it has grown and developed, one is strong on South and East, the other one on North and West. One sells primarily through multi-brand outlets, the other one through exclusive brand outlets. One is a coir-based product, the other one is a foam-based product, etc. And then there is also a lot of synergy on the back-end side of it, where volumes will make a difference when inputs are obtained. Products will be made wherever they are best made and best supplied from. So all those synergies put together were the reasons behind acquiring Kurlon.
As I understand, currently in the country, it's the larger market share is still with the unorganized players. But, with this, you become one of the larger organized players in the market. What would your market share be?
So that's, you've said it right. It's just how you define the market. And if you look at the organized and the unorganized together, keeping that in mind, we would end up with about 12.5 plus about 9, something like 21 to 22% shares, 22% of the market, of the, let's call it the modern mattress market.
Okay, understood. Also, by what time do you really see the impact of this acquisition getting visible in the books, especially to the top line? What kind of addition do we see from this acquisition for the company?
So the transaction has to be completed after some conditions, which are precedent to the transaction, need to be completed by the other side. We expect it to be done something by end of September, and then I would give it a couple of months for the integration to begin and happen. Let's say that some feelers will start happening from January onwards, but the real change will be for FY25.
Okay, and how much impact on the top line can it really provide to you?
So I would say Kurlon should provide a number close to 1,000, and Furlenco would be close to about 200, between 200 and 250.
As a vision for the company, how do you see, do you have any internal targets over the next 3-5 years that you could share with all our viewers to help get a sense of, what the company will grow into going forward?
So of course the top line numbers are always a target that we look at, and when we say probably in another 2 to 3 years' time, we should be looking at a 5,000 crore top line. But I think more important for us is the impact that one would be making on the society. And we have a goal of providing a mattress for every Indian, a modern mattress for every Indian. And we have been working on that project, which should start operating or start delivering by November this year.
Here's what else is making news in the corporate world. IT giant Infosys has announced an extension of its deal with an existing client amounting to approximately $2 billion for 5 years. This significant agreement primarily focuses on digital transformation and artificial intelligence for its strategic clients. However, the client's name has not been disclosed by the company. Additionally, for the current year, Infosys has announced 2 other mega deals, one with a British oil and gas company worth $1.5 billion and another with Danske Bank valued at $454 million. Infosys shares surged about 4% in trade today. All eyes now on the company's earnings later this week. NetWeb Technologies witnessed an overwhelming response from investors on the second day of its IPO bidding process. The issue was subscribed more than 9.14 times at the end of day 2. NetWeb Technologies India has set the price band for its shares at 475 to 500. Remarkably, the non-institutional portion getting the maximum subscription of 20.56 times. SoftBank has sold another 2% stake in Paytm via open market transaction, generating over $200 million. The sell comes amidst when Paytm's share price has been consistently above 830 rupees, reflecting the company's profitability. This is the first time the investor managed to sell shares of the fintech company at profit since November 21. Paytm shares slipped over 2% following the news. That's where we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर, और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गांच के टुकड़े से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई।
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
तो मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं। लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा। जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा। अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं।
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ।
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
So sorry.
हाँ जी, नमस्कार जी। डूब गया लाल किला, डूब गया ITO, डूब गया है जी कनॉट प्लेस। भागती दौड़ती दिल्ली की रुक गई है जी पेस। पता कर रहा हूँ जी इस हालत का कौन है जिम्मेदार। हरियाणा से छोड़ा गया पानी या हिमाचल से आई है बौछार। बड़ा क्लोरीन है क्या पानी में? ये या यमुना का पानी हमारा कलिंदी कुंज वाला। एक एक को हिसाब देना होगा, MCD को जवाब देना होगा। ओ सॉरी, MCD तो मेरे पास ही है जी, सॉरी। सब धुले हुए हैं जी, सब धुले हैं जी।
Good evening viewers, let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 41. Mumbai is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 29. Panji is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 29. Ahmedabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 54. Bhopal is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 23. Jaipur is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 54. Delhi is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 80. Srinagar is at 31 degrees Celsius with AQI being 55. Lucknow is at 37 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 45. Patna is at 37 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 60. Kolkata is at 33 degrees with an AQI of 36. Hyderabad is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 42. Bengaluru is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 21. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 43. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
You are watching India Today.
A political thriller Tuesday. Open election season. Clash of political conclaves and a new formulation. Opposition unites under the banner of India. While NDA is reactivated. 26 opposition parties versus 38 NDA participants. Leading up to the big fight of 2024. India versus NDA. Challenges for both. Will BJP be more inclusive of its junior partners? Can India set aside internal differences? India versus NDA. it's game on.
Warm welcome viewers, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Whatever it has made the developments of the last 12 hours, well, it's made the election season very, very interesting. What we are going to be looking at, viewers, is NDA versus India. Both of them come with their own set of problems. But for the NDA, one thing is very clear. They have a leader, and that leader is Narendra Modi. Where India is concerned, in terms of who is the face of India, nobody quite understands or knows that yet. India, the alliance says, it's for later. These are small things, will be sorted out. Let's quickly cut across to our political panel this evening. Joining me is Tom Vadakan, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, Adil Singh Boparoy, Spokesperson, Congress, Priyanka Kakkar, Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party, Saket Gokhale, TMC MP, Rajya Sabha. Adil Singh Boparoy, the fact is, lots of, political commentary rife today, especially where the meet was concerned in Bengaluru. But lots of questions still remain to be asked. Who is going to be leading this alliance, India? What about seat distribution? What goes on from here on in terms of your own internal party dynamics when it comes down to it? Because there are a lot of parties which are not on the same page if you go region by region, state by state.
Well, Preeti, good evening. Firstly, the 4 pillars of our body politic, which are secular democracy, economic sovereignty, social justice, and federalism, are under threat. So therefore, keeping that in mind, 26 progressive parties have come together to defeat the megalomania, the injustice, the hatred, and the divisiveness which has been peddled by the Bharatiya Janata Party, point number 1. Point number 2, responding to your question, this is the second meeting. It is still a drawing board. As far as who would lead the Indian alliance is concerned, the parties will take an appropriate call when we cross the bridge. So therefore, these are premature issues. The fact of the matter is that 26 parties have come together for a common minimum program. And that common minimum program focuses on saving our democratic soul. Over the past 9 years, and I think there's no gainsaying in this, that the Bharatiya Janata Party has destroyed everything for which this country stands on. Our federal structure, how the offices of the governor and the lieutenant governor have been utilized to promote BJP's political machination. How the situation in Manipur is not hidden from anybody. I think perhaps this must be the first time that the Prime Minister of this country has not uttered a word on an integral part of India where there have been ethnic clashes which have been going on for over 60 days. Price is breaking the back of an ordinary citizen. So therefore, these are the issues. Individual doesn't matter, Preeti.
Individual doesn't matter. Tom Vadakan, this morning the Prime Minister did set the agenda somewhere leading up to both these conclaves, be it the NDA or be it now what is termed as India. But having said that, you speak of a corrupt alliance, you speak of it being an alliance which is run by dynasts. But having said that, Tom Vadakan, if you take a look at your own alliance, which is the resurrection of your NDA, LJP, JJP, Ajit Pawar, NCP, Apna Dal, even if you are going to go ahead with the likes of TDP or even the Akalis, they're all dynasts in their own. A fortnight ago, Ajit Pawar is being criticized as corrupt. He's in your fold. A year ago, less than a year ago, UP went to election. You, sir, know very well the kind of language Mr. O.P. Rajbhar used for your own lot, your own our own Prime Minister, yet he's in the fold.
Preeti, let's get straight on this issue. First, you talked about the dynasts. Then you talked about the corruption. This is phase 1. Let me make it very clear and categorical that the NDA, you can check with the CBI, you can check with the ED. No investigation has been stopped. It's an ongoing process. Whatever is there, it is being investigated. Now, if you don't like it, it's a different matter. I'm talking about an institution called CBI or ED. This has been a tradition with these institutions, whether Congress was in power or the NDA was in power. Let me set that record straight. As to the question of dynasts, what is the definition of a dynast? When you have a number 2 position ready to take over. It is not about your family members getting a ticket. This is about a number two coming and grafting power of a political party, whether it is
But Mr.
Stalin
Tom Wadekar, what happened with the JJP, what happened with the LJP, what happened with Apna Dal? These are all Dinist parties, sir.
Let me complete.
Please.
You may have a different view of a dynasty.
So it's not a view. This is what it is.
Gandhi
These are the parties which are dynastic parties.
Pawar has Supriya Reddy. This is grafting. When a person in your organization knows that he cannot be on the top job, then what kind of a party or company are you running? Merit basis is the question. And when merit is diluted, you have a situation where the dynasts and the corrupt will come together and they will set up a factory for corruption.
But Mr. Wadekar,
an R&D
like I said, I just
for
counted
research
3